Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Premier Perrottet and Secretary Michael Coates-Trotter to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Premier. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take questions on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Premier, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Coates-Trotter, you've already been sworn in at a previous hearing. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Premier for the morning session from 9:30 to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 4pm, following which a panel of independent agencies will appear from 4:15 to 5:15pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance today. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to you, Premier. It's a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure to see you, Mr Mookie.
I know. And greetings to you too, Mr Secretary. It's a pleasure to see you.
Good morning.
Premier, one of your legacies as Treasurer, which
can I begin by just, with the indulgence of the Chair, just acknowledging the tragedy that occurred overnight, and on behalf of the people of New South Wales, my condolences to all the families and friends of the 5 children who passed away. Our obvious hearts go out to them at this very difficult time, and I'm sure I share it with all members today, our thoughts and prayers with the families.
Yes, well said, Premier.
And indeed, you do, Premier, and we also want to convey our condolences to the affected families as well of that tragedy. Premier, one of your legacies as Treasurer...
There were many, Mr Mookie.
Indeed, and one of my favourites was the appointment of Mr Stephen Cartwright to the job of the Agent General's position in London. Since that appointment took place, your government's confidence in him has come under question. So I just want to give you this opportunity now to put this to bed and declare your confidence in Mr Cartwright as Agent General. Do you have confidence in Stephen Cartwright as the Agent General of New South Wales to the United Kingdom and Europe?
So in relation to the matters of the Agent General, I've made it very clear, Mr Mookie, that issues arose in relation to queries with respect to expenses. The public service looked into those. They found no substantive matters in respect of them. I subsequently asked the Trade Minister, Alistair Henskins, to take a further review of that, and once I receive that report back, I'll make some further comments.
So your view is that your confidence on Mr Cartwright depends on how his expense claims is treated after they're investigated for a second time by the public service?
Well, no one has provided me any information otherwise.
But otherwise, apart from the roles to do with his expenses, you have confidence in Mr Cartwright?
But I've not seen any information which would say otherwise, Mr Mookie. If you have further information, I'm more than happy to look at it.
I do. As it turns out, you are quite right in saying that Mr Cartwright has had some issues to do with his remuneration. He is paid a total package of $600,000 was agreed, which would make him on par at the time with the Department Secretary and more than the Police Commissioner when he was appointed to the role last year. But since then, he embarked upon a campaign to get paid more. And he made the extraordinary decision to directly contact Minister Ayres via WhatsApp. He says all other AGs and federal government execs have rent, car and school fees covered by their government. He goes on to say, I've had 2 offers for CEO roles back in Sydney, but I'd rather stay here and deliver for New South Wales. But I can't live here for 3 years without an apartment that can accommodate my family, at least on school holidays, as the school fees here are twice that of Knox. How much sympathy do you have for Mr Cartwright's cost of living challenges?
Well, I haven't. What comments are you reading from?
I'm reading from Sydney Morning Herald, a story that's been published earlier last month, which is reporting on a WhatsApp conversation, which, to be clear, Ms Brown has confirmed to our Upper House inquiry did in fact take place. He has said, I've had 2 offers for CEO roles back in Sydney, but I'd rather stay here and deliver for New South Wales. But I can't live here for 3 years without an apartment that can accommodate my family, at least on school holidays, as the school fees here are twice that of Knox. Now, of course, lots of people across the world are subject to cost of living challenges right now, especially in New South Wales. How much sympathy should we have for Mr Cartwright and his cost of living challenges that he has experienced?
Sympathy subjective. I'd say that matters in relation to remuneration are for the determination of the public service in respect of matters, and obviously members of the public service are paid at different rates based on the roles that are in place. It is my view that Trade Commissioner roles are particularly important to the state, as you quite rightly said, Mr Mookie, in the opening question. This was something that I established when I was Treasurer. I'm very passionate about ensuring that businesses here in New South Wales have opportunity to access export markets and that we continue to drive capital investment into New South Wales, particularly when 1 in 5 people in our state rely on our exports to provide for their families. And I note, Mr Mookie, yesterday you seem to be on a unity ticket with the Victorian Labor Premier Dan Andrews, who when asked yesterday about New South Wales Labor's policy to close Trade Commissioner's offices, he said, that's a great idea, because what that'll mean is more and more Victorian product gets into markets overseas, and that's more jobs for Victoria, more profits for Victorian businesses. I really hope that happens. Every single Victorian exporter thinks that is the best idea they have ever heard. Well, so you're on a unity ticket. You're on a unity ticket with the Victorian Labor Premier in providing more opportunity for Victorians and less opportunity for the great people of New South Wales.
If it's the case that Mr Cartwright had delivered even one export deal, I'd have some sympathy for your position.
The
role, hasn't.
The roles, as you know, have recently commenced. New South Wales has, for way too long,
Premier, had a very poor presence overseas. I'd just like to ask you a question, which is usually how we work here. But you make the point that you don't seem to have much sympathy for his cost of living concerns, but Mr Cartwright succeeded in his campaign to obtain a better remuneration package. His campaign, which saw him contact Minister Ayres directly, which is outrageous, did result in a change in his arrangement. We're now paying for his accommodation, and we're also now picking up a fringe benefits tax in the United Kingdom to the tune of $100,000 plus. A 50 nurse's wage is what we've now agreed to cover effectively for Mr Cartwright. Can you explain to me why it was in the public interest for the people of New South Wales to agree to an arrangement that would see Mr Cartwright benefit by effectively cutting his tax, but us picking up a tax bill of $105,000 per year, the equivalent of a 50-year nurse? What did we get out of that arrangement?
Well, a couple of things. I'll take in relation to the fringe benefit tax matter on notice. and come back to you. In relation
Trust us, Premier, it's right.
Does the evidence that was given to us by your official?
Ms. Sharp, to the question of why that arrangement was put in place.
Because he asked for it, and it's because he wanted his rent paid directly, so that he picked up
Do you know
a benefit of $100,000 plus. It's also cost taxpayers in New South Wales another $100,000.
Are you aware?
It's also not the practice for any of other of the sticks, and we're asking whether you think this is reasonable. Why Mr. Cartwright gets this special deal when everyone else is under pressure across the state?
Well, everyone's under pressure across the country. Are you aware, for example, that the Agent General in Victoria has their own residence for the Agent General? There are different arrangements.
So are you looking to do that, are you, Premier?
I didn't say that. I was just simply making the point of comparison that these roles are incredibly important in driving investment into our state, and they are not unique to New South Wales. In fact, New South Wales has been a laggard when it comes to the establishment of these offices globally, and we are being beaten every step of the way by other state jurisdictions in driving investment into their respective states, and these offices are important. Now, in relation to the remuneration of these roles, they are operational matters for the public service, but I don't...
They cost taxpayers.
But yes, Ms. Sharp, but I don't believe you'll find that the arrangements that are in place for the Trade Commissioner salaries are outliers in respect of other jurisdictions.
Well, I think you'll find, Premier, that they are outliers for the structure of the remuneration for the rest of the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners.
For the Agent General?
For the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners from New South Wales across the globe, there's 6 of them, well, 5 of them, there was going to be 6. The issue here is that there's actually very clear remuneration that they agreed to when they took those roles. I do not understand, and I'm asking you to explain why Mr. Cartwright is deserving more than any of the others outside the framework, where there never seems to have been a decision taken, except for the fact that Mr. Cartwright has demanded it through previous Minister Ayres.
Well, I think, a couple of things. There will always be discussions in respect of those roles, like other roles in the public service, into remuneration. It's not unusual for employees to discuss with their employers.
You would be aware that you've capped frontline workers at 2.5%. Mr. Cartwright's now got a 16% pay rise. You think that's all right?
No, I think there are areas in the public service where obviously there are different salaries that are paid. Now, there is, when you said, I'll correct you in relation to the question in respect of the pay cap in New South Wales, it is 3% and 3.5% next year. That is
that's all right. Mr. Cartwright's getting 16, so that's fine. I'm glad you clarified that.
The Leader of the Opposition got a substantial pay rise when he removed the former Leader of the Opposition as well. So,
and you got one when you took over from Gladys. So let's just move on perhaps on this, Premier. Premier, you make the point.
And the reality is, Mr. Mookie, that there are public servants who, as you quite rightly say, are paid more than the Premier or other ministers. And that's always been the case.
Is one example. And this is, you make the point, Premier, that this is a matter for the public service. Yeah. Did you have conversations with John Barilaro about appointing Mr. Cartwright to this job at any point in time?
I was a cluster lead as Treasurer, and there would have been discussions in relation from time to time in respect of candidates.
Did you discuss with Mr. Barilaro the potential appointment of Mr. Cartwright to this role in January or February last year?
I'll take, in terms of time, I need to bring my diary, I'll take it on notice.
Did you have any specific conversations with Mr. Barilaro about what remuneration packages that Mr. Cartwright should be entitled to?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall having conversations with him in which Mr. Barilaro expressed a view to you that your government was failing to attract the right calibre of candidate?
I think there was always discussions at the time when we established these roles that we wanted to have high calibre people in the jurisdictions where we were establishing trade offices. I mean, as I said from the outset, these are important roles in terms of driving investment into our state. I recently went on a trade mission, as you might be aware, to...
Yeah, I noticed that you were there. But Premier,
Anyway, it was a very successful trip, Mr. Mookie. It may not
look,
have
it was
got-
very successful for both of us, Premier. That's true.
It was very successful in relation to seeing firsthand the importance of the role. So it might not have got the media attention that it deserved, but
I thought we got a lot of media.
Well, we
yeah,
did our bit to make
maybe
sure
not in the
people
right
pay
areas,
attention.
Ms. Sharp. But I'll make the point that the trade commissioners in Korea, who I met in Korea and in
But I'm asking
Japan
you, Premier, is
and
whether
in
or not you had
India,
conversation.
they play a very important role in driving investment in. Now, Mr. Mookie,
That's helpful context. But the actual question that
Yeah.
I'm asking you,
Let the
Premier,
Premier
the actual question that I'm asking you, Premier,
Yeah.
is did you have conversations with Mr. Barilaro last January or February?
they wouldn't have been substantive if they occurred.
Well, perhaps rather than answering the hypothetical, let me just ask, did you have conversations with him in which he expressed to you a view that you weren't attracting the right calibre of candidates because, in effect, you weren't offering enough money?
I can't recall that.
Well, did he also discuss with you and tell you that he had approached Mr. Cartwright and told him to apply for this job?
No, I understood that Mr. Cartwright was interested in the role, but ultimately that was a matter for the public service to run that recruitment process.
When did you come to the understanding that Mr. Cartwright was interested in the role?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Was it around January, February last year?
It may have been.
Did you have conversations with Mr. Cartwright directly at that time?
No.
But did Mr. Barilaro mention it to you, and is that how you got knowledge of the fact that Mr. Cartwright was interested?
I think I found out that Mr. Cartwright was either interested or applying through the then Treasury Secretary, Mike Pratt.
You had a conversation with Mr. Pratt?
Yes, he was the Treasury Secretary at the time I was the Treasurer.
I do recall that.
Great times.
Do you recall when you had that conversation with Mr. Pratt?
No.
Well, did you have conversations with Mr. Barilaro in which you agreed, privately of course, that the cost of suitable family accommodation, including cleaning in an inner suburb of London, could be taken care of by the New South Wales government outside of the salary package?
No.
You're categorically ruling that out?
No, I don't recall that at all.
You're absolutely adamant that you never reached a private agreement with John Barilaro?
Certainly not.
And
Certainly not. They were not matters for me.
and so
I was the Treasurer at the time. They were not matters for me. Those were matters for the public service.
So I just want to give you, Premier, to put this to complete doubt, put this to end. I want to give you the categorical opportunity to deny ever having a conversation with John Barilaro in which you and Mr. Barilaro agreed, privately of course, that the cost of suitable family accommodation, including cleaning in an inner suburb of London, could be taken care of by the New South Wales government outside of the salary package.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Premier, for clarifying that. Are you aware of Mr. Cartwright invoking your name as he tried to put pressure on public servants to pay him more?
I think I saw an article where I read that.
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Did Mr. Cartwright have your permission to invoke your name in conversations he was having with the public service, both the Treasury as you led it and Investment New South Wales after you became Premier? Did he have your permission to name drop you?
Well, that's a matter for Mr. Cartwright.
No, it's not. It's a matter for you. Did you give him permission
Did I give Mr. Cartwright permission to use my name?
Yeah. Did you give him permission to drop your name in salary negotiations?
How would that have occurred?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, Premier. But just to be very clear here, you're saying at no point did you give him permission to name drop you as he tried to put pressure on public servants to pay him more?
It's absurd.
It does sound absurd. But we've had evidence in front of us that Mr. Cartwright did in fact invoke your name multiple instances, and to be fair to him...
Well, I haven't seen that.
Fair enough. I'm asking you the questions, Premier. I'm giving you the opportunity.
Well, can you show me the evidence?
Well, I'm happy to table the article if you wish to see it as well. And look, I'd encourage you to your government also to be far more forthcoming in terms of the documents you produce to the upper house.
You have your own wing, Mr. Moore. You have your own wing. Never has
most
a
of
government...
it held under privilege, which means it's not available to the public.
What was that?
Most of it held under privilege and it kept secret.
So why do I keep reading about it in the newspaper?
Well, because we keep fighting to get them taken out of privilege, Premier, and long may we continue.
We spent weeks.
We have never. You've never had a government. You have never had a government in the history of this state that has provided more documents.
And I'm glad
You've turned the rare moment of a Section 52 call for papers into business as usual.
Well, public accountability
is absolutely important, and that's what I'm saying. We are all about transparency, very clearly.
Can I just be clear here? In respect to Mr. Cartwright,
yes, that's all. Back to Mr. Cartwright.
Facts that we've established.
We'll do better next.
What have we established?
The facts that we have established is that he did launch a campaign immediately upon signing a contract to get paid more.
Right.
He did seek to contact Minister Ayres.
So that was after you signed the contract?
Indeed it was. And there is multiple evidence which would suggest that perhaps he was name-dropping lots of people, but especially you. What I'm interested in, Premier, is why does none of this justify an investigation by your government? I mean, what type of behaviour does Mr. Cartwright need to engage in before it reaches the threshold of requiring a investigation by you into his conduct as Agent General here? Because it is outrageous. No other public servant has ever tried to get more money the way Mr. Cartwright has. Why aren't you ordering an investigation into his particular conduct?
Because my understanding is that the matters of remuneration are determined by the public service, and if there are issues in respect of public service remuneration, they have the right to raise that with their employer. Now, in relation to this matter, there are obviously discussions that occurred with the public service in respect of his remuneration, and that has been determined. I also read somewhere that there were discussions around there being a much higher amount that were requested that ultimately were not proceeded with.
Did your Chief of Staff tell Amy Brown to pay Stephen Cartwright what he wants?
And my understanding in relation to that matter is that Amy Brown had sought advice or assistance from my Chief of Staff in relation to matters that you refer to in respect of the remuneration. Ultimately, you want to make sure you've got the best people in those roles, and Amy Brown, from my understanding, reached out to my Chief of Staff at some point in time.
She did, and she says that she sought your Chief of Staff's advice, and effectively your Chief of Staff told her to pay him what he wants. So
that's not my understanding.
Hence, I'm putting it to you, Premier.
Sorry, say that again.
Did your Chief of Staff tell Miss Brown to effectively pay Mr. Cartwright what he wanted?
That's not my understanding, no.
Okay.
My understanding is from the discussion I've had with my Chief of Staff following the evidence that was provided by Miss Amy Brown to the Upper House Committee was that she sought out his advice or in relation to how matters of salary could be determined, but ultimately it's not a matter for my Chief of Staff, it's a matter for Amy Brown and for the public service. He certainly didn't seek out Miss Brown in relation to it. It wasn't really a matter for him, a matter for me. It was a matter for the public service.
The crossbench, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Premier. I wanted to ask you about three significant issues for the future of the New South Wales economy.
Yes.
Starting with housing affordability. Are you aware of industry estimates that your basics and other environmental requirements on the development industry are adding over $100,000 to the cost of a suburban home? What are you doing to bring that cost down rather than increasing it as you did with your recent 7-star announcement?
Well, we're doing a lot. I mean, you would have seen, it's a budget question, you would have seen in the budget a $3 billion investment from the New South Wales government to drive housing affordability in our state.
No, what are you doing to bring down development costs for building a house?
Well, the planning
Building a house, because it's over $100,000 in your environmental requirements. Do you really think you're saving the planet by making housing in the state less affordable?
What I would say is that we are doing everything we can to drive supply and to make housing more affordable for people across the state. No, but Mr.
Development
Latham,
costs.
Yeah, there is a balance in relation to ensuring that the development is done in an appropriate way. Now, there are costs associated with that. I agree with you in respect of the need to reduce regulation and costs associated with development. But at the same time, we need development that's in keeping with the local character of the local community in which that development occurs. What I don't want to see is another Zetland open up here in Sydney. We need to make sure development is done in the right way, that the architecture, which is a different issue, is beautiful, and that creates great community. Now, there's no doubt that there are costs that you've referred to, and the Planning Minister continues to work through that, but I need to ensure that planning in this state and construction in this state balances the need of housing affordability that we have in Australia, where young kids can afford, and young people more particularly can afford to buy a home, and there are obviously costs that are associated with that, but we need to do it in the right way. It's a balance. It's a balance.
Well, I must say, according to my plain Western Sydney eye, Zetland looks okay, but then again, I'm not as cooting-esque as you in your judgment.
It's like something's arrived from another planet and landed.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, how do you think Zetland's going to look in like 30 years' time?
Well, it looks okay compared to a lot of the development
Like
that's
what?
all over the states.
Give me an example.
Well, I don't think...
Well, what do you think is a bad development?
Well, you seem to be thinking that as some Baron Houseman of Sydney, you can apply architectural standards that will further add to development costs.
No, I've said,
If you're going to further add to development costs by imposing new architectural standards across New South Wales, you're just adding to the housing affordability crisis.
No, I've said it's a balance. But if you get the architecture right and you create beautiful places, then you create great community and culture off the back of it. If you simply just build monstrosities that over time will deteriorate, that doesn't create great society or culture off the back of it. You need to create beauty. The great cities in the world invest in creating beauty, and that's what we need to do in Sydney. Having said that, I'm not saying that
apartment blocks, aren't they? Why is it a monstrosity?
Oh, I think the design of those
what would you know
of those
about
units
architecture?
I'm the in-house resident architect for the New South Wales government.
I think you're
and I have views in relation to that. And I know that if you simply just create, look at what happened in Ryde.
How are those buildings that are falling down?
This is bad news for housing affordability.
No,
but can I move on to say,
Mr. Latham, I've said to you, there is you've got to get the balance right. I'm accepting the proposition you're putting in the question in respect of minimising costs. Those issues are not mutually exclusive. We are doing everything we can to drive housing affordability in this state. It's incredibly important. We need to do a lot more in unlocking supply. We've put to the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund greater investment in making sure that infrastructure is available to drive housing development in our state. And I've set the Planning Minister a target of the construction of new homes in New South Wales.
We've got rising development costs because of your government's policies. We've got rising building costs because of the labour shortages. We've got rising interest rates. The average stamp duty burden up front in Sydney is over $50,000. Why are you failing to act on your stamp duty proposals to give people a choice? Why is it just a thought bubble, unacted?
We're about to introduce legislation which is opposed by our friends in the Labor Party.
When's that coming in?
Very shortly. We announced it, as you'd be aware. We announced in the budget that we would be providing first home buyers a choice in either paying upfront stamp duty or paying an annual amount. Now, this reform will be introduced into the Parliament shortly. I understand the legislation is being drafted, or it's certainly coming to the end of its drafting, and it will be introduced by the Treasurer this year.
Okay, by the end of this year. Well, that's good.
Well, I would think very shortly, and I look forward to sitting down with the Shadow Treasurer here in New South Wales and convincing him of the merits of the proposal. I mean, Labor are standing in the way.
With that. No,
Labor is standing in the way of first home buyers getting access to their home, and they stand in the way of choice.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. But look, we need to talk about the second big economic issue. Have you seen the AEMO forecast about blackouts in New South Wales in 25-26?
Well, they're not in front of me.
And do you realise that those forecasts are confirmed by advice to the Energy Minister by his own officials held in the Mookie Library? SO52 documents are showing that AEMO and the advice to Minister Keane are blackouts in New South Wales after the closure of Eraring. Doesn't it point to the fact that your electricity roadmap is a complete disaster, and on your watch, the lights are going to go out in New South Wales, driving down business confidence and investment?
No, I reject that proposition.
Well, what are you doing to keep the lights on, giving the forecast of AEMO and your own officials?
We will continue, as we always have, working very closely with industry. There is no doubt that we are transitioning our energy here in the state, around the country and around the world, and we need to do so in a sustainable way that preserves supply and puts downward pressure on prices. And I am focused on achieving that end, and that's not dissimilar to other countries around the world. But Mr. Latham, also make the point. The transition here needs to be done in a sustainable way that preserves supply, but at the same time there's a significant economic opportunity as well in moving to a renewable future. And I know that we probably disagree on this, but for example, I'll go back to the
rhetoric.
No, it's not rhetoric. It's not rhetoric.
The lights on. Are you going to build a new gas peaking plant urgently needed in New South Wales to fill the supply gap?
The energy minister
post 25.
The energy minister is working very closely on that. As I said, the outcome that we will obtain is continuing to maintain supply and put downward pressure on electricity prices, not just, as you said, for businesses, but also for families around the state. It is a significant concern, particularly in a higher inflationary environment when wage growth is slow, that we provide cost of living support and ensure there's as much downward pressure on electricity prices as possible. At the same time, we are moving to we are transitioning to a renewable future, and we need to do so through our roadmap in a way that maintains supply, puts downward pressure on prices, and ensures at the end of it, there's a great opportunity for our people, and that's what our renewable energy zones are all about.
Why are electricity prices going up now under your watch?
Privatisation.
Well, get all this propaganda about privatisation.
Well,
I did.
Sorry?
That's completely incorrect. Look at that.
Electricity prices are going up.
That only impacts the network price.
That's the reality.
That's a complete fallacy.
Electricity prices are going up.
That's a complete fallacy.
So
how is it to do anything with privatisation?
Got nothing to do with privatisation. It's got to do with the mismanagement of the network and too much solar.
Premier, do you recognise that Minister Keane's forecast of $115
This is an independent
electricity price reduction for households, $415 for businesses?
No, because it's incorrect.
It's not going to be realised.
It's incorrect, and it's a fallacy that the Labor Party continue to prosecute that you're adopting in the Greens. That's completely wrong.
No distractions. Do you recognise that Keane's forecast, $115 electricity price reduction for households, $415 for business, is not going to be fulfilled? The prices are going in the opposite direction?
Well, that's not the advice that I've received.
You think
Don't you pay electricity bills? I just got mine.
Prices by $415?
I've just got my electricity bill. It's going up.
Yeah, but
think they're going
and are you saying that's unique to? Are you saying that's unique to New South Wales?
No. We're asking about your policy.
It's unique to your
commitment
policies.
by your minister to bring the prices down. You said that 2 years ago. Why have they gone up?
Well, I'll take advice on that and come back to you.
Okay. Well, on a third issue, the disastrous economic impact of the train strikes, which are punishing workers and commuters across Sydney. Is it time to recognise that these strikes are political in nature, that they are trying to buy favourable public policy treatment at the expense of workers and people just wanting to get to their job? Why shouldn't we register the union as a lobbyist organisation and have the Electoral Commission ensure that they declare their financial contributions to political parties and their staffing contributions at election time so they're on an equal footing with other organisations?
What a great question. What a great question. Well,
or the workers who just want to get to the
workers.
job.
So I'll
like
answer
me.
that. I'll answer that in a couple of ways. Firstly, firstly, I will say that I will certainly look into the registration of unions as you ask in the question. I am deeply concerned. I am deeply concerned about the connection and the conflicts of interest that arise particularly from donations from the public sector unions to the New South Wales Labor Party and the outcomes that arise from that. We have a situation in New South Wales where people right across our state are being inconvenienced by these strikes and industrial action supported by the New South Wales Labor Party. In addition to that, that doesn't just affect parents trying to get to work and kids trying to get to school and the small businesses that have been operating in Sydney through a very difficult time over the last 2 years. We have a situation where the RTBU provides around $850,000 in donations to Labor, and the question has to be asked, what is the outcome and the benefit that the Labor Party receive from those donations? Aside from in addition to the fact that you raise the manning of booths and the like from those respective unions, I would say the equivalent would be if a prohibited donor such as Stockland provided $800,000 to the New South Wales Liberal Party, and the planning minister intervened by writing to the Land and Environment Court in respect of a matter
Are you honestly trying to take the high ground?
Okay, so we're going to have to come back to this. Premier, I've let you answer the question, but we're now in the Greens' time. We'll come back to it.
I'll finish my sentence. That I believe there is a serious corruption risk and conflict of interest between public sector donations to the New South Wales Labor Party.
Goodness. Are you honestly, Premier, trying to take the high ground on corruption at this point?
There's been no Premier who has put more integrity measures in place in the New South Wales government than I have in less than 12 months.
At what point do you accept that your political party is fundamentally broken in terms of conflicts of interest, scandals? I mean, we could list them, Sidoti, Ward, Johnson. We could talk about Ayres, obviously, Barilaro, Daryl Maguire, Gladys Berejiklian. We could go on and on and on. Your only response so far has been to point at a few people as being bad apples rather than to actually implement systemic reform. Are you honestly taking the high ground here and claiming that there's some form of corruption going on with the unions?
You don't. I guess you can't see what is blatantly obvious, Miss Boyd. Substantial donations from the union movement to the Labor Party and the outcomes that are obtained by that is deeply concerning.
So
and the conflicts of interest.
Okay.
I'm actually very uncomfortable generally with donations to political parties at all, because the questions naturally arise, the outcomes that are obtained by donations. But through the history, I'll answer the question. Through the history of this state, over time, we have through this government and previous governments prohibited certain donations being
with great
made.
Thanks to the efforts of the Greens in many cases over the last 20 years.
Congratulations on the involvement that you've had in cleaning up politics.
Yeah, exactly.
But I would say, but I don't understand how you can't see that there is a substantial conflict of interest between significant amounts of money being paid by the unions to the New South Wales Labor Party and the outcome that could be obtained by that. How do you not?
I'm not in favour of any of these large donations.
So you can't see
what I'm asking you, Premier, is in the context, for example, of Transurban still giving the Liberal Party $30,000 to attend a dinner. These are the amount of donations that are going to the New South Wales Liberal Party on the disclosures. Yes, the state Liberal Party in the form of indirect donations.
Ms. Boyd, I agree.
why is this stuff still continuing? Why do we have ministers?
Well, we've moved obviously to a greater approach in relation to public funding, and it's something I will continue to look at, because I'm deeply uncomfortable with the connection between donations to political parties, whether you're in government or whether you're in opposition. But the largest donor to political parties in this state and in this country are to the Labor Party. You just had the RTBU, who is providing significant financial support to Labor, have a minister in the federal government write to the Fair Work Commission in the midst of an industrial action that affects the RTBU, and the Greens and Labor think there is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
This is a fascinating line of attack from you,
Why is it only me who sees the conflict of interest that arises from those donations and the outcome? As I said, what Tony Burke did.
Sorry, Premier, if I could just direct the question.
Can I go back to the integrity?
Because this is quite a remarkable new line of attack from you, that you are now using.
Do the Greens receive donations from the unions?
No, we don't.
Who do you receive donations from?
No, the New South Wales Greens takes only donations from
everybody, I've
individuals.
got a point of order from Mr. Mookie.
Yeah, mums and dads and kids care about the
This
planet.
conversation that's happening across the table, but I need to hear this point of order. Excuse me, Premier. Excuse me, Ms. Boyd. Mr. Mookie.
Just perhaps the Premier should allow members to ask questions.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll do a general warning for the first time. I'm sure it won't be the last. One at a time. Question followed by answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you haven't received any donations from the unions?
Of course they
No, we don't receive any donations from
That's
the
good.
unions. Okay.
That's
However, we do fully support the current strike, because we do believe in collective action, and we also believe
you're
in
entitled
workers,
to.
and we believe in workers getting a fair wage.
What about the workers who are being affected by the strikes?
At what point do you acknowledge that it is your systemic underpaying of these workers through the salary cap, through all of the last however many years, 11 years of coalition government, that has led to workers having no choice but to stand up for their rights in order to get a better deal?
Okay, Ms. Boyd, I completely reject the proposition in your question. If you look at wages in New South Wales over the last decade, when we brought the wages cap in either 2011 or 2012, was it 2011, 2012? 2012. That was at a point in time where public sector wages were increasing at a much higher rate than private sector wages. That was back in 2011, 2012.
Why did you put the cap on if it wasn't to artificially suppress wage growth?
I'm trying to finish the question, my answer to the question. Post 2012, so over the last decade, in the main, public sector wages have increased at a greater rate than private sector wages. Let's not forget, and that's also been over that period of time, in the main.
We're talking about flatlining wage growth across the board.
No, that is not true, and that has been at a greater rate. The pay increases in the public service have been at a greater rate than inflation.
Why did you put the cap on if it wasn't to suppress wage growth?
But wage growth in New South Wales during that period of time has been greater than other states and territories. In fact, the Labor government in Western Australia, whilst they were delivering surpluses off the back of our GST, the poor GST deal, had actually frozen wages. Now, what we're seeing in New South Wales... No, let me finish. What we're seeing
It's a very long answer, Premier.
It's incredibly important, because the assertions that you make in the question are incorrect. The wage growth in New South Wales has exceeded, in terms of the public service, has exceeded other states. Now, what we're seeing at the moment, no doubt, to the point in your question, is a higher inflationary environment. And a tougher wage environment.
Cost of living is skyrocketing for these people.
For everybody. And who pays? And under the Greens policy, you would rip money out of the hard-working mums and dads.
We would rip money away from fossil fuel subsidies.
Where do you think the money comes from?
We would take it away from all the developer subsidies.
It's not my money, Ms. Boyd. The money comes from the taxpayers of New South Wales, who are in an environment of a higher inflationary environment with lower wage growth.
That's right. Instead of providing for those people, Premier, what you've done instead is give lots of money to lots of other types of organisations and businesses. It's do not make out.
Which one do you have an issue?
Make out
Which
that
one do you have an
somehow
issue with?
giving people a fair wage means that you're, somehow taking money from schools and hospitals. That is not the case.
Okay, so
what we're talking about is a budget that you have presided over that
Very
has
strong budgets.
favoured the big end of town and corporations and left people like the 431,000 public sector workers without a fair wage. And then you get upset when they take to the streets or when they strike to complain about that.
Okay.
What else are they supposed to do in this environment, Premier?
A question or a statement. I'm entitled to respond, and I will. I've made it very clear that when it comes to wages in New South Wales, we have the leading policy in the country, I think, outside of Queensland, who just matched us. When it comes to wage growth in the public service, as the state's leading employer, I want to see wages higher, right across the board, right across the state.
You might get an actual fair wage.
No, that is not what. If you remove the cap, Miss Boyd, what you will have is a situation where you strip money out of the household,
fossil fuel companies, out of all of the other people that you're giving millions and millions of dollars towards.
Out of mums
you take
and dads,
their taxes and you use it to subsidise the fossil fuel industry.
What you would like to do in the Greens is give greater pay rises to the public servants at the expense of everybody else across New South Wales.
That is just not correct.
Yes,
if you were a better financial manager, you would be able to pay a fair wage to the public sector workers while also continuing to provide all of the essential services across this state.
We just had our AAA credit rating reaffirmed by Moody's yesterday. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We had our AAA credit rating.
On Credit Watch.
We had our AAA credit rating reaffirmed.
Anyway, it's irrelevant.
You've seen a similar state in Victoria, which has been downgraded.
Yeah. The credit rating is not an indication of quality of life in this state. It is an indication of the ability to repay debt, regardless of what it does to people in this state.
And if you look at the strong budgets we've handed down, we've turned around the New South Wales economy. We've gone through drought, bushfires,
we still have one in like 6 children in poverty, Premier.
And a pandemic.
We still have over 13% of people in New South Wales in poverty.
Is in a very strong position. Now, when it comes to wages, I've made it very clear. Our approach is fair, reasonable, provides support.
At what point do you admit that you've got this wrong, Premier?
Provides support.
Premier.
We have the leading wage position in the country outside of Queensland, who only recently increased their wages above New South Wales. And I'm very proud of our track record. But Miss Boyd, I need, as Premier and formerly as Treasurer, to balance the competing interests of the state. As I said, this is not my money, it's taxpayer money.
13% of people in poverty.
Okay, so we're in the opposition's time now.
People right across New South Wales
Thanks to both of you.
are struggling with the cost of living, and the New South Wales government's public sector wages policy is nation leading.
The opposition.
You failed.
Premier, let's restore some civility here, why don't we?
What's your view on the wages cut?
Well, my view on the matter is that if Stephen Cartwright deserves $100,000, perhaps we can get back to that matter. Premier, when Mr. Cartwright was chosen for the job,
yes,
there was already another person who was successfully chosen, had that role, and in fact was already in salary negotiations. And that person is a guy called Paul Webster, who is our Trade and Investment Commissioner, and there's certainly no reflections on him or his character, far from it. But were you told that Paul Webster had been offered the job and salary negotiations had commenced in February last year, when you were having conversations with Mr. Pratt about the role?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did the Treasury provide you with a brief, or your office with a brief, around the 10th of February last year that informed your office that Paul Webster was the preferred candidate for the role and negotiations were being commenced with him?
No. Not that I'm aware, I'll take that on notice.
Did you make any inquiries at the time that Mr. Cartwright was appointed, which was a process led by your department, about why it was that Mr. Webster was effectively shunted aside and Mr. Cartwright given a late entry into the process?
Why would I make inquiries of something that I was not aware of?
You're telling me that you made no inquiries into the choice to allow Mr. Cartwright a late entry despite having conversations with Mr. Pratt.
I was not aware of that.
So you're telling me that Mr. Pratt told you that he was interested in the role, but he never told you that they were going to reopen the selection process to allow Mr. Cartwright to apply. That's your evidence?
Yeah, so let's get some clarity here. I was the treasurer, the cluster lead at that point in time. I would have weekly meetings with Mr. Pratt, the then Treasury Secretary, on a range of matters. I was aware that Mr. Cartwright had applied or was applying for a job. I'm not aware of issues in relation to Mr. Paul Webster. If you're saying that there was an advice in relation to the 10th of February that he was a preferred candidate, I'll take that on notice, but that's not something that I was aware of.
So I just want to give you another opportunity to put me in my place on this matter.
I would never do that.
Of course not. It never occurred to you. But you're telling me that Mike Pratt and you were discussing Stephen Cartwright's potential interest in the role.
Not substantively.
But he never told you that they were going to reopen the process, allow Mr. Cartwright to apply late, then choose him for the job and then push aside Mr. Webster. That's seriously your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. At any point after 31st March last year, did Mr. Pratt inform you that Mr. Cartwright was to be, or solicit your views as to the appropriateness of Mr. Cartwright as our agent general to the United Kingdom and Europe?
He may have. I mean, he was the Treasury Secretary, and that we would have weekly discussions in relation to matters that were relevant. And I was certainly aware that Mr. Cartwright applied for the job. I had known Mr. Cartwright in his capacity as the former head of Business New South Wales. He was also, from my recollection, a member of the Customer Service Advisory Committee for Service New South Wales, as somebody who, when these roles have kind of two elements to them, firstly, having an understanding of the jurisdiction in which the Trade Commissioner would be placed, but also an understanding of businesses in New South Wales who may be wanting to access export markets. He seems certainly like a very good candidate to apply for that job.
Why was your office on the 8th of February 2021 asking Treasury for an update on the recruitment of the AG's position in London?
I'll take that on notice.
We have emails from your advisors seeking that update. So the events that have been put before us show quite clearly on the 8th of February 2021, your office was making inquiries about what was going on with the stick rolls. You have no idea, are you saying that you have no idea that was taking place?
No, as I made it clear, in relation to my engagement, you might recall and in that period of time, we were in the midst of a significant pandemic. My role and my complete focus as Treasurer of the State was to ensure that we recovered the over 100,000 jobs that we lost, and we kept every business going through that difficult time. Now, as Treasury were engaged in the recruitment process for those roles, it would be not uncommon for the Treasury Secretary to engage with me or my office and provide updates from time to time.
To be clear here, no one is suggesting that it's inappropriate for the Secretary of the Treasury to be providing you updates. I'm interested in why your office was asking for them on the 8th of February. And I want to put to you that did your Chief of Staff get specific advice on the 9th of February 2021 that Mr. Webster was the preferred candidate for the role on the 9th of February? And then I'll put to you the 10th
I'll take
February.
that on notice.
Then let me put to you the next day as well. On the 10th of February, did you yourself find out about Mr. Webster being chosen for the role?
No, I have. It was not until this became public recently that I had any knowledge of a Mr. Paul Webster. The name does not have any recollection to me. So,
but Premier, the reason I'm putting this to you is because the pattern of conduct that your office engaged in is almost identical to the conduct Mr. Ayres is engaged in, which led to his dismissal. That is ministers involving themselves in matters which they may not be able to.
No, I think you misunderstand here. The appointment of the Trade Commissioner for the Agent General and the Trade Commissioner role to the position in Japan and Korea were cabinet appointments. So,
well, there's a question mark as to whether that's
I accept
right.
that. I accept that. But the public service are running a process in Treasury under the view that these were cabinet appointments. For example, as the Treasurer and the cluster lead, I signed the brief for that appointment to go to the cabinet based on the advice from Treasury.
Well, it's fair to say, Premier, you make a valid point, right? That your cabinet was at that point,
for those two positions,
was operating on the misapprehension that they were cabinet appointments, and that's a valid point. That your cabinet.
That's the advice we received.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that, but actually that's probably the right way to bring in the next aspect.
Yeah.
What is clear though is that Mr. Barilaro brings a cabinet submission to formalise that position, that all stick positions should be cabinet appointments.
Well, clearly there had been an issue because...
Let me get to the question, Premier.
Yeah, sorry.
He lodges this submission on the 16th of September last year. Cabinet agrees to it on the 27th. 11 days. It's a remarkable turnaround. Did you speak to Mr. Barilaro about his efforts to upend the stick processes by bringing that cabinet submission, and did you give your agreement to his proposal?
To the proposal for?
To turn these into ministerial appointments.
Well, I think there was already a view that these matters were ministerial appointments because that was the process that was occurring. Now, Mr. Barilaro was the Trade Minister at the time. In leadership, we would have had discussions in relation to upcoming cabinet agendas, and there was an overwhelming view that these matters should be matters to be determined by the cabinet.
So you agreed with Mr. Barilaro effectively?
Yeah, I believe that the matters, I agreed with his advice, and I think we all shared the view, including, well, I'm not going to discuss cabinet matters.
Don't worry, everybody else has. You should too.
Well, I know they have, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't be discussing cabinet matters in committees. It is wrong. People should not discuss cabinet matters. What I can say is outside of cabinet, there was a leadership discussion in relation to the way that these roles should be appointed. And I shared that, outside of cabinet, I shared that view. I'm not going to talk about what happens in relation to cabinet deliberations, and no one else should either.
What's remarkable about that, Premier, is that your cabinet does agree to turn these into ministerial appointments. It does it on the 27th of September last year.
Of what?
September last year.
Yeah.
And then on the 5th of September, your deputy leader at the time, Mr. Ayres, basically ignores it and goes, you know what, the entire cabinet is of that view, but I don't need to implement it. I'm not going to implement it. And he doesn't implement it. And then he says that he took it to a leadership group meeting around the 8th of November, and that's just in the head review.
So who was that?
Stuart Ayres says this. Do you recollect at a leadership meeting or a meeting of the strategy committee of your cabinet agreeing with Minister Ayres that he could set aside that decision of cabinet and effectively allow the public service to continue the recruitment of the Americas and the China position? Did you give your agreement to Minister Ayres on that point?
So my understanding is you're not referring to a leadership meeting, you're referring to a strategy subcommittee meeting of cabinet.
Well, I think you might be right in that respect.
So that's cabinet.
I'm referring to a strategy cabinet committee. Well, it is, except for the fact that it's also part of the head review. And the head report says quite clearly, Minister Ayres says he shouldn't have lost his job because he told you and the other members of the strategy committee that he was setting aside that decision, and you all but agreed to it. So, given that Minister Ayres has lost his job over this, given that we know that this discussion took place as a result of your government releasing the head review, I'm asking you quite clearly, why did your government fail to carry out its own decision to turn these into ministerial appointments?
Well, I think it's clear in the head review that from former Minister Ayres' perspective, that he believed that there had been a decision in respect of those matters becoming decisions of under the GSC Act. I think it's pretty clear in the head review, and the recruitment process continued for the subsequent appointments following that approach. Now, on receipt of the head review, on receipt of the head review, I also sought out a review in relation to Minister Ayres.
Yeah, we'll get to that, Premier, but I'm asking you, I'm going to read you specifically from the head review.
Yep.
It says this: the former Minister for Trade, the Honourable Stuart Ayres MP, indicated to me that he believes that the 8 November meeting had the effect of overturning this policy. That is a policy of conversion.
Yeah.
There's no ambiguity about this. Your government agreed to this. That cabinet submission led to the process that Mr Barilaro benefited from when he was appointed. And you're telling me that you have no recollection of that discussion whatsoever?
No. So I accept that. I accept the finding in the head review that says at 1.2.5, while it is the case that the Strategy Committee of Cabinet, which is the Cabinet Committee, received an update on the issue of stick appointments on 8th of November, there is no decision recorded that explicitly overturns the previous policy, neither was there a formal submission seeking to do so.
So when Mr Barilaro was appointed...
But I'm not going to discuss with you deliberations of the Cabinet.
Well, the rest of your colleagues will, but I take you won't, so I'll move on.
Well, I can't.
Fair enough. But what I'm trying to understand, Premier, is that when your government announces Mr Barilaro's appointment at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday afternoon a week before the budget, why weren't you up in arms about the fact that it didn't come to Cabinet? Because if we're to believe your version of events, it should have. And so rather than you immediately launching an investigation into why your deputy leader had ignored a Cabinet decision, you get up on Monday and defend Mr Barilaro. You go out then and tell the entire people of New South Wales how good he was for the role and why it's right for public service. So far from you sort of indicating any opposition to this, you embrace Mr Barilaro's candidacy. What I'm trying to understand is if it is the case that Minister Ayres ignored your Cabinet's decision, why wasn't he sacked on that day, and why instead were you endorsing and championing Mr Barilaro from that Monday?
Because that's not the advice that I received. Former Minister Ayres advised me in relation to the fact that Mr Barilaro had been successful in the application process for that role. I think we may have even had a conversation, or the Secretary, there was provided advice in relation to that. Minister Ayres raised with me that the appointment had been, that he'd gone through the recruitment process and had been successful. It was then, we then subsequently, the government announced the appointment, and I was asked...
You endorsed it?
Of course I endorsed it.
And but we also have Ms Brown telling us that she only made the decision to proceed with Mr Barilaro's appointment because Stuart Ayres had told the leadership group around May that he was a successful candidate and no one raised any objections. So were you told in May that Mr Barilaro was the man for the America's job?
I'll have to check in terms of timing. What I know...
When did you find out?
Well, I'll check the date for you.
But when did you... Was the first time you found out when Minister Ayres announced it on the press release, or did you know before? He announced it on the 18th of June.
Days before the budget.
Friday, 4:30 p.m. it was.
Yep.
Was that the first time you learnt about Mr Barilaro was the person for the role?
No, there was some time before that former Minister Ayres had advised myself and the Deputy Premier that Mr Barilaro was successful.
You and the Deputy Premier?
I'm pretty sure that was the case, but I'll have to check.
And so at that point, when you're told by Mr Ayres, and as is Mr Toole, it didn't occur to you to go, gee, there's a problem with this is going to create a perception problem, it may well derail my government. Never thought occurred to you?
No, but the advice. Well,
isn't that terrible judgment on your behalf?
I reject the proposition in the question.
You don't think it's derogatory government?
Hold on. If there's a recruitment process that's in place, people are entitled to apply for those positions.
Do you think John Barilaro has been the victim of all this?
No. My view in relation to this is it's been incredibly disappointing that the recruitment process that was established had flaws. I think that's incredibly clear, as set out in the head review,
well,
and that shouldn't have occurred. Now, people have an opportunity as private citizens to apply for positions. That should be welcome. I have said before that the former Deputy Premier, as you are aware, was a former trade minister in this state. You raise Mr. Stephen Cartwright. He is somebody who was the head of Business New South Wales for many years. When people have a requisite skill set, they should be able to apply for jobs. I thought,
Premier, if you had your time over again, would you appoint John Barilaro to the New York position?
It wasn't a decision for me to make the appointment, Ms. Sharp. It was a matter for the public service, as we are aware through the Graham Head review.
Mr. Barilaro has said that the flawed process you've described has meant that he feels he's the victim of all this. He says, I'm the victim. Do you agree that John Barilaro is the victim of all this?
I think, as Mr. Barilaro has pointed out, if he had his time again, he wouldn't have applied for the job. He was not to know, we were not to know, that the process was flawed in relation to the recruitment. That's why, Mr.
That's
Mookie,
contentious. You're honestly telling me...
That's why, Mr. Mookie, when the head review eventually was produced after many weeks, which was, what was it? 6 weeks.
Well, we tried to do our best to get to the bottom of it for you, Premier.
Well, that was interesting because more information was coming out in the upper house inquiry whilst my independent review was taking place. In fact, I think that may have actually impacted on the...
And look, can I just
but anyway,
you're welcome to come to the inquiry as well, anytime you want. Anytime you want to come.
My position in relation to attendance.
What I want to ask you, Premier, are you going to let... I need to move on. Okay. You've outlined Mr. McClintock has now undertaking an investigation into Stuart Ayres' conduct under the Ministerial Code.
Yes.
Are you going to let Stuart Ayres back into your cabinet if that investigation clears him?
Well, that's a hypothetical. I haven't seen the review that Mr. McClintock is...
Was the review sent to your office this morning?
No.
When are you expecting was the review sent to your office, the DPC, this morning?
No, the review is due by the close of today, and we expect to receive it from...
They might even walk it in.
Can you check whether your office has received it this morning?
Have you got spy cams or something?
No.
What have you got?
It hasn't been received?
It hasn't been provided.
So you're telling me that should that report clear him this afternoon, are you going to release the report this afternoon?
I'm going to read it. I'm going to reflect on it, and I will respond.
Well, I'm probably going to read it and reflect on it too.
You're going to
you probably get these reports
I will read on it
in a more timely way than I do.
I will read on it and I will reflect on it. But what I'm asking you is, should that investigation clear him, don't you think that it would be a terrible look for you to restore him to cabinet? And all but saying that you can engage in this jobs for the boys style behaviour, involve yourself in a process in which you have no business, take a 2-week period in the sin bin and then get yourself back into the cabinet under your government?
No, I think a couple of things. Firstly, the question involves a hypothetical. I haven't seen or received the review from Mr. McClintock.
Have you seen a draft?
No.
Has Mr. Kutstrotter?
No. Have you received the draft?
We've been providing Secretariat support to Mr. McClintock through that process, so I've seen a document in that process, but it wasn't and isn't the final report.
Oh, yes, you've seen a draft?
Yes.
I have not seen a draft. I've not seen the document.
And I've not spoken to the Premier about the draft.
We might pick this up.
We'll have to come back to this, Mr. Borzak.
Premier, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm going to raise the issue of the Powerhouse Museum and the whole boondoggle project that thing has developed into.
How good is it going to be for Parramatta?
A complete disaster, as you know.
Not great.
It's a capital expenditure deep hole that you can't
You've been asking this question for years.
Well, you at one stage actually said, and I quote, the Powerhouse Museum at Ultimo saved. Well, of course, that's not the situation now, as you know, and if you don't know that, then you're out of touch.
Why do you say that?
Well, I'll get to it. Why is the government spending $500 million or $500 million on a knockdown, build-it-higher development of the Powerhouse in Ultimo to turn it into an ill-defined Ultimo Creative Industries precinct, yet another commercially driven, flaccid, state-subsidised infrastructure project? It is no longer going to be the Powerhouse Museum. All the big exhibits are in the process of being moved out of there now.
Yeah, so my view, Mr. Borzak, and I'll get some information for you specifically and take details on notice. But from an overarching perspective, my view at the time, as you recall, was that I didn't see in my former capacity as treasurer, I didn't see that there was merit in simply moving everything to Parramatta. Parramatta deserved a world-class museum, as did
Parramatta is not a museum. It's not even called that anymore. Havilar's evidence yesterday demonstrated all of that. A lot of stuff.
In what way?
Well, it's simply not even called a museum anymore. The established
Parramatta.
museum,
Parramatta.
the established museum at Ultimo.
Oh, Ultimo.
Okay, also will no longer be a museum. The word museum will be removed from its title. That's what's happening. Who made the decision that contradicts the now Premier, that's you, announcement on the 4th of July that the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo was going to be retained and renewed? Why has the word museum been removed from the project's title?
Well, a couple of things.
This is happening, isn't it?
So from my understanding, and I'll take the details of this on notice and come back to you, because my view was that we should have a world-class museum in Parramatta and a world-class museum in Ultimo. I made that commitment as treasurer because not just simply because I didn't like the concept of moving the collection from Ultimo to Parramatta, but there was so much in storage in those museums, particularly in the Castle Hill facility, that I believe that we should maintain a strong presence in Ultimo. Now,
You guys were going to sell it off.
What was that?
It's not going to happen.
What are you saying?
The original plan was that you were going to sell off the Powerhouse.
No, as treasurer, Ms. Sharp,
Yeah, but now
my
you're the
view,
Premier.
my view was that we should have two great museums. I know you disagreed with the idea of setting up a Powerhouse Museum in Parramatta, and as you know quite well, I had concerns in relation to that project in my previous capacity, but ultimately now I believe that we should have two museums. Now, in relation to the presence in Ultimo, Mr. Borzak, in relation to the presence, I will look into that for you. But I'm unaware of what was said yesterday by Ms. Havilar in relation to...
Ms. Havilar spent, under questioning from Mr. Graham, spent a lot of time talking about the numbers,
what did she say?
expenditure.
How many staff do you have? Do people not read the transcripts?
Well, I'm sorry that the Ultimo Powerhouse Museum is not the top thing on my list right now in the matters of that are affecting the people of New South Wales.
So Zetland design.
That's important. That's important.
You're keen on that one, didn't you?
That's good. But what? So just explain to me what the substantive issue that you have in relation to the Ultimo presence is.
The substantive issue is that the Powerhouse at Ultimo has not been saved. The major exhibits are in the process of being moved out. The building will be fundamentally demolished. and what will be left will not be a museum anymore. And those major exhibits which are being moved out in theory to Castle Hill and other places, and no one really knows exactly how much it's going to cost to even move them and restore them, probably will never come back there because there is no facility for them to come back in the current design concepts. This is a creative arts precinct that's been created.
Well, that is not my. That is not, Mr. Borzak. That is not my expectation at all. When I
that may be what you believe, but that's not actually what's happening.
Well, I'm the Premier.
Well, fix it.
Yes. Well, well, I will, because my decision at the time, and I remember it very clearly, and I had a press conference actually.
That's right.
In the Powerhouse Museum.
When you brought the
brought Harwin back.
Brought Harwin
yes,
back.
it was Minister Harwin's first press conference. I remember it very, very well.
And when we questioned Mr. Harwin about it, he said he was surprised.
Well, we needed to keep the social distancing because we were in.
Pauline was back from Elba.
What was that?
Pauline had returned.
No,
from Elba,
but
really?
I think, Mr. Borzak, I was very clear. I was very clear at the
Obviously,
time
they're not listening
in relation
to you,
to my
they?
expectation that the Powerhouse Museum, we would have a presence in Parramatta and we would have a presence in Ultimo. And the decision that we made saved that presence in Ultimo because I was concerned that we should be, well, my view is we should be opening more museums, not closing them down.
Catalina is being taken down in the next month or so, and it will go to Castle Hill, and in my view, will never return.
Well, why is that a conspiracy theory, or is that based on any evidence?
It's not a conspiracy theory.
But
the
you've
place
just
is being dismantled prior to destruction.
Well, I will take this on notice. I appreciate you raising it. My strong view has been and continues to be that there'll be a strong museum presence at Ultimo, and that would, if that has changed, that's a deviation. That's a deviation from government policy.
It's a creative arts precinct. It's no longer an industry museum. It's been changed. While you've been looking after the big picture in the state, doing all the very important things, this particular project has basically blown the best part of $2 billion worth of this government's money on a vanity project, a boondoggle project that was a brain fart from a previous premier. While you were looking after the finances, he was busy wandering around the Parramatta River thinking, what can I possibly do here? And we've ended up in that, or with that building, despite the destruction of a heritage house, no longer a museum. It cannot cater for the major exhibits that are being moved out of Ultimo.
Which one are you talking about? Parramatta?
Well, you've actually got 3 sites now, and the only one in the end that will actually have any of these exhibits in storage will be Castle Hill. The other 2 are just commercial creative arts precincts. They're no longer museums.
So I'll address it this way. I accept the points you're raising. I'm not going to confirm whether that's correct because I'm not aware of that. You've got a view that somehow we're not going to move exhibits back into Ultimo. Well, the government decision at the time, and I know it very well, and I remember that morning very well, and that was that the Ultimo site would be saved. In fact, I remember speaking to the Lord Mayor of Sydney.
I don't think she'd be very happy with what.
No, she wouldn't, because she'd raised this with me. She'd raised this with me numerous times. I agreed with her position, and I made the change. I remember speaking to the then Premier in relation to my view in respect of saving the Powerhouse Museum at Ultimo, and that was a decision the government made. So if someone somewhere in the depths of the public service has decided to take a different approach, well, I will be redirecting them back to the approach that we announced.
Well, that will be interesting because someone in the depths of the public service, as directed perhaps by the Minister at the time, there have been at least 4 or 5 business cases prepared on these projects, whether it's Parramatta, whether it's Ultimo, and how it all works in relation to Castle Hill as well, that we have not been able to see. I think out of the 5 business cases, and I don't think any of them come up to a figure of 1 in the justification of it.
Yes, but you're too much into the economics, Mr. Borzak. We've spoken with the Greens here. There's a greater societal impact. We can't just measure things in BCRs and say that the economic benefit should be the only thing we focus on.
That's not what you would argue when you were treasurer.
That is not.
Now you've completely flipped the.
He joined the Premier.
I was the treasurer who made the agreement. government to keep the museum at Ultimo.
Is that how you lost the AAA?
It just got reaffirmed.
Premier, let's not switch to vaudeville.
We're talking about
Let's stick with the hard dollar
We're talking
approach
about
that you've always
museums and
taken
culture
when
in
you were
cities.
treasurer. Let's stick with the
Look at the
hard
Sydney
dollar
Modern,
approach.
like it's
This is a
everywhere.
vanity project that isn't working.
Which one?
Which one?
Exactly. That's a fair
No, which museum?
That is a fair question.
You're interchanging. You're interchanging.
You're gonna have to narrow it
You're
down.
interchanging both museums.
Well,
which
look,
which
my
one?
ti-
Which
Premier,
one
my
do you
time's up.
substantiate?
I will come back to this because
Can you just
obviously you're
answer? Can
enjoying
you
this
just
and so
answer?
am I.
Which one do you have a problem with?
vanity project you were
We'll come back to that question, Ms Boyd.
When are you going to are you going to Allianz? The one that you opposed?
I'm asking questions now. So, Premier, let's talk about something that perhaps you do see as being a little bit more important. Why is New South Wales one of only 2 states in Australia not to adopt the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards?
I don't know. I'll look into it.
So when I asked you this in November last year, we had a big chat about it, and you said, quote, "I will look at it. I was unaware of that," end quote. I said, "Could you look at that?" And you said, "I will take that on notice and I will look at it." And then I got an answer back saying, "Questions in relation to this should be directed to the Minister for Innovation and Better Regulation."
Oh, I did it.
You didn't do it.
I did.
Do you think it's appropriate?
I'm not Scott Morrison here. I don't run every single ministry. I have ministers to do their jobs.
As funny as that is, Premier, do you acknowledge that you have a duty to provide for the 1.2 million people in this state with a disability?
Yes.
Right.
We have led the way when it comes to the NDIS and its
So why on earth would your government not adopt the minimum accessibility standards under the National Construction Code like the ACT is, like Victoria, like Queensland? Why would we be the only state other than Western Australia to not provide the most basic minimum standards for new builds?
And I will take that on notice, and this time, in relation to the question...
This time you'll actually look into it?
No, this time I will actually provide you with an answer from me.
Okay, I would appreciate that, but I would also appreciate it if you could have done it a lot earlier, because now it was only a week and a half ago.
What did the minister say? Did you ask the minister?
So I have asked both and I've been asking this exact question at every budget estimates of all of these ministers and yourself, and everyone tells me they'll take it on notice. So I asked Minister McLaren-Jones, I asked Minister Coure, I have been asking the previous ministers for building, basically the building ministers, whatever you call them at the time, fair trading or whatever, and I've been asking yourself. I think I've even asked the Treasurer a few times about this because it is completely nonsensical.
Is specifically just in relation to housing, or it's...
So this is for new builds. This is really basic stuff. This is providing minimum standards to allow people, not just people with disability and other mobility needs, but people to age in place. So this is new buildings with corridors wide enough to fit a wheelchair through, with bathrooms not that have railings, but that are strong enough on the walls to have railings put in later. This is really basic stuff. Everyone else is doing it. And yet we're not doing it. The perfect time to do it was when we were bringing in the energy efficiency standards. Why did Minister Dominic turn up at that meeting a week and a half ago and say that his government was not prepared to accept that?
So I will get you a holistic response. We just received questions from Mr. Latham in relation to costs associated with construction. I made the point to him that we need to keep costs to a minimum, but at the same time there are broader issues that we need to focus on. The issues that you're raising would clearly fall within the broader aspects of considerations that must be given, ensuring that construction occurs in a way that is accessible for everyone.
And
I see that.
And the key here is that if we did this retrospectively, so if instead we modified these homes to comply at a later date when people needed them, we would be looking at 14 to 20 times as much money than if we did it when we built these new homes. So long term, it makes absolutely no sense for us not to do this, which is why every other jurisdiction except WA has adopted this.
Is that mandatory for all?
This is a minimum accessibility standards mandatory for new buildings. Yeah. And this is not the gold standard, this is your silver standard, which is really those very basic things. We're not talking about having to have railings in showers and things. This is really things that you would probably want in any house that you were going to grow old in.
Okay, so I will look at it. I commit to looking at it and more than just taking it on notice. I will speak to the relevant ministers. I will get the advice. I will provide that to you in writing, and I'll even I'll meet with you, and we can have a further discussion once I have that information, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Why have you failed to adequately fund the Ageing and Disability Commissioner?
Why do you say that we've done that?
So I appreciate you're not reading the transcripts of all of the budget estimates, but we had...
No, I have other things on my plate.
That's fine.
I'm sure they've all... How have they gone? Have they gone well?
So the Ageing and Disability Commissioner said that the Commission was in a perilous position because they've never received a budget that's sufficient for them to actually comply with their statutory duties. And we're talking about...
Everyone thinks.
We're talking about $9 million over 3 years. So this is in the context of, escalating reporting of elder abuse. Both Minister McLaren-Jones and Minister Correa indicated that they had suggested that this be fully funded, but then when it went to the RC, suddenly we couldn't afford $3 million a year so that the Ageing and Disability Commissioner could actually do his job.
I can't speak to you about what happens in ERC. That's a cabinet meeting. I will. So the Ageing and Disability Commissioner said that they did not believe
that they don't. They've never actually been funded properly. So at the time that that legislation was passed, there was an amount put out there. They ended up with 25% less than that to begin, and they now do not have sufficient money to continue to even do the bare minimum past the end of the financial year. And in order to actually fulfil their statutory functions, they need $9 million over 3 years.
To fulfil, so the view was to fulfil their actual statutory role.
Correct. Just to do the bare minimum to actually comply with their statutory duties, let alone the, as you know, once you set up a service that allows people to report incidents like elder abuse, the demand increases because that's part of the point. You're educating people to report. So that's even before we take into account the increased demand on the service. Does that concern you that was not
obviously
funded?
If there is, and I'm happy to speak to the relevant ministers in relation to it, if there are statutory roles and requirements that need to be fulfilled in that position, then the funding needs to be provided to achieve that. Now, there might be a different view between the government and the commissioner in respect of how much funding is required and how it could be.
He says that Treasury worked with him to work up how much would be required at a minimum level, and that's the amount that was sought, but that amount was not given.
Well, I'll speak to the Treasurer and see and make some inquiries in relation to it. Ultimately, we need to be in a position where statutory roles have the capacity to be fulfilled, and that the allocation of resources are available to do it. Having said that, someone who is the former Treasurer, I also know that there are always different views in relation to how much funding is required to provide for the proper carrying out of functions. There are people who believe that they need, obviously, further funding.
Of course, and people will always ask for more, but this was an amount that was worked up with Treasury. Can you understand that when people see they see reports of you, not knowing what the $25 million for a flagpole is actually going towards. And then they see that we're not funding, we're not even giving a measly $3 million to the Ageing Disability Commissioner.
You're choosing
sure, but can you understand that people in New South Wales, particularly those people with a disability and older people, are looking at decisions like that and decisions like not actually adopting them in accessibility standards, and they're concluding that your government doesn't care about them?
No, they're not. I disagree with that completely. And there are always funding challenges across government, and you need to make decisions in respect of a whole range of areas.
But it's a matter of priorities, and you're not prioritising the most vulnerable people in our state, are you, Premier?
That's completely untrue. We have invested record amounts in areas to protect vulnerable people in our society, and I'm very proud of our track record.
Why has the number of...
And to sit there and talk about the flag, the issue on the flagpole, I mean, well, I was simply expressing my frustration.
Okay. Why? I don't want to talk about the flagpole either, Premier. Why has the number of people with disability employed in the New South Wales public sector not increased in the last 8 years? It was a Premier's priority. It stayed still for 8 years. The target was 5.6%. It's still at 2.5%.
I'm happy to add, we've discussed this before, Ms Boyd. It actually fell over a number of years, and glass half full, it's stabilised. I'm happy to take more questions of detail this afternoon, if you like, on the initiatives that are in place in concert with my colleagues to try and increase the number of people with disability who come, stay and find a good career in the public sector.
Thank you. Unfortunately,
I think that's why it's important that we have targets, and I think also for committees like this to appreciate that if there are situations where targets aren't met, we should be completely transparent about it, because without a target you don't achieve progress. But it also shouldn't be seen to be a complete failure that those targets aren't met. But as long as we are open about it, and if we aren't achieving the outcome that we're seeking to do, then there should be increased initiatives and programs in place to achieve that. So,
otherwise, people would conclude it's not a priority.
And you can discuss that this afternoon with the public service.
So we now have to have our break. We'll be back at 11:15.
An answer from the last,
Yes, Premier.
the first session. News must travel fast, Mr. Mookie. So I understand that the McClintock report is in my in tray.
Great.
I didn't bring it down here.
Send me a copy.
Oh, well, I'm surprised you knew it was already there.
Spy cams.
Okay, questions from the opposition?
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, Premier.
Good morning, Ms. Hussos.
Premier, the Building Commissioner's resignation was announced internally to the Department of Customer Service on the 25th of July 2022. When did you first become aware that the Building Commissioner had resigned?
I'll take it on notice.
You don't have a general recollection of when you were first told?
No.
Do you have a recollection of who told you about it?
No.
You have no recollection of when it was first raised with you?
No.
Okay. Do you recall if the concerns that the Building Commissioner raised in his resignation letter were part of that discussion?
I don't recall. I don't recall the discussion. I mean, I was aware that the Building Commissioner had resigned at some point in time, or was seeking to, but was never probably formally advised of that. But just, yeah.
General discussion, was that prior to you leaving on your trade trip?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Certainly.
So we can say it was in July then?
Okay.
Okay. And on that period before you left on your trade trip, were you aware of the issues that were subsequently aired in his resignation letter?
No.
So you weren't aware about the concerns that he had and the specific allegations that he raised in the resignation letter?
Not to the best of my recollection, no. I think I had understood that he had resigned, that there were issues. Made that decision.
Okay, you said that you understood that he had resigned and there were issues. What were the issues you were aware of?
I understood that. I'm sorry. In general terms, there was clearly, views that there may have been. He had issues with the minister, but I didn't understand or was not provided any information in relation to those, and it would have been a passing discussion. It wasn't. There was never received a formal briefing in relation to the Building Commissioner resigning. It would have been. In fact, I can't even recall a conversation. Would say that it was just understood that the Building Commissioner had resigned.
Okay, at some point.
Nothing substantive, no. In terms of reasons, no.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what happened. So at some point, so you would be now aware that the Building Commissioner actually submitted his resignation letter on the 7th of July?
No.
So he sent his resignation letter on the 7th?
I'm now aware of that, yes. I wasn't aware of that at the time.
Okay, so
yes.
he resigned on the 7th. He sent his resignation letter on the 7th of July.
Mm-hmm.
That was sent at, actually, let me just pull out the document so I don't get this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That was sent at 3:39 p.m. At 3:50 p.m, Ms Hogan, the Secretary of the Department of Customer Service, forwarded it to Mr Coates-Trotter and said she would be grateful for your guidance on this. So at 3:50 p.m,
My guidance, not yours.
Ms Hogan escalates it to Mr Coates-Trotter. Mr Coates-Trotter at 4:43, so less than an hour later, forwards that to who I understand to be the Acting General Counsel of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and says we'll discuss this tomorrow. And it was so urgent to the point that the following morning, the General Counsel emailed back and said, I'm sorry I've been delayed on the way in. So it was clearly escalated very, very quickly within the public service. I'm interested to know, prior to you departing on your trade trip, none of the concerns that were raised in the letter were raised with you.
Yeah, Mr Kushner. So...
Sorry, Mr Coates-Trotter, I've got some questions for you, but I'd like to ask the Premier just one last time.
No.
None of the concerns that were raised, the Minister's relationship with Coronation Property Group, the concerns he had with Top Place, the issues that he had with the Minister's office in terms of being a bottleneck, a legislative bottleneck, impeding reforms, you weren't aware of those prior to your departure on the trade trip?
No.
They hadn't
Not
been...
to the best of my recollection, no. In fact, the only... the issues in relation to the building commissioner that I was probably aware of, but faintly, would have been that there were issues, like people had spoken about, there were issues between the then minister and the building commissioner. But in terms of details around that, no.
Okay.
Because it was never raised with me at such a level of substance that I was aware or had been made aware of those matters.
And I appreciate that you're very busy, Premier, but this was, as I've just shown to you, something that was escalated very quickly on the 7th of July within your department, from the resignation to the point of getting advice from the legal counsel, that was escalated very quickly. So you would assume at some point that you would be told that this was actually occurring.
No, I mean, I think Mr. Kirschroder was engaged with that, so he can provide some information. But from my perspective, it's not uncommon for legal counsel of DPC to be advised or sought information from other departments and ministers and department secretaries. That's her role. She would do that occasionally. It wouldn't be uncommon, no.
Okay, so Premier, when did you become aware of the concerns that the building commissioner raised in his letter?
The day after, as I've said numerous times, the day after I returned from the trade mission, I arranged to have a discussion with the Department Secretary of Customer Service in relation to other matters. And in the course of that discussion, there was Mr. Kirschroder was on that call with Miss Hogan. There was a discussion in respect of those matters at the periphery to the discussion we were actually having.
So on the 31st of July, in your discussion with Ms Hogan, she raised the issues that the building commissioner had raised in the resignation letter with you?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. It was a long conversation.
How long was it?
I'd say 45 minutes.
Yeah.
About 45 minutes.
Yep.
Towards the end of the conversation, matters in relation to the building commissioner's resignation were raised. The secretary of the department, Ms Hogan, said to me that she had looked into those issues and that no further action needed to be taken. Is that accord with you on the call?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Sorry, Premier, you said that Ms Hogan told you specifically, so she told you specifically that the building commissioner had raised concerns about Coronation Property Group?
Yes.
In a relationship with the minister?
Yeah, the conversation was in relation to the resignation of that part of the resignation of the building commissioner, and that issues had arisen in respect of the building commissioner saying that there were issues with respect to the minister and coronation, but she had looked into those matters and was satisfied that they weren't substantive.
Yeah.
And that no further action had been taken. And that's why when you've asked questions, you or members in your party or the media have asked questions of me in relation to this matter, I have been abundantly clear that they were not the matters that led to my decision. And I'm failing to understand why you are unable to appreciate that.
Well, Premier,
or to take my word in relation to the reasons for my decision.
Well, Premier, let me ask you then why your language changed over the course of the week, because we asked you a series of questions, 13 I believe, in the lower house about the issue, and your language actually changed.
What did it
change? It said, initially you said, in fact, on the 9th of August, you said that was not a factor, but by the 10th of August, you were conceding that it was on the periphery of the discussion.
Hold on. I maintain the position. It was not a factor. I was then asked, was it raised in the conversation, to which I said it was peripheral to the conversation. It was at the end of the conversation. It wasn't a substantive element. If Ms. Hogan had said to me in the conversation that I had that, Premier, there are serious allegations that have been raised in a letter that I have concerns about, then that would be a very different story. That's not what occurred in the conversation. In the conversation, towards the end of it, when I had already made my mind up in respect of the action that I would subsequently take, that she raised this issue in respect of the Building Commissioner's resignation. It was peripheral to the conversation, and she said that she'd made inquiries in relation to the resignation, had satisfied herself in respect of those inquiries, and that no further action needed to be taken. So in circumstances where that evening, I obviously had to speak to the then Minister in respect of my decision. I left that day with a view, based on advice from the Department Secretary for Customer Service, that no further action had to be taken in relation to that matter. And secondly, obviously, as a result of the decision I made that evening, that the Minister was no longer a Minister.
Okay, so what matters specifically were there that caused you to come to this reason to sack Ms. Patinos?
Workplace matters.
Workplace matters?
Yeah.
Specifically, can you outline any further?
I'd rather not, because the matters that were raised in that discussion, and I respect the approach that we have, which in the public service and in the executive offices, that people can raise issues and feel comfortable coming forward in relation to complaints. And it is also the case that people can come forward in an anonymous capacity. And so therefore, if I went through those matters, that would potentially identify people, which I don't believe is appropriate.
And I certainly don't want you to identify anyone.
But Ms. Houssos, yes, okay. So you may be saying, that that we shouldn't identify people, but by the very nature of raising the complaints or the issues that were raised with me over the course of the call, it could go to that. And so ultimately, as Premier, I am responsible for ministerial conduct, and I'm responsible for workplaces in ministerial offices. I'm responsible for the executive when it comes to ministers and their staff. And I make decisions based on information before me in respect of who should serve in the cabinet. Now,
okay,
they're not
Premier,
easy.
I've got limited
they're not
time.
easy decisions.
I just want to ask you about, Premier. So Ms. Hogan told us in the fair trading estimates earlier this morning that concerns about the then minister's conduct, specifically in meetings, was raised with her in April. Sorry, the concerns were raised with the minister's behaviour with her in April. Were you aware of the complaints in April?
Not that I'm aware of. I never spoke to Ms. Hogan in respect of these matters prior to the date of the Sunday.
So the first time you spoke to her was on the 31st, on Sunday the 31st of July?
I'm pretty sure that is correct, and if it's not, I will correct it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure it is. And having said that, matters in relation to the office had been brought to my attention prior to that, not in a substantive way, but in a typical, there are concerns in relation to the office and the relationship between the ministerial office and the department. I raised that with the Customer Service Minister and asked him at that point to speak to the Minister in relation to it. There was, just so you're aware, there was nothing of substance. It was more just as you would hear in any course, that there might be challenges in a relationship. So I'd asked, as Minister Dominello, as the cluster lead, to kind of have a discussion with the minister, which I understand he did. It wasn't until I had, you might recall when I was overseas, that there were issues that arose in the newspaper in respect of an anonymous, no, it wasn't anonymous, was it? Yeah. An anonymous allegation.
Yeah, and I read the newspapers and I'm across those, and we have very limited time. I just wanted to ask you though, I understand how you are talking through the course of events as you see it's happening, but for some reason, after your discussion with Ms Hogan, despite the fact the Building Commissioner's resignation letter had been sitting with her for over 3 weeks, she then sends it to ICAC that next day. So how then does it just doesn't pass the believability test that it's on the periphery of your discussions, but yet something changes that makes Ms Hogan send the letter to ICAC the very next day?
Well, I'll ask Mr Coutts-Trotter to answer that.
I might ask Mr Coutts-Trotter about that this afternoon. If you don't have anything to add to that, I've got a different question for you.
Sure, that's fine. But I can assure you, nothing arose in the course of that discussion that in the course of that aspect of the discussion that had any bearing or impact on my decision making in relation to Ms Patinos. I've said that numerous times, and if you ask Ms Hogan and if you ask Mr Coutts-Trotter, who were both on that phone call, I believe that my version of events they would support.
Okay, but Premier, I just have to say to you, I just want to ask you one final time, you did not direct Ms Hogan to send the letter to ICAC?
No.
She did not raise with you that she would be considering sending it to ICAC?
No, she did not. And if she had, that would have been a very different discussion. Let me be very clear, because this is important. In the course of the discussion that we had, this came out at the end of the discussion, and it was, and she raised with me that she had made inquiries, was satisfied, and that no further action had to be taken. That is why that is why. The course of events took the path that they did. I accept, though. I mean, I accept if you're looking at a timeline, you'd say you have a discussion on the Sunday, the secretary on the Monday provides the letter to the ICAC for information. I can understand how you would say, well, clearly something must have occurred in the discussion with the Premier the day before. I'm assuring you that's not the case.
Premier, given your comments on donations, would you be open to further restrictions on the interactions of lobbyists and your government?
Yes, well, I've accepted the recommendations from the ICAC in relation to.
Are you open to going further on the interaction of lobbyists and your government?
They went pretty far. I mean, that's
so far enough, in your view?
Well,
include unions.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Graham must get it. I think. I mean, they're pretty strong. In terms of the ICAC's recommendations, I mean, I would take.
I'm familiar with the recommendations. I think you've indicated your view. But given your comments on donations, how many fundraisers have you attended this year?
The Liberal Party asks me to go to fundraisers all the time.
How many have you attended?
Well, I'll take that on notice. Too many. Too many.
I think we could probably both agree on that.
Yeah. Well, I think, but my point stands that I always, to be frank with you, feel incredibly uncomfortable about donations in this state. I feel like, and that's not just having a view in relation to union donations to the Labor Party. That's across the board. I feel uncomfortable that we have that yes, we have some element of public funding, but we have a position right now where political parties receive substantial funding from donors, and I think that's a problem for the political process.
Premier, given your comments about corruption, given the concerns raised by my colleague, do you have concerns about links between John Barilaro and Coronation Property and the Alameddine crime gang?
I know nothing about. I've not been made aware of anything in relation to a connection to a crime gang.
Are you aware that a photo of a Coronation Property individual was placed at estimates before police and the New South Wales Crime Commission? It included figures known to authorities, and they have both indicated they'll be examining these matters further.
The police
and the New South Wales Crime Commission.
Well, that's very important. Then, if that's the view that they take.
Well, if it's very important, are you aware of it? My question is, what is your awareness of this issue, Premier?
Well, my awareness of this issue is limited. Ultimately, it's not a matter for me to conduct investigations. It's a matter for the Crime Commission and the New South Wales Police Service.
Are you unaware of this issue, Premier?
And as Premier of the state, I have complete confidence in the New South Wales Police Force and the Crime Commission to do their job. And to your point in relation to lobbying, I would say that
I take it you're unaware of this issue. I don't want to unfairly represent you. Are you unaware of this issue?
I don't have a detailed advice in relation to that matter. What I can say, though, is I have confidence in the police force that if any issues are involved, that they will investigate them thoroughly. And in relation to the lobbying point, I would say that the recommendations that we have accepted, I expect the highest standards of ministers and members of parliament. And when the ICAT recommendations came forward in respect of lobbying, we accepted every single one of them.
Either accepted or accepted in principle.
And I think that's very important. Now, Mr. Graham, it's not for me to make to have to your question. If there are things that we can do further, I'm happy to look at them if they're brought forward on merit. But ultimately, the fact that the ICAC has provided those recommendations, I've accepted them all.
Thank you.
The crossbench, Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. Morning, Premier. Happy Threatened Species Day. It's generally not a happy moment, though. We shouldn't have any threatened species. On the donations question, are you happy to consider making coal and gas companies prohibited donors? Perhaps just take it on notice.
No. Happy to make the unions prohibited donors.
No, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question, Premier. Are you happy to consider making
I've made it very clear today,
donors prohibited donors?
I've made it very clear today.
Given the extensive influence they have?
I've made it very clear today. Well, this is the whole problem. How do you draw that line? We have prohibited donors who are developers and publicans. And
coal and gas proponents in New South Wales are developers. Are you willing to make them specifically prohibited donors? I'll tell you what I'm willing to look at, and that is is reducing the influence that people have when they donate to political parties, including the Greens. We don't take donations from any corporations.
Who do you receive donations from?
We've told you that already.
Mums and dads.
We've told you. Mums and dads and kids that care about the future of the planet. Premier, do you take the role of the Auditor-General and the Audit Office as something serious to your work as the Premier?
Very much so.
Very, very much so?
Very, very much so.
Are you aware of...
The Auditor-General plays a very important role in...
Are you aware of the...
in reporting on a number of aspects across the government. In fact, numerous times they've affected areas of which I have responsibility.
Premier,
and I welcome those audits.
Are you aware of the report that was tabled 8 days ago in this Parliament on the effectiveness of the biodiversity offset scheme?
I missed that one.
You missed it?
Yes.
Perhaps that's because the environment isn't one of your priorities, Premier.
It's completely untrue.
I'm not trying to be smart there. It's not in your list of priorities.
This is the problem with Premier's priorities.
Yeah.
You put Premier's priorities together and it's outside. You say it's not a priority, but it is a priority. It's just not a Premier's priority.
So we're not aware of the New South Wales Auditor-General's report that was tabled on the effectiveness of the biodiversity offset scheme, even though that report, I would have to say, out of all of the Auditor-General's reports I've read over the past 3 years, one of the most scathing and damning reports I've read. It talks about...
Mr Mookie might disagree with that.
It reports on... I said one off. It reports on an absolute failing on the integrity, transparency and sustainability of the offset scheme. It is currently really, when you read that report, Premier, your government is trading on extinction in this state. It's categorically, the Auditor General has said that the integrity, transparency, and let's get frank here, the most important component, the sustainability of that scheme is absolutely under serious question. It's reported that your $112.7 billion four-year infrastructure pipeline is seriously under question given the relationship and the findings of the effectiveness of the biodiversity offset scheme.
What grounds?
Because we are relying on the offset scheme for a number of projects. And right now, Premier, there is a finding that the scheme is not functional, that it is highly likely that 50% of New South Wales native animals and 41% of the ecological community of this state will become extinct.
When?
Will become extinct within the next 100 years if we don't approach and fix the problem. Minister, Premier, do you know what your minister's response to the Auditor General's report was?
I assume you do.
Your minister said that everything's okay. Right. That's actually your minister's response, that it's okay. And in fact, your Department of Planning and Environment basically said this is a world-class scheme. Did you know, Premier, there is $90 million in a fund right now that we don't know what to do with because the purpose of the money can't be allocated to the purpose it was put in there. The offsets don't exist. They're not there. You are currently trading on the extinction of the state. Do you think that's serious?
Trading on the extinction of the state.
You are trading on the extinction of biodiversity. The Auditor General's report is telling you that, and your minister is saying there's no problem. Premier, I'm asking you if you would please consider putting a moratorium on the one component of that scheme, which is where developers can pay cash into the fund before the fund operator knows whether the very thing that they're destroying can be offset according to the rules of the scheme. Would you please consider stopping that very perverse thing that's happening in New South Wales under your watch right now?
I'm happy to look at it. I will get a copy of the Auditor General's report. I always enjoy reading them. And I will...
Don't mislead the committee.
No, there's been better ones, and but I will review it, and I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on it. But it's obviously a very difficult area, and you've got to balance the competing interests in terms of driving the construction of infrastructure across our state. But we want to do so in a way that preserves and protects the environment.
Premier, your government has taken $90 million from 340 proponents of major development across the state and put it in a fund on the basis of a promise to the whole of New South Wales that that money will offset the development harm that's taken place. The Auditor General has now put on the table that that probably can't happen because the biodiversity that you're trading on right now does not exist elsewhere. It's a perverse happening. It's really serious. It involves millions of dollars.
What's she saying? She's saying that the offset, the funding that's provided for the offset, that's in the offset to put towards the offsets. What is she saying about that? That the money is what?
That the offsets are not available. The credits are not available. If you are taking money through a scheme on a promise to do something that you are not doing, and it's strongly suggested that you can't do it. She found that 96% of developers' demands for credits cannot be met.
Why?
Only 60%. Why? because we're talking about biodiversity that is disappearing. Do you understand what extinction is and what it means when an animal, a plant or an ecosystem hits a threatened species list where they are endangered?
We obviously don't want animals to become extinct. We don't want people to become extinct.
Well, then, Premier, you need to do something because your state, under your watch, is driving extinction.
You're making out that the world's about to end.
Premier, we are looking at the question of extinction. Only this year, we know the koala, the greater glider, the glossy black cockatoo, I could name many, and there are many more coming. They are getting what we call uplisted. Today is Threatened Species Day, Premier. And right now, we are experiencing a threatened species crisis, and New South Wales has the worst record of extinction.
Really?
Absolutely, Premier. I am shocked you don't know.
So how many more extinct species have we had in New South Wales over the last 16?
In the last 3 years.
Compared to 18 more than...
In the last 3 years.
Yeah, but compared to other states?
Yes. Our record is the highest. Our record is the highest, Premier. Let's not get bogged down because 1 is too many, 2 is too many, and right now we are leading the race. Premier, extinction is a serious, irreversible matter, and it's a costly matter when you look at what it symbolises and what it means. The Auditor General...
I'm not in favour of extinction.
Premier, the Auditor General's report is damning. And what is really concerning is your minister's response is that there's nothing wrong here and there's nothing to see here. It's really problematic, Premier.
He's a very good minister.
And right now...
I'll have a look at it. Obviously, I don't want species to become extinct, and particularly I want to make that point today on... What day was it? Threatened Species Day. I will be happy to look into it. I don't know the reasons as to why that fund has not been expended.
Will you please consider putting a moratorium on taking money when the biodiversity offset credits are not available? It's an immediate thing you can do until the problem's fixed.
What I don't do is commit to things when I'm not completely...
Would you commit to looking at the question of a moratorium?
I will read the Auditor General's another Auditor General's report in relation to that, and I will come back to you. And I won't come back to you at the next estimates. I'll come back to you in the intervening period of time.
Thank you, Premier.
No worries. Thank you.
Mr. Borzak.
Premier, talking about extinction, you've got a heavy head, have you?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll deal with
that. I want to talk to you about the extinction of taxi drivers in New South Wales. And how they've been driven to the wall since 2015-16, and what you're currently doing with Minister Elliott to give them fair and just compensation at a level that will put them right, rather than trying to get it away from the Ben Fordham show by saying that you're talking to them and that Mr. Elliott is talking to them. We've had, under the previous Treasurer, under the current Treasurer, I think, offers of $20,000 per taxi plate if they piss off. Many of these people have lost their life savings. We've seen suicides. We've seen everything that you can think of that's possibly imaginable, including extinction events for these people. And what are you doing to make sure that that $1 levy that goes into rideshare and also taxi trips now, that's being accumulated in a fund, is going to go towards long-term, proper and decent compensation for taxi drivers and their families in this state? Because that whole process, when it was put in place, this government allowed rideshare, Uber, to operate illegally for over 2 years, when it clearly had the laws available to it to stop it, and it didn't do a thing, especially under the previous Mr. Constance Transport Minister. What is happening now to try to put at least some of that right?
Okay, that's a good question. Firstly, we believe in fair compensation, and I'd say to you, I'll answer your question in saying that I've met with the industry as Premier. I've met with the Treasurer and the Transport Minister and had discussions in relation to further compensation. And I believe that we will have an outcome very shortly. which I believe the industry will be satisfied with and support. Guarantee that, but I think that will be the case. You raise the emergence of ride sharing. The taxi industry is, is obviously regulated and has been highly regulated by governments for a substantial period of time. Well, probably since horses and buggies. So I accept that, but I also believe that yes, that's highly regulated, but it wasn't like at any point in time the industry was substantially approaching the government since horse and cart times and asking to be deregulated. They had a monopoly. Well, they had a monopoly.
That's not exactly true. The reality is the industry did approach the previous Transport Minister and ask for the ability to be able to put their own rideshare competing app in to the system. You're right. To allow them to have a go. And they were told, no, they're not allowed to do it.
You're right. But that was at the point in time when
rideshare was getting an unfair advantage, wasn't it?
Well, I believe there should have been, my personal preference would have been that we didn't have a highly regulated environment. We had a very deregulated environment, and I agree with the concern that when ride sharing did come in, that it was an uneven playing field because of the costs associated with the taxi industry based on government regulation, and that just builds over time. So I think it's pretty clear now, in a less regulated environment, we have more competition and therefore a better service, whether that's from rideshare or whether it's...
I'd quibble with you on better service.
Why?
Well, because, for example, with rideshare, I'll ask you a question. Yeah. For example, what happens when rideshare has the ability, because there's high demand, to put their price up?
Yes, well,
the taxi industry has been regulated to a point where they cannot do that.
Yeah, well, that's obviously a downside of the system, but it's still a much better system than what we had before.
Well, I don't believe it's a better system.
Really?
But anyway, let's get the
life without you. So you prefer to live in an environment where we didn't have ride sharing, where we go back to the archaic days of simply taxis.
Forget about the archaic days. What are you going to do to properly compensate the people that lost their livelihoods,
I've made it
lost their assets, lost their superannuation, in some cases lost their lives?
Yes.
You've got a levy in place.
Yes.
A plan has been put to the previous Transport Minister.
Yes.
I'm sure has been put to the current Transport Minister by TOSBA and the Taxi Council about how that can be financed at no cost to the government.
Yes.
In the long term, regardless of which government's in place.
In the long term.
Exactly right. In the long term.
Not in the short term.
No one's asking. They're trying to get compensation. They're not trying to...
Mr. Borzak, can I be clear? I don't believe I can be any clearer. There was a compensation package that was put together previously. Issues have been raised in respect of that compensation package in terms of the extent of
$20,000 a plate. And for a limit of 2 plates, that's disingenuous. And you were treasurer when that was done.
Yeah, and that was put
That's disingenuous and not fair, and you know it.
This issue has been raised over a period of time. I accept that. I have met with the industry myself in relation to...
Why is the government penny pinching on this stuff?
Well, we are not.
Why don't you just do it and be done with it? Put a decent policy in place and have people standing up on the street corners of New South Wales saying, what a great government this is. They gave me the $250,000 I lost on that plate.
So I want to make sure that there is fair compensation. So
$20,000 plays $250,000. Is that fair, Premier?
Well, what I've committed to is that we'll have an announcement shortly, that I want there to be fair compensation, that I've met with the industry, I've met with the Minister and the Treasurer, and we have worked through those issues. Now, we would then, there aren't many jurisdictions, Mr. Borzak, in this country or around the world that have provided taxpayer compensation in relation to the emergence of new technologies and new industries. And that's what
We're not talking about taxpayer compensation. We're talking about travel adjustments.
We're talking about commuter compensation. We're talking about the cost to the people of New South Wales.
It's not a cost to the
Yes,
people
it is.
of
It's a
taxpayers of New
surcharge.
South
It's a
Wales.
surcharge on ride sharing. It's an increase in the cost to people across our state.
Premier, it's
Someone
a political
pays for it,
decision for
Mr.
you
Borzak.
that you have to make whether you want to or you don't want to properly compensate people.
Yes.
Your government allowed rideshare to get started for 2.5 years illegally.
What's happening around the world?
I don't care what happens around the world. What happens in New South Wales is what concerns me, and that's what should concern you.
It does.
The fact that,
I've made
Uber has got a reputation for breaking the law, that's their business model around the world, does not give you licence to do it here in New South Wales. I can't believe you're saying that. I really can't.
Saying that. I'm saying...
That's exactly what you just said.
No. What I've said very clearly is that the government supports providing compensation for plate owners. We appreciate those investments were made in circumstances where there was a high regulatory environment from government in respect of the taxi industry.
The rug was pulled out from underneath the industry. Government's a regulator. You know that.
Yes, and that's why
pulled out the rug.
And that's the only reason.
See you later. Goodbye. I don't believe you've actually had a meeting with TOSBA yet.
I met with the industry.
Who in the industry?
I'll check my diary, provide the diaries. I had a meeting with the Treasurer.
But
I had a meeting back at the point in time.
No, I'm talking about now recently.
Yes,
because
recently.
Ben Fordham's raising it on the radio, all of a sudden everybody's knocking on the door and saying,
recently.
oh, gee whiz,
I'll give you the date of
we'll
the
talk
meeting.
to these people. You haven't spoken to them, have you, Premier, since it was on the Ben Fordham show last week?
No,
That's a clearer question.
No, I met with them some time back.
No, but my question is, have you met with them since Ben Fordham raised it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I've met with the Treasurer and the Transport Minister.
Has the Transport Minister met with them since Ben Fordham raised it?
Well, I have to ask him. But this isn't. Hold on, Mr. Borzak. This has been an ongoing issue. I've committed. Hold on.
Put it to bed.
Yes, I've committed that we will be providing further compensation. That the Treasurer and the Transport Minister are finalising that outcome. The reason that support will be provided is because taxi industry was highly regulated by the New South Wales government, and with the emergence of ride sharing, then obviously it was an uneven playing field, which reduced the significant cost to the plates. I accept all of that, but we also need to appreciate that it's not my money; it's commuters' money, taxpayers' money, where that compensation is provided. So you can certainly leave estimates today, Mr. Borzak, understanding that we will be providing that compensation. The Treasurer and the Transport Minister are working very closely in respect of that and bringing something to the expenditure review.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Premier. But at what stage and when will you, the Treasurer and the Transport Minister actually sit down with TOSBA and the Taxi Council to nut this out?
I don't think we need to.
Well, I think you do, because you don't know what their claim is. You don't know what they're looking for.
We'll have to come back to this because we're in the opposition's time.
We do. Let me finish this. We do, Mr. Borzak, because I have met with the council. The Transport Minister has. The Treasurer has.
Not since Ben Fordham raised it.
Yes, but the issues that they're referring to, they have raised with us. We appreciate and understand them and are addressing them. I can't be clearer. And there's and the Transport Minister and the Treasurer are finalising something to go to the Expenditure Review Committee. When that is finalised,
thank you, Premier.
We'll have something to say.
Sorry, we'll have to come back to this. The opposition.
Thanks very much, Premier. The Building Commissioner specifically mentioned two developers in his resignation letter, Top Place and Coronation Group. Have you investigated those concerns? Have you satisfied yourself about those concerns that were raised?
Well, I understand that the letter was sent to the ICAC for their information, so they would have that information.
Okay.
Well, they would have the letter that refers to it.
I'm sorry?
They would have the letter. They have the letter that's referred where those issues raised by the Building Commissioner are in.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with your brother about Top Place?
No, in relation to what?
Your brother has been linked with Top Place.
Which brother? I have a few.
Well, my understanding is two of your brothers are actually linked with Top Place.
Right. How are they linked?
Well, it was on a Four Corners story. There's been other media that have covered this, that they have been linked with Top Place. Have your brothers raised issues about Top Place developments with you?
No.
You've had no discussions with them about Top Place or about Jean Nassif?
No.
Okay.
In relation to developments, no, I don't get involved in developments.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Premier, you've declared no conflicts of interest whatsoever in relation to Mr Chandler or Top Place or any concerns arising?
No.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer, I'm looking forward to, Premier, I'm looking forward to the debate we're set to have about your land tax proposal. But when you announced it in the budget, you said it was only going to apply to first home buyers. You've since told Channel 9, I think it was, that you'd like the tax to apply to pensioners as well. Will you guarantee that if you're re-elected in March that you won't seek to expand the land tax beyond first home buyers to pensioners and others as well?
I've said in relation to, we've announced that in respect to the budget for first home buyers. I believe it has merit. I believe the Labor Party should support it. I've also said I think there is merit in relation to providing choice
to pensioners?
Choice for pensioners. There's merit in that. That's not a government policy, but I believe there's merit in it. And I've also made the point very clearly, Mr Mookie, that there is choice at the heart of this proposal.
So indeed, and look, Premier, I'm looking forward to the debate we're going to have between now and March about this particular matter. But
we're going to bring it into the Parliament.
I'm looking forward to that debate too. And I'll get to that in a minute. But I'm just going to give you an opportunity again to guarantee that you won't seek to apply this land tax to pensioners if you're re-elected in March.
In what way?
Well, are you going to apply?
I'd make it very clear. I'd make it very clear prior to the election.
Can you guarantee that you will not extend?
Hold on a sec. No,
let me ask.
I might even do it before.
Can you guarantee that you won't be seeking to extend this land tax proposal in lieu of stamp duty in the choice mechanism that you've described?
Are you talking about in the
can you guarantee that you're not going to seek to expand the land tax beyond first home buyers to pensioners? It's not that difficult a question.
Hold on, under the current model?
Any model.
No, well, that's why you're being tricky here, Mr Mookie, again.
I'm not being tricky at all.
Yeah, you're always tricky.
But you're refusing,
always tricky.
Just to be clear, you're refusing to provide that guarantee.
Yes, I would take any proposal, in election in relation to not providing choice. I believe in choice. We're not forcing.
You believe pensioners should have the choice?
I believe. Yeah, well, I think that's something we should look at. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I've made that clear, Mr Mookie. I think you can give as long as it's always. As long as choice is at the heart of it.
Sure. I'm going to pass one more question before I pass to my colleague. But Premier, this is a policy for which you don't have a mandate. You didn't mention it at the last election, nor did your predecessor. I appreciate that you've come to the view that this is a good proposal for New South Wales. I disagree with you. But rather than trying to rush this proposal through Parliament in October, why won't you take it to an election in March?
Really? So are you suggesting that a government that wins an election should only implement the policies that it's taken to an election and do nothing else for 4 years? I know you did nothing for 16.
Just to be clear, John Howard, when he introduced the GST,
road signs.
Took
very
it to
different.
An
That was a man. That was a,
if it was good enough for John Howard to take the GST to an election, why isn't it good enough for Perrottet?
Come on.
Why isn't it good enough for Perrottet to take the land tax to the election?
You cannot compare a mandated.
Compare you to John Howard.
Hold on. You cannot compare a mandated.
You are not Howard.
You cannot compare.
If John Howard can take the GST, why can't Perrottet take the land tax to the election in March?
I think everyone would appreciate there is a complete difference between a mandated tax on every citizen in the country or the state to a change in the tax system that allows people choice to either pay under the current arrangements or to pay an annual amount. At the heart of this reform, Mr Mookie, is providing choice to first home buyers, and as long as choice is at its heart, then I think governments should pursue good policy, particularly in circumstances where we have issues in respect of home ownership in this
Premier,
state.
I'd like to ask you about some of your government's promises, some of which have been broken. One of those is the commitment that Minister Constance made to electrify the state's 8,000 buses by the year 2030.
I think we're running a bit behind.
We are running a bit behind. Ministers are reported in this government as acknowledging we're running 5 years behind, that this will be done by 2035. Why are agency officials telling the Parliament that in fact this promise is not 5 years late, but in fact 17 years late, that it won't be delivered until 2047?
Sorry, say that, John, Mr. Graham, say that last part. So
why have transport officials told the Parliament Minister Constance's promise that this will be done by 2030 won't be delivered till 2047?
Well, there's obviously you set targets to on a range of matters. Obviously, this one has fallen slightly behind. There may be a
17 years.
Well, there may be a range of factors behind that. I mean, that's a major operation to electrify the entire bus fleet in New South Wales.
That's a common sense view. Why was it promised in the first place?
Well, you have to ask Mr. Constance.
Yes, well,
Mr. Constance. He's in Europe at the moment.
Have you asked him? Why was this promise ever made?
Riding through the Alps.
Look, Mr. Graham, look, I accept that. I would want ministers to seek stretch targets in achieving outcomes. Now, it's not clearly this matter has fallen short. I'll speak to the.
Why haven't your ministers been upfront about that? You've missed it by 17 years. Why is the first we're hearing about that from agency officials? Why not just be upfront with the public?
Oh, I agree.
Will you speak to your ministers, Stokes and Elliott, about that? If you agree,
it's always important.
Will you put it to them?
That ministers are in front of issues. There's no doubt commitments get made, and there are delays. We've seen that with our infrastructure.
These ministers are 17 years behind. Will you speak to them about the fact they should have been upfront with the public about this?
Well, I'll speak to them about. I'll speak to them in relation to getting an appreciation and understanding of why that delay has occurred, Mr. Graham. And when ministers are made aware of infrastructure delays or deadlines not being met, it's my expectation as Premier that that is publicly announced.
Thank you. One of the centrepieces
I'd rather it be announced by our ministers than be announced by you.
One of the centrepieces of the cultural infrastructure strategy in 2016 was the idea of having an Indigenous cultural centre at Barangaroo or on Sydney Harbour. It was the centrepiece of the way the government talked about it.
No.
Why has this promise been abandoned?
No, that is not true.
Well, that was the recommendation from INSW in the 2016.
Hold on. Okay.
Cultural infrastructure
That is
strategy.
untrue.
This is the promise, non-promise.
No, that is untrue. So
you say that was never recommended.
No, this is how. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is good. That is not what. That may have been what is recommended. That was not government policy.
What was recommended?
Yes, that may be what.
Why has it been
Because
abandoned?
we're in government, not the public service. We make the decisions, not the public service. They can make recommendations, but ultimately the decision lies with us.
You accept that the hopes of Indigenous Australians have been...
No. So I accept two things. I accept
that.
No.
You don't accept.
Hold on. I believe, and I have been very public in relation to this, that there should be a cultural centre for our First Nations people in the heart of Sydney, and I want it to be great. I've made a very strong public commitment to that. But not at Barangaroo. It was never my view in relation to Barangaroo that the cutaway would be a permanent cultural area for First Nations people. But let's say,
Premier,
but in addition to that, I've also put significant
Madam Chair.
We are short of
so
time.
we'll hear the point of order, and I'll also just say we do need to hear the answer, so I can anticipate what's coming. Premier, you can finish your answer.
I've also put significant funding to the remediation of Goat Island. and I want that to be a success as well. Now, I did consider, and as a former treasurer, I had a very strong view of what the cutaway should be. I understand that there were many people who also believed that the cutaway should be an area, a cultural area for First Nations. I disagreed with that position. Having said that, I publicly came out and have given financial support and working very closely with the Arts Minister and Minister for Aboriginal Affairs to put one of the best cultural facilities for our First Nations people in the heart of Sydney.
I think you've answered that question. I want to put
but I just want to make it very clear, Mr. Graham, there was never a commitment.
Do you have concerns about the fact that in the budget, Treasury has put a footnote on the Treasurer's capital promises, the $30.6 billion
It's to do with the
of capital promises in infrastructure, schools, hospitals, roads, and said more than a quarter of them won't be delivered this financial year as promised.
Yes, that's right.
The Treasury said $8 billion of this will never appear this year.
Yeah, so I would classify that as sensible sequencing.
Well, you promised you $30 billion.
I made that very clear prior to the budget in relation to the infrastructure pipeline that if we work through the pressures, I mean, let's be frank.
Why promise it if you're not going to deliver more than a quarter of it?
No, because what has occurred over the last year, particularly, not just in New South Wales, but nationally and globally, has been a significant escalation in the price of labour, an escalation in materials,
This has never happened before. This is a record.
We have a record infrastructure pipeline. It's $112 billion.
I think you've just shredded it, Premier.
It's 112. What was that?
It just got more than a quarter smaller.
Discounted.
On budget day.
No, it's $112 billion.
No, it's not.
Yes, over the next 4 years. That is in the budget papers.
Premier, I think you'll have to agree to disagree. I'd like to move on to something else, Premier.
Well, I thought the headline in the Sydney Morning Herald was completely
unfair. Well, Premier,
unfair.
I'd like to ask you about health. I'd like to ask you about whether you believe it's acceptable that 55,000 people over a 3-month period were so concerned about what was going on with their health that they went to the emergency department for treatment and walked out without getting any.
I think that there are significant issues in relation to the connection between the primary care network and the public health network. That's why, with Premier Dan Andrews in Victoria last week, we announced the rollout of urgent care clinics, because right across this country, we are seeing a substantive increase in emergency department presentations.
So, Premier, you're saying that people are turning up to emergency departments should just be going to their GPs. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there needs to what we are seeing is a greater prevalence of people who cannot get access to a GP, who are then going into emergency. Now, obviously, through the triage system, the most urgent patients are treated as a priority. That is the trends that we are seeing.
Okay, Premier, let's just exactly on that. People are waiting longer for an ambulance than they ever have in both regional and metropolitan areas, and 1 in 5 patients across this state are arriving by ambulance and having to wait for over half an hour for a bed before they get admitted to the ED. Do you think that is acceptable?
As I said, this is very much connected.
No, this is people in ambulances who I presume are more ambulance. Or are you suggesting that the people getting into ambulances should be just going to the GP as well?
No. But they are connected. They are connected, Ms. Sharp, because what we are seeing is an escalation in the increase of emergency presentations. That is not a New South Wales issue. That is a national issue.
Yes,
in fact,
I'm not actually just
you
asking.
asked about ambulance, but
I'm asking you about whether you believe it's acceptable, given it's the worst. This is the worst record that your government has delivered in relation to ambulance waiting times, the number of people not getting treatment when they seek it, and the amount of time that they have to wait when they come in by ambulance.
So we put a record investment in relation to paramedics when we stood up with the HSU during the budget. I would make it very clear that we need to have better coordination between the federal and state health systems, which is putting immense pressure on every single state public health system. That extends to ambulance wait times because the ambulance is directly connected to the public hospital and the public health system. I want to make this point as well, that we have another problem, a national problem, and that is that we have a significant proportion of people who are in aged care, or in disability, or have a disability, who are generally part of the NDIS, who are in the public health system. Now, that is because of a lack of a shortage. There would be the equivalent of, I think it's the equivalent of Liverpool Hospital, and that demonstrates why we need to change. I've committed to working with state counterparts as premiers and first ministers to drive reform where there's better integration between our public health system, GP network and the federal government funding arrangements.
I would make the point that you've had 12 years to try and work this out, but my final question to you is that Minister Hazzard in the room next door has just suggested that I ask you this question. Which
he suggested you ask me a question.
He has suggested that we ask you this question. So on behalf of Minister Hazzard, I'm wanting to ask whether you're going to legislate the recommendations from the ICE review. ICE inquiry.
My understanding, okay, that's a good question. That's passable from Brad. My understanding is that there, on those recommendations, that there is no requirement for legislative measures. That there are areas that all those areas can be that we will adopt can be addressed through regulation or financial commitments, which we've set aside funding.
Premier, we were talking about your desire to provide choice to pensioners sometime into the future when it comes to paying land tax or stamp duty. Are you intending to provide choice to other people beyond first-time buyers and pensioners?
Hold on. The government has a plan. The government has a plan and a commitment to provide a bill into this parliament to legislate to provide first home buyers with a choice of paying current stamp duty or an annual amount. I have said, Mr. Mookie, that I believe that there is merit in extending that choice for other people. The government does not have any plans in relation to that approach. I personally believe that there should be no problem with providing people choice. So choice is always at the heart of it. We're not forcing people to make a decision. What we're doing is providing them with an option to make a decision, to make a choice that best suits their needs. You're the party of stamp duty saying that there should be no ability to pay choice, to have choice. We're saying it might be a first home buyer who gets into the property market, buys a unit, they only want to live there for 3 years, they have a baby, they want to move to a bigger home.
We have a difference of opinion. I'm not denying that we do.
Not the first time.
And not the last either. Premier, you spent 3 years as Treasurer campaigning to apply this model to everybody.
I worked through it.
And upon becoming Premier, you've now introduced it for first-time buyers. You've made it clear that you'd like pensioners to
have choice.
Have choice.
That's good.
And but it is the case that you would you still want to see this land tax applied to all residential policies in New South Wales. That's correct.
That's not correct.
Over time, you do.
That's not correct.
You made it clear that you would like.
If that were the case, I would have locked in the properties. What I've said is this choice, permanent choice.
But Premier, how can we believe you now when you say that, when for
of course
3 years, from 2019 onwards, you've been barracking to apply this to every residential property. Dominic Perrottet that sits here today doesn't seem to agree with the Dominic Perrottet who was sitting here 2 years ago. And my issue is that if you're re-elected, how can we put any store in your word when you've changed positions on this so many times?
Well, it's not true. Let's go back. As Treasurer, I put a lot of work into consultation and the development of a proposal that I believed had a substantial merit. I believe stamp duty is a bad tax. I've said that. I've said that historically under both versions of Don Perrottet, and I maintain that.
Version of Scott Morrison.
I maintain that position. What I've said, Mr. Mookie, is that through that period of time, I developed policies and a proposal. And obviously the cost to the state is substantive if you take away the fact that the state relies substantially on stamp duty as a revenue stream. And that's why the proposal that I believe the state can afford is one which assists first homeowners getting into the market and has choice at its heart.
If we can afford to do more, you'd like to do more?
No, I believe that there should be choice at the heart.
But if we can afford to do more, you'd like to do
as
more.
I've said, I believe that that you should provide people with choice so that they can make their own decisions. I know you don't like providing people with choice, but I think if you give that opportunity to them, they can tailor their decision-making to their own personal needs. And we should always be looking at new ways of driving housing affordability. And I'd like you to come on the journey, Daniel.
Ms. Boyd.
It's like a roller coaster. Thank you, Chair. Did Eleni Petnos attempt to resign before you sacked her, Premier?
No, I called Ms Petnos and I informed her that my decision was that she'd be removed from Cabinet.
She didn't approach you and offer to resign ahead of that?
Sorry, you're right. There was when I was on the trade mission and there was a story that was in the newspaper in relation to those allegations, I had a call with her and she said during the phone call, if it would help you, I would resign. There was no basis for her to do that. There was simply a report in the newspaper. I returned, I made my own inquiries and made my own decision.
Why didn't you accept her resignation? Why would you not
I think you're mischaracterising. I think I can see where you're coming from, but I think you're mischaracterising the context of that discussion. It was a comment that she made. It wasn't in a... You know when people say things that, in the context of that, it was not something that needed to be actioned. She was obviously emotional by what was in the newspaper, and she was trying to be helpful. It wasn't something that needed to be followed through. I came back. I made my own inquiries. I mean, you would have had conversations like that in your life.
I understand, but given that she had said, if it would help you, I will resign, and you'd had that previous conversation.
It's not about helping me. It's about doing what's right.
Okay, fine. But when, given that you'd had that conversation, when you then thought, actually, she probably can't hold that ministerial role anymore, why didn't you speak with her and say, can you now resign? Like, do you want to do the resigning thing now? Why? Like, wouldn't that be the normal thing to do?
No.
Why did it take you so long to sack Minister Ayres, former Minister Ayres, but you were so quick to sack Eleni Petnos?
Oh, different issues.
Were you just trying to look tough for the media? Was that why Eleni Petnos was thrown under the bus?
I find that completely offensive. That's not true at all.
What?
On returning, that they are completely separate issues. On returning from the trade mission, I made inquiries in relation to the workplace in that ministerial office. Information came to me and I made the decision that I believe was the right decision. You can disagree with that. That's fine.
I'm not saying whether it was the right or wrong decision. We're talking about how you went about it, Premier.
In what way?
Why did you make such a strong statement of, I'm going to sack this particular minister for this conduct, and yet when it came to Stuart Ayres, you let him resign despite a report into his conduct?
Hold on. They are completely separate issues. Completely separate.
Why didn't you give Eleni Petnos the respect and opportunity to resign?
I had information that came to light when I returned and I made a decision in relation to that workplace.
And when the information
You
came
should
to light
respect-
with ex-Minister Ayres, how come he was allowed to resign and not sacked?
No, one goes
Why
into
the,
relation...
why the
Hold
double
on.
standard?
There is not one. They're completely separate. One is...
Do you not see the perception?
No.
That you were so quick to sack one and so slow and let Minister Ayres go on and on for a long, long time, despite all of the
What are you
media
getting at?
reports.
No, I set up an independent, whilst it took a long time, I set up an independent process in relation to the appointments of the trade commissioners. Now, I didn't expect it to take that long, but it did. And when it came back, I made it very clear that I would make decisions following the receipt of that report. I made that clear from the outset. When I received the draft report, so the moment I received, the day that I received elements of a draft report that related to former Minister Ayres, I spoke to Minister Ayres and asked him to come in to 52 Martin Place to see me, and we worked through it, and he made that, and we made that decision together. That was in relation to. That was in respect of elements of the draft report by Mr. Head, which in connection to that process being undertaken at arm's length and the questions that arose from it. Ms. Boyd, that is completely different.
So
that is completely different to matters that were raised to me by the Department Secretary of Customer Service in relation to a workplace. I made the decision. I seriously, I find it offensive, because I think I know where you're going here, to somehow suggest that the decisions that I made were for other purposes except to do what was, I believed, the right thing. And that's what I did on both those instances, and I stand by the decisions I made on both cases.
So given that you now are another woman down in Cabinet, you've not done particularly well, have you, in promoting Liberal women within your ranks?
We've spoken about this in the past. And can I just say, I find it really offensive that you are linking, because I know what you're doing, that you are linking.
I find it very offensive that you're assuming that you know what I'm linking, but I'm asking questions.
I think it's very clear. I think everybody here knows exactly. I think everybody here knows exactly what you're doing. And to sit there and say
I'm trying to hold you account for your decisions,
I made decisions based on gender, not based on doing.
That is not what I'm saying at all, and I didn't say that. I'm curious as to why that might be the case. Can we talk about
and the fact that we're now going into the second line of questioning, I think, supports my view in relation to the first.
What was the second line?
About the representation of women in the Cabinet.
Yeah, which you don't seem very happy to answer questions about it either.
Yes, I am. I've said numerous times that I believe that the Liberal Party can do a lot better in relation to in relation to the pre-selection of women for seats.
You personally think you could do a lot better at encouraging more women into Cabinet?
Well, into Cabinet, yes. And in addition to that, I have made it very clear to the division of the Liberal Party that I would like to see more women put their hands up and run for pre-selection. And since the last budget estimates, I've actually been very encouraged by the number of people, the number of women who are interested. I think we can, the Liberal Party, I've never said that we can't do better. We clearly need to do better, and I believe that we will.
And when will Minister Ayres, ex-Minister Ayres, become Minister Ayres again?
Well, I haven't. That's a hypothetical question. I've apparently received a document in my. Well,
you already know, Premier. You're the Premier of the state. This is a pretty important report.
I haven't read. I've received it. Apparently,
I've seen you texting. You've done all sorts of things.
Daniel Mookie may as well be on my
I've looked at the news. I've done all sorts of things as well during this.
I have standards.
Yeah. You know, he's the document has been provided in my in-tray, and I will. Well, he's probably got it in his folder, and I will read it. I will reflect on it, and I'll respond to it.
And to be clear, because I think you were trying to imply that I was accusing you of some sort of direct or intentional gender discrimination, but I was actually trying to get to whether or not if someone stays a minister in your cabinet is really as a result of the different sort of the power struggles, I guess, between different factions. Is it why is it? You tell me. If it's not to do with gender, why is it that Minister Ayres, ex-Minister Ayres, soon to become Minister Ayres, has been treated so well by you?
The same factions.
He lost his ministry.
But he's going to get it back soon.
Is that what you call treating someone well?
He's getting it back soon, though, and he was allowed to resign.
That's once again, that's a hypothetical situation. I want to make this point very clear. No, because
just rule it out. Say he's not going to become minister
I haven't read the review. What I'm saying is I make it very clear. Both issues in relation to the issues in relation to the ministers was very different. I make decisions within my capacity as Premier in relation to who serves in the cabinet. You can have certain opinions in relation to who should be in and who should be out. Ultimately, that's my decision, and I made those decisions on what I believed was the right thing to do, and I stand by it.
Well, Zach.
Thank you, Premier. Is it your government's policy to toughen up gun laws in New South Wales?
In relation to what?
Well, in relation to toughening up gun laws. I mean, New South Wales government, ever since Barry O'Farrell destroyed the Game Council, has made it its business in life to attack law-abiding citizens who own firearms. Whether it's the ammunition bill, whether it's bad customer service at the firearms registry, I could just go on and on.
Well, you've raised those issues.
I asked you a straight up and down question. Is it your government's intention to toughen up gun laws?
Of course, we want to have less guns, not more.
You want to have less guns, so it doesn't matter whether they're legal or illegal. You're quite happy to see gun laws toughened to the point where people... that's exactly what you said. I'm only talking in the context of law-abiding citizens owning firearms. Don't convolute it in relation to criminals, because law-abiding firearms owners are not criminals.
I agree.
So what's the answer to the question, or you're not going to answer it? Is that what you're telling me?
What's your second question? What's your follow-up?
Well, answer the first one. Yes or no?
I can't get to the second without the first.
Yes or no? I believe in your government's policy to toughen up gun laws in New South Wales.
I do not believe in relaxing gun laws in New South Wales.
I'm not talking about relaxing it. I didn't use the word relax, did I? I said, is it your government's intention to toughen up gun laws in New South Wales?
We're very happy with the current situation. But if you have some policy proposals you'd like to raise with us, I'm more than happy to look at it.
There's always proposals, but I'm not here to talk about those right now.
Okay.
In budget estimates, when we were talking to the police, it came out very clearly that in the questioning of the police and also the minister, that no one is actually going to be held responsible for John Edwards getting firearms and murdering his children and then committing suicide. Have you got a response to that? I mean, this issue I questioned in budget estimates, in the last two budget estimates, and every time it gets put on the table, nobody seems to want to give a straight answer. Somebody other than law-abiding firearms owners in New South Wales must be held responsible for the Edwards murders. Is that actually ever going to happen?
I'll seek advice and come back to you.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you as soon as possible.
Minister, Premier, why is the New South Wales Firearms Registry now a hidden service to the customers of New South Wales? We were told in budget estimates by the police that it's now the place that is not named. It's no longer a public place that can be actually identified, and that the people who are interacting with it are not allowed to know where it is. I saw the comical demonstration of all the braided people sitting at the table where you were during budget estimates actually looking sideways and saying, can we mention no, we're not allowed to.
Mention the names of?
The firearms registry, the address of it. It's now hidden.
Yeah.
And it's hidden within the New South Wales Police Command System.
Yeah.
It's disappeared. Why is that the case?
What is the merit for having it public?
Sorry?
What is the merit for having it public?
What's the merit for not having it public? It's called customer service.
Yeah.
So how can you have customer service if the customers don't know where the service is being rendered from? We've seen a progressive degradation of the customer service processes by the police since they've taken control of it some 5 or 6 years ago, to the point now where they're not even prepared to say that it exists or where it exists.
What's the customer interface in relation to the location?
Well, they actually used to, once upon a time, have a counter there where people could walk up and actually consult with them and ask them questions and get answers. You can't get that anymore.
So they don't have that?
Don't have it at all. Haven't had it for years.
So there is no customer interface?
There is no customer interface.
Why does it matter where it's
on a face-to-face basis at the registry. But now, since the registry's moved to somewhere else within the electorate, as I was told by the minister, we're not allowed to know where it is.
Why does the location matter if there's no customer interface?
That's a silly question. What I'm saying is there should be customer interface.
Okay, so that's the better point. I'm happy to look at customer interface, and if it's customer interface and there are customers attending, they clearly need to know what the location
the reality,
is.
the point I'm making, and you know it is.
Does it really matter where the planning department is?
The point I'm making, and you know it, is that the registry now is effectively disappeared, merged into the police command structure completely. It's disappeared. Nobody has been held responsible for what's been going on. Customer service has not improved when it comes to delays in processing licences, applications for new firearms, old firearms, you name it, it's a fiasco.
All right. So
there was a time when the firearms registry was run by the bureaucracy and it functioned properly and fairly. Since the police have taken total control of it, it's a mess.
In what way?
No service, hopeless computer systems. I could just keep going on and on and on.
There are delays in things getting processed?
Absolutely. Well, you read the Hansard. Every budget estimates, when they're questioned about it, it comes up on the same thing. I go through the same thing with them. They keep saying it's getting better, but it's not. Even today, I signed off on 2 letters going to the superintendent asking for the processing of an application for a new hunting club that had been lodged in October 2021. And the data relating to that has been lost and it hasn't been processed. Why allow this to happen? The bureaucracy can do a better job.
When you've seen through the success of Service New South Wales that,
Service New South Wales only deals with about 10% of the application requirements that the registry has to deal with.
Firearms registry?
Sorry?
Sorry, Service New South Wales has to deal with 10% of what?
Firearms registry interface requirements.
Yeah.
Probably no more than 10%.
Well, look, I mean, I believe that we should have the best customer service across the board. I think Service New South Wales has been a success. I'll look at
again, Premier, we're saying I agree with you.
Doesn't matter. It's actually the processing. And if an area of government has moved from one place to another, and it's and the timeliness in which it takes to process or provide service to customers has diminished, then we should look at that and address it. The location, I'm not really sure about, but...
Minister, it came out recently that the New South Wales Police have dumped their computer systems provider, the people that were contracted to provide the replacement to the COP system, and it was reported that there was a cost in that dumping of that contract of, I think, about $177 million. I asked questions in relation to this at the budget estimates with the police minister and the police, and of course got nowhere. Can you please advise me what the current status of that contract is, and what are the likely plans to replace the COPS system with something more up to date, and how much do you think that will actually cost?
I don't know.
Well, that's a fair question. That's a fair answer to a fair question. You don't know. Good.
I wouldn't know what an IT system costs in relation to that, but I don't think anyone would expect me to. I am more than happy, though, to look into it. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Well, just what I'm getting at is that I don't believe the police are competent at all when it comes to dealing with customer service. I don't believe they're competent at all when it comes to selecting computer systems, specifying computer systems, and dealing with them, the proper administrative functions in and around all of that. They may be good at policing, not making the law, but policing, but they're absolutely bloody hopeless. Because even me personally, as an experienced shooter in this state, have suffered the same nonsense, delays and problems with the New South Wales Firearms Registry.
Is this connected to Firearms Registry?
Well, I've just used those words. You're not listening.
Yes, I am.
Right?
I've maintained my focus for 3 hours.
And as it's been absorbed and taken away from the bureaucracy, from people, good administrators like Mr. Coots-Trotter here, and handed over to Inspector Plod, it's been a complete disaster. Okay. And it's in that situation where John Edwards got a legal licence to buy 2 pistols and then kill his kids and himself. That's the situation, and that has been used as an excuse to go after and change the whole system. Ex-Minister Elliott, when he was police minister, signed off on the complete merging of the Firearms Registry as a police command. End of discussion. And it's gone downhill ever since. Administration's gone downhill. It is a fiasco. A complete fiasco. Customer service doesn't exist. How can you have customer service when no one knows where the service is being rendered from at all?
Okay.
I know you've got this belief that somehow a computer's going to fix it, but guess what? They don't know anything about computer systems either. They can't even sign off and get a new COPS system, which upgrade replacement system put in place. This is the second time that the major systems have been dumped by the New South Wales Police. It's a fiasco. Put someone in charge who actually knows what they're doing, Premier, please.
Okay, so I accept the points you're making. I will look into those issues. I have the highest standards when it comes to customer service and making sure that these things, that the proper IT systems are in place. There's obviously been challenges there. There are proceedings. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment, but I will look into it.
Premier, do you think that law-abiding citizens who own firearms in New South Wales should be treated as criminals in waiting?
No.
Thank you.
So there's 2 minutes left, yeah.
Thank you. Premier.
2 minutes. Let's make this fun.
Indeed. Firstly, as I understand, your birthday's nearing, so happy birthday. It's coming up.
Will you send me a text message?
After Mr. Cartwright does this year, I will, I promise. In fact, I'll write a note to send you a text message, I promise. But, Premier, the actual 1-year anniversary of your premiership is nearing too. And actually, my birthday, October 4th. I look forward to the message. But, Premier, as the 1-year anniversary of your premiership looms, in the year since you've become Premier, you've had Minister Ward have to resign his commission and face suspension from the Parliament following some serious criminal charges. John Sidoti has been found to be corrupt. Stuart Ayres is found to have breached the ministerial code, your deputy leader having to resign. Miss Pettinos has had to be sacked after bullying allegations emerged. Mr. Barilaro has engulfed your government in scandal. Close to 10 MPs have now announced their retirement. If this is what the people of New South Wales has been treated to in the last 12 months, what can we look forward to in the next 12 months if you are in fact re-elected?
Well, the New South Wales state is doing incredibly well, and I'm very proud of the leadership as Premier of New South Wales and in my former capacity as Treasurer. New South Wales is a much better place today than it was under Labor in 2011. But everywhere you look, right, given the challenges that we have faced as a people and our government's response to them, whether that's been through droughts, bushfires, floods, a 1 in 100 year pandemic, and yet our people are still standing strong. That's the testament to the people of New South Wales, and I'm proud to be part and leading, proud to be part of a government and now leading a government that has turned around the fate of our state. And there's a lot
you
more
are
to
quite
do.
right to say that the COVID response is due to the people of New South Wales, and I agree with you in that respect. But Premier, you've presided over scandal after scandal after scandal. Isn't it simply the case that after 12 years in government, after 12 years in government, the best days of your government are well and truly behind you?
That's not a question. I have implemented more integrity reforms to keep the highest standards in this parliament.
You 100% had more need.
We have gone.
Your ministers have certainly given you more than just cause.
No, we have.
Oh, we are. That's right.
I'm very proud of our track record as a government, Mr. Mookie.
Tell me more.
There are challenges that come up every day in this job. Some days are more difficult than others. What is most important to me is that the good people of New South Wales continue to have the opportunity and prosperity in the future, and that's what I focus on every day, despite issues that seem to come up
You have a report to
from time to
Back
time.
to the report.
Indeed. So we are at time. Thank you, Premier, for your attendance this morning. We appreciate it.
Lesson from last time.
We're now finished with your questions, but for Mr. Fitztrotter and the other public servants who will be joining us later, we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. All witnesses need to be sworn in prior to giving evidence, and there's a few new witnesses that have joined us this afternoon. So I might start at the end with Ms. Boyd, if you could. Oh, they do not have a microphone.
I believe I've already been sworn
This is a different committee, so you would have to be.
All right.
It's PC1.
Yes, sorry.
Indeed.
That's all right.
Just swap the microphone. So, yes, if you could state your full name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Boyd. I'm
I might just get you to pull that closer.
And post-nominal, please.
Thanks, Michael. My name is Catherine Boyd. I'm the Deputy Secretary General Counsel at the Department of Premier and Cabinet. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks.
Thank you. Kate Marr, Deputy Secretary, Community Engagement Group, Department of Premier and Cabinet. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Sarah Cruikshank, Deputy Secretary, Policy Group at Department of Premier and Cabinet. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we will begin our questions this afternoon with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Secretary, for your attendance this afternoon. Pleasure to see you as always. And to all your officials.
Great to be back.
Thank you, too. Look, this is our last day. We're looking forward to this being over. Secretary, can I ask you to take me through your response to the head review?
Yes, I received Mr. Head's report on the 12th of August. I considered it for, I think, 6 days, and on the 18th of August I spoke with Ms. Brown and expressed a preliminary view to her that I had formed from reading Mr. Head's report.
What was the preliminary view? What date did you have that conversation?
On the 18th of August.
18th of August. And was it in person or was it on the phone? Or?
It was on the phone.
And you expressed to her a preliminary view? I expressed a preliminary view, and my preliminary view was and is that she had not satisfactorily performed the function of secretary. And I should state that it's a preliminary view. I've not made a final view, and the procedural fairness afforded to Ms. Brown gives her an opportunity to make a submission to me in relation to my preliminary view about her performance, and I must and will consider whatever submission she makes with an open mind. And you do, and no one disputes that, Mr. Secretary. Can I just establish some surrounding, I guess, establish a basis of facts. You are, the Premier is the employer of all secretaries, correct?
That's right.
And he's issued an instrument of delegation to you?
Yes.
And that delegation took place when you became the Secretary of DPC last year?
I don't know. I don't know at what point it took place, but Premiers, certainly since the creation of the Government Sector Employment Act, it's usual for Premiers to delegate under Section 81 employer functions to people who hold my role, and Premier Perrottet has done that.
Employed Miss Brown as Secretary in, was it February or March this year?
It was January from memory, 27th of January, I think.
Yeah, okay. And you, on the 18th of August, expressed a view that she had, a preliminary view that is subject to further submission that you have to consider with an open mind.
Yes.
A view that Ms. Brown hasn't performed the functions of Secretary appropriately. In what respect has she not performed the functions of Secretary appropriately?
Well,
at a preliminary level.
In forming the preliminary view, I had regard to the following conclusions from the head report. And I can read them out. But
please.
Okay, in respect to the first recruitment process, you gave ministers an incomplete and hence misleading picture as to whether suitable candidates had been identified. noting that Mr. Head was of the opinion that you had no intention to mislead. In respect to the first recruitment process, your failure to consider relevant factors in accepting a late application from a candidate who had, through the normal course of their duties, access to information about other candidates in the process, and your failure to disclose this matter to other panel members during the panel's discussions, conflict of interest. Then in relation to the second recruitment process, my preliminary view was that Ms Brown failed to fully disclose to all panel members, having involved the then Minister for Trade in discussions about the composition of the shortlist, having arranged for one of the candidates to meet the then Minister for Trade while the selection process was still underway, for having discussions with the former Minister for Trade as to the suitability of Mr Barilaro for the role while the selection process was underway, and having concluded contract negotiations with Mr Barilaro without the selection panel having determined its final assessment of candidates.
Thank you. So that's in respect to the first, well, is that 5 grounds?
2 in respect of the first process.
Yeah.
And 4 in respect of the second.
6. Okay, so that's 6 matters. And just so to be clear here, is it the preliminary view that you have formed that in respect to these 6 matters, for which, again, a caveat that you have to consider any reply
yes,
with
I
an
do.
open mind?
I must keep an open mind and be seen to keep an open mind.
You do?
Yeah.
And, but it gives rise to a breach of Ms Brown's contract specifically?
Well, it relates to her performance in the role, which is the mechanism, is the contract she signed, which relates to a role description, and then of course there are responsibilities under public servants under the Code of Ethics and Conduct, which
she also has to, according to her contract, comply with at all times.
That's right.
Correct.
Yes.
And so, have you given Ms Brown indication that, or provided her with notice that you are considering terminating her contract?
So the first step is to form a preliminary review of her performance, which I've done. I've indicated I'm considering the matter under Section 68 of the Government Sector Employment Act. Part 2 sets out the actions that I am contemplating or may contemplate, and one of those is termination.
What other actions can you contemplate?
Well, the other actions under that section include demotion, a reduction in salary. They are somewhat of an ill fit with the Office of Secretary because they would require the consent of the person for them to be delivered. So termination obviously not, but demotion and the other actions under 68 would require a person's consent from the Office of Secretary. That would not be true of someone in a less senior position.
Okay, and so you've pointed out that is...
I've referenced that section and said these are the actions that I'm considering.
Okay, and how long does Ms Brown have to reply?
So on the 22nd of August, Ms Brown communicated with me. She presented evidence in support of a request to take a month's leave, which I have granted her, which I think expires, that 4 weeks of leave expires on the 19th of September. I will be back in touch with her at that point, asking if she is now able to provide a submission in response to the material that I've sent her, outlining my preliminary review of her performance.
Do forgive my ignorance on this matter. You actually have to approve her leave?
Yes.
Okay, right. And so, in effect, the matter remains in abeyance.
It's paused while she is on leave, yeah.
Okay, and then there's a resumption thereafter. So just to be clear, you're contemplating action under Section 68 of the GCE Act?
Yeah.
Are you contemplating any action under Section 41?
The preliminary review I've put to Ms Brown is that I've formed the view that her performance was unsatisfactory, so I'm considering it under Section 68. That's my preliminary view.
Okay.
Now, my view may change in response to any submission she chooses to make to me, but at a preliminary point, I'm dealing with it under Section 68.
Okay. And under that Act, are you able to make that decision upon receipt of any final submissions, or do you have any other hurdles that you have to satisfy?
So the usual course was you would receive a submission in response to a preliminary review about performance, contemplate that, make a decision on performance, then make a decision on what action I would take in response, and provide Ms Brown, in this case, with an opportunity to make comment on that before finalising it.
Okay, but is the intention to resolve this matter one way or the other in September, October, November? How long are we going to, do you foresee?
Well, the unknown is Ms Brown's ability to provide a submission to me.
Indeed. The nature of the leave, I don't want to get too far down that pathway in terms of the nature of the leave, but is it affect is it annual leave? Is it
No.
capped form of leave? Okay, I won't push beyond that, Mr Secretary.
Okay, thank you.
But should we find ourselves in a situation where Ms Brown is in a position to resume duties, and pending the outcome, are you going to stand her aside, or is she returning on what date is she returning? 19th of September?
When I received the report from Mr Head on the 12th of August, Ms Brown agreed to go on special leave.
Okay, and she remains on special leave?
She was on special leave for a period. She's no longer on special leave.
She was on special leave, presumably from the 18th to the 22nd, so that was 4 days?
From the 12th to the
10
22nd.
days. And then another form of leave?
Another form of leave.
From then onwards, and then on the 19th, she will return to duties pending any further decision you make? Assuming she's in a position to do so.
Well, until I am able to conclude the process of responding to Mr Head's findings and concluding the process I'm in, she will be on leave.
Okay. Just in respect to the 6 matters that you've put to her, you put to her view that she gave ministers an incomplete and misleading answer, was it, or was it incomplete information?
It was incomplete and hence misleading.
In what respect did Ms Brown give an incomplete and misleading
Because Ms Brown was asked whether the first recruitment process identified any suitable candidates.
Yeah.
She was of the view that she said it did not. She, according to Mr Head's report, took the view that ultimately Ms West was not a suitable candidate. But of course, the first process had identified another candidate as suitable and appointable, and there was nothing in the operation of the Cabinet decision that rendered that candidate unsuitable. So
that's an interesting point, Mr Secretary, because certainly Mr Head and others, look, maybe I'm misinterpreting what Mr Head said, but certainly the evidence that's been put before us says that quite explicitly that the Cabinet submission required Ms Brown to undo the previous process and reverse it. And in fact, that's what led to the termination of Ms West's candidacy. Now, Ms Brown has maintained the point, and again, you may have to reach a decision on this, so I don't want to necessarily put you in a position where you have to reach the view now. But certainly her view is, and Mr Head's view seems to support, our suggestion that the Cabinet submission did explicitly require it to be, the recruitment process of Ms West to effectively be reversed. And when it comes to Mr Barilaro, and I guess the areas of interest in respect to his conduct, the question is whether or not he disclosed all relevant matters to the Cabinet in that sense. So when you say that the Cabinet submission didn't require its reversal,
no, I'm saying the Cabinet decision brought a recruitment process to an end. It didn't undo the assessment through a recruitment process of the suitability.
And she could have been appointed through the next process, basically.
Well, there were two candidates who were determined to be suitable in that process. Ms Brown's evidence here and elsewhere is that she ultimately formed the view as the hiring manager that Ms West was not suitable for appointment, but that still left Mr Fitzpatrick having been assessed as suitable for appointment.
And in any case, I guess your point would be is that all that should have been disclosed to the ministers for them to then factor in how they would then explain it to the Parliament.
Yes.
Yeah. And so,
specifically... I should stress Mr Head finds that Ms Brown genuinely believed the advice she provided, that there were no suitable candidates, but there were.
And either way, perhaps all the facts, the point is that all the facts should have been played before the ministers, given that it was the ministers who made the claims in the Parliament.
Yes.
And just to be clear here, did Ms Brown brief the Premier directly?
Yes, she did.
When did she do that?
I don't know exactly. I can take that on notice and respond to you.
So when you're saying that the incomplete and what was the phrase you used? Incomplete and hence misleading picture. Incomplete and hence misleading. So
that's actually Mr Head's finding.
Incomplete and hence misleading. Yes, thank you. And that incomplete and hence misleading information was provided to then Minister Ayres.
Yes.
And Premier Perrottet directly by Ms Brown, is your understanding? Directly
to Premier Perrottet. I don't know by what means Ms Brown briefed former Minister Ayres.
And just to be clear here, Mr Secretary, Ms Brown didn't provide you the advice and you provided it to the Premier. She provided it directly to the Premier.
She provided it directly to the Premier.
And did she do that by a phone call, meeting, briefing note?
Face-to-face meeting.
In a meeting, was that on the day that he was required to provide a response to Parliament?
Yes, I think so. And it was in the context of the Premier asking for the purpose of providing information to the Parliament.
Okay, so the Premier explicitly sought this briefing?
Yes.
And then presumably got the briefing?
Yes.
And then relied upon it when in providing evidence to the Parliament in question time that day?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm finding curious about this, Mr Secretary, is that the Premier has certainly made the point that he got briefed by the Minister Ayres, and that in fact the information he provided to the House came from Minister Ayres, not Secretary Brown. And therefore, to the extent to which he misled, it's because he was misled by the Minister, not the Secretary. So what I'm trying to reconcile is, how is that possible if there was an actual face-to-face meeting with the Premier in which the Premier got a direct briefing from the Secretary?
I don't know what the Premier said, but it's entirely possible he was briefed by both Minister Ayres and Ms Brown, but I know that he was briefed by Ms Brown directly.
Okay, was that documented by any chance or not?
So it was my colleague Kate Boyd was present in that discussion, so that's how I know it happened.
Oh, Ms Boyd, come on down.
Sorry, Kate.
Well, was it for you there? And did Ms Brown inform the Premier that there were no suitable candidate? And that was despite there being two suitable candidates who were capable of appointment?
That is the conclusion reached by Mr Head, yes.
Okay, but you witnessed Ms Brown tell this to the Premier directly?
Yes.
Okay, and was Minister Ayres present? So Minister Ayres was present at the meeting. Okay, so it's possible that in fact what happened is that he's only publicly identified Minister Ayres, where in fact he was also told by the Secretary. It's possible. You don't have to comment. Okay, fair enough. Can I just go in respect to just in terms of the implications of a termination under Section 68, what are the implications in terms of a termination under Section 68 in respect to the entitlements and such?
A termination under Section 68 attracts a compensation payment from memory of 13 weeks' salary as opposed to 38 weeks' salary under a Section 41 termination.
Okay.
So
is that in lieu of in addition to other entitlements, or?
Yes, if you had accumulated leave, for example, you would take that with you as well.
So if we're terminating Ms Brown for cause, or we're not, or to be fair, any secretary, in such a scenario, the minimum under that provision is that we still have to pay 13 weeks.
That's correct.
So is there any other provision of the Act that you can terminate Ms Brown under which results in no payment?
Yes, I forget the section, but you can terminate for misconduct, and that attracts no compensation.
So this conduct amounts to a failure to perform the duties, but not misconduct. Is that?
That is my preliminary view, Mr Mookie, after reading Mr Head's report closely and taking advice.
Presumably from Ms Boyd?
No, actually from the Crown Solicitor.
Right. Sorry to point you, but Ms Boyd, you're often a suspect in terms of who provides this advice.
Object to that.
Getting better and better, isn't it?
But can I just be clear here? If it is the case that there's been a breach of the code, how does that not amount to misconduct?
I'm uncomfortable about further elaborating on my views inside a process that's yet to complete.
Okay, but you have explicitly...
Can you just be satisfied knowing that I've thought very carefully about it, and based on advice, Mr Head's forensic report and, the application of judgment, the view I've formed is that I'm dealing with it on a preliminary basis as a question of poor performance and not misconduct.
Mr Secretary, I can I be satisfied? I'm hard to satisfy, hence the questions, but I take your point. If it is a case, I understand you're in the middle of a process and procedural fairness is owed to lots of people, so I take your point of not pushing too much beyond that part of it. Can I just ask you, in respect to Mr McClintock's report, when you've received it?
So, yes, and I'm sorry to have misadvised the committee. The advice I had prior to coming into the meeting this morning was that it was due this evening. It was received while we were in discussion earlier this morning.
Fair enough. And under what powers has Mr McClintock had access to as he's completed that investigation?
I might refer to my colleague, Kate Boyd.
The inquiry was established using the Governor's prerogative inquiry power. So,
do you mind moving the microphone forward this point?
Sorry. Mr McClintock has no statutory powers. He's giving a legal opinion, and the inquiry power of
so
the Governor.
The prerogative power of the Governor has been used?
Yes, that's right. Consistent with the approach taken in relation to a number of other expert panel inquiries in the past.
So what, the Governor has issued some form of letters patent?
Yes, they're available on the DPC website if you'd like to.
I am a fan of the prerogative powers of the Crown.
Vellum and wax seal.
We can sack Prime Ministers using the same power, so it does attract some interest. So, but there's no powers of compulsion?
No.
No powers to take evidence under oath?
No.
No powers to order the production of documents?
No.
Is there a power to inspect Cabinet documents?
Mr McClintock was provided with access to Cabinet documents as part of the inquiry voluntarily.
Okay, so he can interview people, they're not under any obligation to tell him the truth. Is that fair?
No, I don't think that's a fair thing to say, but I think it's important to consider the context of Mr McClintock's task here, and it was to give a legal opinion on whether the facts, as found by Mr Head, constituted a breach of the code. So it wasn't really a fact-finding exercise in the way that you've described. He's been asked to look at the findings in the Head review and form a legal view.
What legal question has he been asked to answer or provide an opinion on?
The question that I just stated. So he's been asked to, having regard to the findings of the Head review, did former Minister Ayres breach the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Which particular part of the code?
There was no particular part of the code specified in the terms of reference for the inquiry, so any part of the code, any and all.
Okay. And is it the intention to make that report public?
The question for the Premier.
Who actually does the report belong to?
It's a report that's provided to the Governor and the Premier under the letters patent, so the requirements of...
Turn it to the Governor.
Yeah, that's correct, and to the Premier. So the letters patent say
a copy is to be delivered to the Governor and to the Premier. So.
And has it, I presume the Governor is currently reading it?
The Administrator, I think.
The Administrator.
Lieutenant Governor, yeah.
Fair enough.
Administrator.
Oh, the Administrator, I'm sorry.
Do you know whether or not the government intends to make it public, or...?
That's not really the role of the Governor. The Governor would normally...
Sorry, I was asking whether you know the government intended to make government...
Oh, government, sorry.
...intended to make it public.
No, I think...
No, the Premier, I think, said in evidence this morning that he would consider that.
But you've seen it?
As I said earlier, I'd seen a draft of the report.
Yeah, and, well, did he breach the code?
So the advice is privileged legal advice to the Governor and the Premier, and it's really a matter for the Premier to determine what he wants to make public.
Okay. Fair enough. Has there been any references made to any integrity agencies in respect to any particular breach of the code? Not arising from this report, but in general, in respect to the Barallara matter?
Sorry, have there been references?
Why don't we do this? Let me rephrase. Has DPC or any person in DPC made any reference to the integrity agencies arising from a breach of the ministerial code?
A reference being a Section 11 reference?
Yeah, we can go with Section 11. Is it a clause of the ICAC Act?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And has the integrity agencies... actually, no, I won't ask that. In respect to... just in respect to Minister Ayres' departure, while I've got you here on this particular point, I was going to ask you this later, but I may as well ask it now. What are the costs of us replacing Minister Ayres here? I appreciate what you're asking. I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know. Okay. Did you want to jump in on anything, or we have to make it go with head? Can I just take you through certain matters of the head reviews and just seek,
sure.
If you don't mind? You've taken me through your first part of your response.
Yep.
I'm interested in respect to the other parts of the recommendations that Mr. Head has made.
The systemic recommendations.
Yep. Let's just go through them very quickly. Where are we up to in respect to the other recommendations? I'm on page 8, 9.
Yes. So let me just have a look.
1 to 10.
And I'll... okay, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so 1.3.2, which is the amendment to the Government Sector Employment Act.
Yeah.
We're looking at a GSC amendment bill in the current session of the Parliament. Similarly, and there are a range of other recommendations that propose an amendment to the Act. They're all proposed to be brought in a bill to the Parliament in the spring session.
Okay. Can I invite on notice... I understand that recommendations 1.32 to 1.39 are substantially regulatory or legislative, although there is some that are regulation. Just in terms of, we'll be in a position to ask the Public Service Commissioner as well about their response. But if we can on notice, just get the timetables.
Yeah, of course.
In respect to the non-legislative aspects of it.
Well, the legislative aspects all in the spring session.
Yep. Thank you.
And the rules, as you know, are made by the Public Service Commissioner, so she's available this afternoon to answer to that. But I know she's set up a little project team to get all that done. Yeah.
Can I just take you to page 35 of the head review, if you happen to have it?
Yep.
I'm trying to understand what exactly is this Government Strategy Committee? Is it a committee of Cabinet?
It's a subcommittee of Cabinet, yeah.
Yeah, and it's provided for in the Cabinet Manual or not? There's been some conjecture about this.
None of the committees are named in the Cabinet Practice Manual. It's not our practice to divulge that information publicly.
Not your practice. Fair enough. So, but Cabinet, it's an official Cabinet committee, correct?
Yes.
And therefore its proceedings are required to be documented, correct?
Yes.
And the records have to be kept?
Yes.
And matters need to be brought in writing or not? Or is there discretion?
So not all matters are brought with a paper, but...
But the discussion has to be documented?
Yes.
Who does that?
I do, with my colleague Kate Boyd.
Okay, and do you do that for the Strategy Committee of Cabinet?
Yes.
And that's similar to you would do for all subcommittees of Cabinet? There's nothing deviating from that, correct?
Exactly the same process for all committees and for Cabinet.
Okay, and is it often the case that do public servants who have matters before this committee have to appear? Or can they appear? Or are they barred from appearance? Or is it a matter of discretion?
A matter of discretion.
Okay, and in respect to this particular strategy cabinet meeting that's discussed on page 35, it says to here that there is no written record that would reflect...
No, it doesn't say that. It says the record of the meeting provides no definitive position on this.
You're quite correct, Mr Secretary, that's what it says. To be fair, what Ms Brown told us, which is why I'm getting confused, is Ms Brown told us that she wasn't under the impression that any written position or advice had gone in respect to this, and she certainly made clear that she was never asked to provide one, neither was her department, and to the best of her knowledge, no department did. Hence the conjecture about whether or not there was what exactly was decided here. And
so I don't know about documents provided to the committee, but, the decision record of the committee is circulated and available to relevant secretaries.
Okay, but to be clear here, Ms Brown says she wasn't at this meeting. Is there any indication that she was?
No, she wasn't.
Okay, and insofar as former Minister for Trade indicated to Mr Head that he believed that the 8th of November meeting had the effect of overturning the policy, however, and as you rightly point out, however, the record of the meeting provides no definitive position on this. Is there any further light you're prepared to share with me on this matter?
I'm old school, so I'm a little uncomfortable about discussing this, but it has been canvassed in Mr Head's report, so perhaps we can just do a carve-out for the usual constraints that would apply.
Canvassed by lots of people, to be
yes,
fair.
Indeed.
Yes.
What is meant, I think, is there was no explicit proposal referencing a previous cabinet decision that was sought to be overturned.
Okay.
What was discussed was a status update on the appointment of 2 of the stick roles, and it was clear that they were being appointed under the Government Sector Employment Act.
Okay.
So implicit in that was these are not statutory appointments. These are public service appointments that would not go to Cabinet.
All right. And so implicit in that was that conclusion. And so basically the information was provided to the members of that strategy committee, and it was for them to interpret the advice that was given, having had reference to the previous decision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And incidentally, who's on this strategy committee? You can't tell me?
We'll consult with the Chair of Cabinet and provide that on notice if...
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not the full Cabinet, correct?
No.
Is its decisions reported to the full Cabinet?
Yes.
Okay, and has that happened at the next meeting, or is it tabled?
As soon as the decisions are formalised, they're then reported to the next Cabinet meeting, which is typically the next.
Well, a variety of Cabinet ministers have anonymously said that they were never told. That's not me. I'm not one of them.
Never told what, Mr Mookie?
The decision was overturned to appoint them through Cabinet, and they all expected the appointments to come to Cabinet.
Sure.
And they were never told.
So there are seeds of confusion planted throughout this process from the 2019 government decision, which explicitly said these appointments would come to Cabinet, but there was no subsequent action to create a statute that made them statutory roles.
Apparently because Minister Ayres had decided that wasn't a priority, that's the evidence we've been given, that immediately upon his appointment as the Trade Minister, he decided not to proceed.
Well, there's a long period between 2019 and late 2021.
Well, Secretary, you're quite correct. I haven't really had the opportunity to go through the exact matters that took place between 19 and 21, but I have concentrated on what happened in 21 onwards. And it is the case that the Minister had made that decision. Yep. Just to be clear, when the 8th of November position was advised to the Cabinet Strategy Committee, did Minister Ayres advance a reason for why those two positions would continue on as stick appointments?
So you're asking me to comment on what actually happened in a Cabinet meeting?
No, I'm asking you not what the reason was, but whether a reason was given.
You're asking me to comment on what happened inside a Cabinet.
Well, I'm trying my luck, Secretary. That is clear.
It's too wild.
I am not lucky in this respect.
No, sorry. You're all lucked out.
Fair enough. Fair enough on that. But part of the reason I'm putting this to you, Mr. Secretary, is because the effect of that was to effectively, as Ms Brown says, put her in a very awkward position. I mean, Ms Brown's consistent defence in respect to her conduct, as the least as has been made to us, is that it left her in a state of purgatory, where she interpreted it as a vote of no confidence in public service.
I'm not sure she's a Catholic, so... Might have left her somewhere, but possibly not in purgatory.
Well, to be fair, Mr. Secretary, I guess Ms Brown's faith is arguably beyond our terms of reference in respect. But
keep on expanding those terms of reference.
Look, it could become. It has turned out to be quite the Inquisition. You're correct in that respect. But I would say,
without going to the specifics of this matter, it is not unusual for my colleagues to ring me after reading a decision minute to ask for clarification about what was meant and what they are authorised to do.
Well, did Ms Brown do that?
As a secretary, you would be expected to exercise initiative on this. To, if you are unclear about what authorisation you do or don't have, you should go and force a decision on it, force clarification.
Well, did Ms Brown try to?
I never spoke to Ms Brown about that matter.
At any point?
About that specific matter, no.
Okay. But I'm just going to put to you again what Ms Brown has put to us. She has made the point that as a result of this decision in November 8, well, the decision, to be fair to her, was made on the 27th of September to turn these into ministerial appointments, and then the decision circa 8 November to reverse it, that it left her in a state of what I described as purgatory, and in which she had to make a decision as a public servant, knowing that effectively the ministers had declared no confidence in her judgment. That's her view. And therefore she was seeking the close involvement of Minister Ayres, in effect to hedge from any criticism that could arise about how and whom she was appointing. Now, that's an awkward position for any secretary to be in. I just want to, so I'm clear to you and, to be fair, procedurally fair to her, to ask you whether or not you think that's a fair characterisation of events.
I'm a little.
Point of order.
I'm just a little. Yeah, I'm a little bit.
And I think that effectively what Honourable Daniel Mookie is doing here is asking for an opinion from public servants.
No, I'm asking for
a long-standing.
To the point of order, I'm asking for Ms Brown's employer to respond.
No,
what you're asking for is whether those, in the Secretary's opinion, whether that actually constitutes a fair characterisation.
Well, who else can I ask other than the person who's the Secretary to the Cabinet?
But it asks for the Secretary to provide an opinion to this committee.
Well, it's not seeking an opinion. It's whether or not the Secretary agrees with the facts that's been presented.
Yeah, I think this is actually probably on the line of this, but I do think that I'll accept Mr Mookie's argument in terms of where the line is. So you know the standing orders here, you're not obliged to give an opinion.
Yeah.
But for that direct question, you can answer that.
Look, I'm reluctant to give an opinion because I'm in a formal process with Ms Brown where I've offered a preliminary view in response to Mr Head's report, and only Mr Head's report, and his report does not, from my recollection, does not canvass that dimension.
I'll move on. But Secretary, I accept your point that you say Ms Brown never sought to contact you to clarify the decision, and your expectation would that any secretary who finds themselves in a position of ambiguity has the onus to charge down the doors and get it clarified. But Ms Brown has also given us 3 other things which I want to put to you directly. Really, to be fair to you and give you the chance to respond. The first is that she sought your involvement on the actual selection panel for the selection of the Americas job. And in doing so, she was maintaining consistency with previous practice that saw your predecessor involve himself in some of these selection panels. Did Ms Brown ask you to, or anyone from Investment New South Wales, or I think that time the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, it's hard to keep up, seek your involvement on the Americas position? And if you declined, why did you decline?
So, yes, Ms Brown did ask me to join that panel, and I think that was in January 2021. So
this year,
there was 22, I'm sorry. But that was in the middle of Omicron, and from memory, in the middle of Omicron, that was what was consuming me at that time. I looked around my senior colleagues, and while not deprecating the role and the busyness of the Public Sector Commission, Public Service Commission, I concluded that of my senior colleagues, the Public Service Commissioner was probably the person who had the most time to devote to a recruitment process. So I suggested to Ms Brown that she approach Ms Lowe in my stead. It was a judgment made basically just on, the balance of what I had on my plate at the time.
Okay. The second incidents in which Ms Brown tells us that she sought your direct involvement and assistance was circa March, late March, early April, in which at this point the interview panel had decided, well, actually, to be fair, the interview panel had interviewed some candidates, but apparently Ms Brown indicated to you that the likely outcome was going to be Mr Barilaro's appointment, with a view that she was seeking your guidance, and I think the term she used was a sense check. Do you recall Ms Brown calling you about this?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
Well, I shut the discussion down pretty quickly. It was almost an instinctive reaction because, and I didn't sort of didn't understand it quite this specifically at the time, but it felt like she was inviting me to intervene in a process. In fact, I think that's actually what Mr Head found in his report, that it would have been, in those circumstances, improper for me to intervene in a recruitment process that I was not party to.
Okay. In what respect? So is it your view that effectively in soliciting your opinion as to the appropriateness of Mr Barilaro's appointment, that would cross the threshold of you involving yourself directly in the decision to offer him the role?
No, seeking my understanding at the time was that Ms Brown thought that Mr Barilaro would be a very controversial appointment. And that was an opinion that I shared. But she had described to me a legitimate merit selection process, and if she was concerned about the controversy of Mr Barilaro's appointment, he would either be the successful candidate through the process or he would withdraw from the process. There was no other proper option.
So, in that respect, you shared the concern that he would be controversial, but you didn't actually give her that view.
Well, sorry, what do you mean, give her that view?
Well, you didn't tell her that.
That I didn't tell her that
at that point.
Tell her what?
That Mr. Barilara's appointment might attract some controversy.
No, I think I remarked that to her at that point. Yes.
You did actually say that to her?
To the best of my recollection, or I raised an eyebrow, or in some way I indicated, yeah, I share your concern about the controversy, but that's not that's a consideration within a selection process. I mean, the task of a selection panel is to find someone who's suitably qualified and appropriate and able to be an effective appointment. That's a matter that Ms. Brown could discuss with her other assessors inside the process, but it's not something that someone outside the process can do anything about.
Okay. And was this at a face-to-face meeting that you had, or was this on the phone?
I don't recall.
Okay. Ms. Brown tells us as well that she asked you to effectively check the opinion of the Premier on this. Do you recall any request akin to that?
I don't recall her framing it in that way. But look, my recollection of that level of detail is... So, you know, I wouldn't be too definitive about it. She could have framed it in those terms. I'm not sure.
Leslie, she gave us a view that at one of your weekly meetings with her as her direct report, or as your direct report, she also mentioned this and sought, in fact, did so sort of around May, I think, and disclosed to you and sort of effectively was asking you to check that or raise any objections on behalf of the Premier, as the other way you could put it. But you have no recollection of any such request or anything like that?
Well, she was worried about an appointment she thought could be controversial. I had an immediate reaction that it was in some way an invitation to intervene in a process improperly. I shut the discussion down to have a bit of a think about it. I mean, there were two occasions where I simply provided advice, once to the Premier's Chief of Staff, once to the Premier and his Chief of Staff, at 2 points in the second recruitment process. That one, John Barilaro was a candidate, and two, based on advice I'd received from Ms. Lowe and Ms. Brown, that he was a relatively strong candidate within the field that was being considered and therefore might be appointed.
Okay, so you had two conversations?
To the best of my recollection, two, yeah.
And one was with the Premier's Chief of Staff and one was with the Premier, or did I hear
And
that?
his Chief of Staff.
Sorry?
The Premier and his Chief of Staff.
Oh, concurrently. And so both conversations were had concurrently with the Premier and the Premier's Chief of Staff?
And it was essentially to provide them with information that, one, Mr. Barilaro was a candidate in the process, two, that on the advice I'd received it was a legitimate merit selection process, and on the second occasion that Mr. Barilaro was emerging as a strong candidate within that process.
Okay, when did the first conversation take place?
January, February.
January, February.
Whatever point, Mr. Mookie, that Mr. Barilaro, the process was begun and he was an applicant in the process.
How did you know? I mean, he applied in January 20. When were you told that he was an applicant?
As I say, at some point in early 2022.
Okay, so who told you?
Ms. Brown told me, and Ms. Lowe, in one of our regular catch-ups, said that at that point, whatever point it was in the process, I think in March, following the interviews, that Mr. Barilaro was in relative terms, a strong candidate inside the process.
And then, upon you finding out from Ms. Brown and Ms. Lowe, you disclosed this to the Premier and the Premier's Chief of Staff concurrently?
Yeah.
And was that just a regular catch-up, or did you go out of your way, or send them a note, or...?
No, it was part of a regular catch-up.
Okay, and so the Premier knew from you, that he had applied. Did he give you any indication that he anticipated an application?
No.
Okay. Oh, look, to be fair to the Premier as well, Mr Barilaro has told us that he told him in a Martin Place encounter that he had disclosed a likely interest as well. But to the best of your recollection, the first time Mr Perrottet finds out about Mr Barilaro's candidacy is after you tell him.
Well, I simply recall telling him. I don't know whether that was the first time he was aware of Mr Barilaro's candidacy. I didn't ask, and the Premier didn't tell me.
Did he express a view to you that that could attract some controversy?
No, he just registered the information.
Okay. And then the second time you tell him, when did you have the second conversation?
Well, it would have been after, I think the interviews took place in mid-March.
Yes, I think that's true.
15 March or thereabouts. So it was soon after that, I think Ms Lowe told me that he had emerged as a strong candidate inside the process, and I relayed that information.
You relate that to that information. Sorry, Ms Lowe tells you, she was on the panel, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
Yep.
And so in some form of a catch-up that takes place after March 15, she told you?
Yep.
And you then told the Premier and the Chief of Staff?
Yeah.
And do you have any specific recollection as to when that second meeting conversation took place?
No.
But your recollection was it was around that time?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in time, Mr Barilaro isn't anywhere near the preferred candidate. And Ms Lowe, what I'm trying to understand is the view doesn't form in Investment New South Wales that he's the preferred candidate until...
I didn't say he was the preferred candidate. I said that he was emerging as a relatively strong candidate in the process. Okay. It had taken place after interviews, and Ms Lowe's comment to me was that he had performed extremely well at interview.
And it's a fair clarification, Mr Secretary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then you told the Premier then?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He registered the information.
And didn't respond?
No, not really.
So he had... Well, the Premier had clearly had more warning about Mr Barilaro than other members of the selection panel. And no further conversations were had with you. Is that the evidence?
But remember, I told him, on the advice I had, this is a legitimate merit selection process. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to intervene in a process. I'm just letting you know that he's emerging as a relatively strong candidate inside that process.
And at this point, the Premier doesn't go to you, why isn't this coming to Cabinet? This is meant to be coming to Cabinet. These are meant to be ministerial appointments.
No.
At any point, did the Premier go to you, prior to the announcement, you or anyone else in DPC, where's the Cabinet appointment form that allows the Cabinet to debate Mr Barilaro's appointment?
No.
Yeah, at this point, the government is still notionally committed to converting them into ministerial positions, correct? Well, that's been overturned.
Well, there's an extant Cabinet decision, but the practical reality is that the appointments are being made as Government Sector Employment Act appointments.
So, I mean, the best way I could describe that, and I know, Mr Secretary, you don't want to vouchsafe any opinion here, but it sounds like a shambles, total shambles. So a Cabinet decides to turn them into ministerial positions. The Minister decides to ignore the Cabinet. He may or may not have told the Strategy Committee of the Cabinet. And then everyone goes ahead and proceeds on the fiction that these are meant to be public service appointments. Public service comes up with John Barilaro. You tell the Premier, and the Premier sits back and goes, OK. That's honestly what happened.
But remember, context, I tell the Premier there's a legitimate merit selection process going on. March is the north of the state has been devastated. There's an awful lot of other things happening throughout this period. We're now focused with great intensity on the minutiae of these processes, but they're a fraction of everything that's happening. Well, and most of it, I think, in the moment seems a lot more urgent and a lot more important.
Oh, look, and no doubt, Mr Secretary, governments are always busy, and you are dead right to say that the flood response did require an all-of-government response, and no one begrudges that.
Sure.
But why wasn't DPC champing down the bits and going, hey, there's a problem here? Because to be fair to Ms Boyd, Miss Boyd detected a year earlier that there was a deviation in the process in respect to the Japan position and the London position, and alerted people to the fact that allowed steps to be taken to correct it. So we have a case study here of DPC doing a great job to point out the fact that the government was embarking on a process that may have been illegal. Yet a year later...
illegal, I think, is the wrong way to frame
Well, ministerial appointments are a breach of the Act. I mean, when it, certainly until it was changed.
You can take a GSE appointment to Cabinet, but it's not a sensible thing to do because it muddles who is accountable.
Well, to be clear, there was lots of advice sought about whether it was in fact capable of being presented to Cabinet without Cabinet breaching the Act. So, sure, I'm prepared to see the point that...
Yeah, I'm
prepared to see the point it's not found to be illegal, but we can at least agree maybe outside power. But either way...
I think Ms Boyd's observation was just about good governance.
That's correct. I would not say that it was illegal. It was poor governance in that it blurred the lines of who was accountable for making the appointment, and in this case it was clearly Ms Brown that was...
I accept poor governance. If your point was it was poor governance and not illegal...
it would be if it had gone to Cabinet, but it did not.
I'm guilty of making an incorrect statement there. I withdraw. It wasn't illegal, it was poor governance. We'll go with that.
No, it would have been poor governance.
Well, it was poor governance because the two positions did go to Cabinet.
The first two did, yeah.
Indeed.
That's
So
right.
we can. But my point is that we have a clear warning of poor governance looming, but no one was sitting around going to the Cabinet, gee, these needed to come to you.
But they didn't.
No, but I think, can I just follow? I mean, part of the issue here was, and the Premier gave evidence this morning about this, was there was a broad view across government amongst the ministers that these positions should be ministerial appointments. And while there's a lot of confusion about backwards and forwards and what Stratco did no one, either Minister Ayres or the Premier at any point, once being informed that Mr Barilaro was about to be the successful candidate, say, aren't they supposed to go to Cabinet?
Well, that's a question for the Premier.
So either way, but your evidence is quite clear. The Premier never sort of sought any advice as to why this hasn't come to Cabinet at any point?
No.
Okay. I'm going to pause there and allow my colleague to ask some questions.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
So I just wanted to ask you, just off the back of my colleague's questions, Mr Coote-Strada, did you ever ask any questions to verify whether it was an independent process? Like, you were told it was an independent process. Did you ever go, is it really?
I was talking to the Public Service Commissioner, who was the participant in a selection panel. Obviously, now that we've got Graham Head's report, we realised that there were some things happening that Ms Lowe was not aware of, but no, I had no reason to question the process.
To be clear, I wouldn't expect that you would ask Ms Lowe those questions. I thought maybe Ms Brown.
No, but I mean, Ms Brown initiated the recruitment process. At my recommendation, it involved Ms Lowe. I had no reason to doubt its legitimacy or the quality of the process.
Okay. Mr Coote-Strada, I want to turn to the question of the Building Commissioner's resignation and his resignation letter.
Yep.
So that was emailed. The letter, so we've just learnt in the other budget estimates that's going on at the moment, Fair Trading, Ms Hogan's just told us that the resignation was first flagged with her on the morning of the 7th of July.
Right. Okay.
That she then raised it with you on that date.
Yes, she did.
She specifically raised the issues that have now been publicly canvassed, which is around the Minister's relationship with Coronation Property Group.
Well, so her first concern, her primary concern, was the departure of someone who had been an excellent building commissioner and a strong reformer. So her first concern was the fact of Mr Chandler's resignation. She didn't want him to go. The second point was a rather unclear letter with some sort of intimations that are not clear. at first blush. So she shared the letter with me, and we had a talk about what she was proposing to do in response.
Okay, and so this got escalated pretty quickly. It went from, it was emailed by Mr Chandler's assistant at 3:39. She forwards it to you at 3:50, and then at 4:43 you send it off to the acting general counsel.
I did.
The Department of Premier and Cabinet. And it was urgent enough that the next morning, when they were running a little bit late or were delayed on the trains, that they had responded to you and said,
It's a high service environment, the General Counsel function. They're unbelievably responsive. Look,
so that's the normal course of events, is basically what you're saying. It wasn't that this was an issue that was being escalated very quickly and seeking urgent advice.
Well, I mean, it's not every day a building commissioner resigns, so it's not an ordinary day, So I'd had a discussion with my colleague Ms Hogan on the day I received the letter, and we agreed that she needed to talk to Mr Chandler to get a clearer explanation of those parts of his letter that Ms Hogan found a bit puzzling, and that from there she would then speak with her then Minister, Ms Petnos. And I sent a copy of the letter to our Acting General Counsel. We spoke the next day, and the reason I did that was just to make sure that the action that Ms Hogan and I had agreed to take was appropriate, and that there was nothing further at that point we should be doing. And the view of the Acting General Counsel was, no, that seems an appropriate response to a letter.
Okay, and the course of action was then outlined at your one-on-one, which occurred at 1 o'clock on the Friday?
Well, Ms Hogan may have a better recollection than me, but we'd agreed on what she was going to do on the Thursday night, I think, the day she received the letter. I think the 11th of July, she'd had the discussion with Mr Chandler and Ms Petnos, and we both concluded that based on what she'd learnt from Mr Chandler and what she discussed with Minister Petnos, that there was no further action required.
Okay, so in your mind on the 11th of July, the matter had basically concluded. The Building Commissioner was going to depart. There was sort of some administrative issues that needed to be resolved around that, but there was no further action required from you or from the Department of Premier.
No, because I mean the discussion. My recollection of the discussion I had with Ms Hogan after she'd spoken to Mr Chandler was that he made clear to her that at no point had he been pressured in his decision-making by the Minister or her office. He was not able to identify a specific relationship between Ms Petnos and Coronation Group beyond that which she had already disclosed, which was a previous working relationship with John Barilaro. He was not alleging anything other than there was a relationship there between the two of them. He wasn't making a formal complaint about the Minister, and we both determined that against the clear test of Section 11 of the ICAC Act, there was no requirement to refer anything to the Commission or take any further action.
Okay, so what changed? What changed and led her to send it on the 31st of July, or seek advice and then send it
to August? That's a question for her, but I think fundamentally what changed is Kate Boyd came back from leave. Ms Boyd, General Counsel, was away in this period. She has regular contact with my colleagues who often seek her advice on matters of governance, and I think Ms Hogan subsequently spoke to Ms Boyd in late July after she returned from leave and decided following that discussion to provide a copy of Mr Chandler's resignation letter to the ICAC for information for abundant caution.
Okay, before I go to Ms Boyd, can I just ask you, Mr Cootes-Trotter, did you tell the Premier about the Building Commissioner's resignation? Did you discuss it with him?
Look, that came up in this morning's session. I certainly told his Deputy Chief of Staff.
Yeah, and do you know roughly when you told the Deputy Chief of Staff?
Oh, sometime in July before the Trade Mission would be my best recollection.
Okay, and did you brief him on the issues in the letter?
No, but not him. It's a her.
Sorry, her?
That's okay. No, both Ms Hogan and I, because we met with the Deputy Chief of Staff together, we both said, look, you know, Mr Chandler's signalled his resignation. It was a slightly puzzling letter in parts. We've run it to ground. There's, in our view, no further action required.
And so, slightly puzzling letter in parts.
Yep.
But it's been chased down.
Yep.
And, but you definitely discussed. Did you raise the specific issue of Coronation Property Group and the Minister? Did you use those words?
I not to my recollection.
So what was the explanation that you gave to the Deputy Chief of Staff as to why he was leaving?
Very poor working relationship with the previous Minister and her office.
Okay. And did you give the Deputy Chief of Staff a copy of the letter?
No.
Okay. And when you say a very poor working relationship with the previous Minister, did you go into any details about any specific instances that had occurred?
So Ms Hogan did describe some examples of a lack of respect in dealings between the former Minister and her office and some departmental officials.
Okay. And did you, so you briefed the Deputy Chief of Staff about issues more broadly about how
that was
the Minister was interrupted?
The purpose of the discussion was at Ms Hogan's initiative to talk directly with the Premier's Deputy Chief of Staff to explain Ms Hogan's concerns about some interactions between the Minister and her office and, less senior members of Ms Hogan's department.
Okay. And do you know roughly when that meeting occurred?
I think the second week in July.
Second week in July, okay. And can you tell me whether at that point DPC had received any complaints, formal, informal, anonymous, about the Minister's behaviour?
I'll just get the timing on this. So just for clarity, the term anonymous complaint is very specific. It refers to a complaint-making channel under the policy: formal complaints, informal complaints, anonymous complaints. So it's an anonymous complaint.
I asked you, Mr Cootes-Trotter, because you'll remember in our last estimates I asked you if you had received any complaints about any ministers.
Yeah.
And I understand now that there are specific types of ways that we should discuss that. So I'm interested in knowing whether you received any anonymous complaints, formal complaints or informal complaints.
So we've only received one complaint under that policy, so we provide support for the implementation of that policy. And apparently we received a complaint on the 4th of July.
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
And are you able to tell us that was in relation to Minister Patinos, former Minister Patinos?
Yes.
And can you tell us what type of complaint that was? Like one of those three strands?
It was an anonymous disclosure.
An anonymous disclosure?
So obviously anonymous in the sense that that was the complaint-making channel that the person chose, and we received the complaint. We offered the complainant a range of supports, and they explicitly asked us not to share information about the complaint with anybody, and the matter was closed then. They just simply wanted to register it with us.
Okay, so but no further action is taken?
No, at their request.
Okay, on the 4th of July, that was...
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Ms Hogan told us this morning that that complaints were first raised with her in April. Were you aware of them as early as that?
No.
Issues, discussions about the minister's behaviour?
Sorry, I think...
I'm using the complaints word. I should have said whether issues or whether there was a discussion.
So prior to July, I had a discussion with one or more discussions with Ms Hogan about the quality of the working relationship with the minister and her office, and the efforts that Ms Hogan was making to try and establish as constructive and effective a working relationship as possible. So she had concerns about the nature of the working relationship, that she was using me as something of a sounding board on the sort of things she was doing to try and change the nature of that working relationship and make it more constructive.
Okay, and this has been going on for months?
Don't know how long, but Ms Hogan had raised it with me before July.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at no point you raised this with the Premier?
With the Premier, no. Directly with the Premier, no. I would have let his office know that it wasn't a great working relationship between then Minister Patinos and her office and her agency, and I would have said that the head of the agency was working constructively to try and improve that.
Okay, and is this something that you've encountered before?
Yes.
Okay, so but you would expect that in telling his office about it, that they would escalate it to him if required?
Well, it's a matter for them, but without overburdening a very busy Premier in their office, you try and operate on a basis of no surprises.
Okay, and when did you first discuss the Building Commissioner's resignation with the Premier?
Directly with the Premier, to the best of my recollection, not until. Look, to be honest, I'm not clear whether I spoke to the Premier at all about it between the second week in July when I spoke to his Deputy Chief of Staff and the 31st of July where it came up at the end of a discussion between the Premier, myself and Emma Hogan.
I might pause there and pass it.
Need to. Okay, so I'll just go to the crossbench, Ms Wood.
Cool. Thank you. I don't think this will take very long, though, Courtney, so
I'll stay ready.
I'll be coming back to you. I just wanted to ask you, Secretary, if what you know about the Treasurer's direction that was issued earlier this month in relation to gifts of government property. Are you aware of?
Oh, I'm not as much as I should.
Yeah. Okay.
Kate Boyd.
Yes.
How can we help?
Sure. I wanted to understand, so my understanding is that this new Treasurer's direction is exempting government agencies and, GSF agencies in particular from having to disclose gifts of government property that they make below $10,000, whereas previously it used to be there was no limit at all. And the reason for this that was given is that it's apparently administratively burdensome for each sort of every gift to be disclosed. $10,000 seems a bit high, though. How many gifts of this nature are being made by government agencies?
Well, I recently looked at one of our own disclosure lists, and in the ordinary course of protocol, we receive a lot of very attractive items from all sorts of people that we then register.
Sorry, Ms Boyd, are you talking about gifts of government property or? gifts and hospitality
actually, sorry,
received.
this is gifts of government property.
Yep, so not gifts we receive.
No, this is gifts.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding. Gifts we give.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's right. Of up to $10,000 of government property without needing to disclose it.
Right.
Do you mind if we take that on notice?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's the intent. DPC, I can only speak to DPC's practice, and we disclose all gifts of government property to our Audit and Risk Committee under that Treasurer's direction. So I'm wondering whether the threshold might apply in a slightly different way in terms of the process that you have to.
Yeah, I understand it doesn't take effect until, let me have a look. I think maybe December the 23rd, curiously.
Just prior to Christmas.
Oh no, the direction commences on the 5th of September 2022. I don't know, just before Christmas. I don't know where the 23rd, sorry, I saw something before. And now I don't know where it is. But in any event, it does say that the direction commences on the 5th of September 2022. Yeah, if you could come back to me.
No, we'd be happy to.
So it says here, for example, in section 3.1, the accountable authority for a GSF agency is required to maintain a written register of gifts of government property that a person handling government resources has made for and on behalf of the agency if the gift has a fair value of over $10,000 when it is gifted, whereas previously it was zero.
We'll take that on notice and get you an answer as to why that policy change has occurred.
Thank you. Can you tell me, though, is it, like, how common is it for gifts of, say, $9,000 to be made by a government agency?
Well, not common at all by DPC. I mean, we have the protocol team in Kate Maher's group that would often provide diplomatic gifts.
And not common at all in DCJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this space is about excess government assets, so things like old IT and perhaps old furniture that should be reused and recycled, and it's about promoting the efficient disposal of that excess.
And I can understand that, but you would expect that still is something that we're able to hold the government to account for. Otherwise, you could be, going in. There's plenty of laptops that are less than $10,000 that you could be handing out to people. I also note that in the ICAC's report on investigation into pork barrelling, it does mention at one point that perhaps we need to extend our legislation in a way to, in case funding was provided in a way that avoids the proposed grants framework. You can imagine how something like this, if it is as I read it, could be used to give out money in a way that might otherwise be considered pork barrelling.
I think there are other requirements in the Treasurer's direction that make sure that the gifting is appropriate and.
But again, if it's not in a register for us to look at, how do we know that it has complied with the rest of that direction? That's sort of the whole point of having the disclosure, isn't it?
That's a fair point. So we'll take that on notice and seek advice from our colleagues in Treasury about the reasons for that and whether there are any other record-keeping requirements in relation to gifts under the threshold.
Yeah, please do. Or if I've just read it wrong, it would be good to know.
Okay.
That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I've just got a couple final questions. Mr. Pitt-Trotter, I asked about complaints, informal complaints and anonymous disclosures about ministers. Have you received any others under the policy?
No. Sorry. My colleague Samara Dobbins.
Yes, I might have to take it on notice, but my recollection is one informal complaint.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
And that's against a minister?
No.
Okay.
Against who?
Against?
Not the name, but the position.
The position? Can you provide us with the position?
By a ministerial staff member against another ministerial staff member.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, can you explain to me how does a cabinet submission get on the agenda?
I'm sorry, how does...
A cabinet submission get on the agenda? What's the process?
You seek the approval of the Premier through his office and it gets put on the agenda or not.
Okay, so if a minister has a submission, they have to, at first instance, register it with DPC in the Cabinet Office or not?
Yep.
A cabinet proposal is lodged.
Yes.
And then...
And that's logged into a computer system, is it?
That's correct.
What's that computer system called?
E-Cabinet.
E-Cabinet. And then what happens?
The Premier's office determines the formal agenda for Cabinet based on the proposals.
But before that, do departments have the opportunity to see, other affected departments and ministers have the opportunity to see what's on the e-Cabinet submission?
Not at the proposal stage, is my understanding, but I can take that on notice.
Well, let's go to the submission stage. Is there a distance between a proposal and a submission?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's stick to the submission process. A minister has to lodge a submission, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they lodge that with whom?
Into the cabinet process, which is managed by us.
So into is it e-Cabinet?
Yeah.
And then what happens?
There's a process of consultation.
What's that? What happens?
The submission is circulated across the sector and comments are sought from agencies on the proposal.
From agencies?
Yeah.
Yep. And then what happens?
Those comments are considered by the submitting agency and amendments may or may not be made to the submission based on that consultation.
Yep.
And a final Cabinet submission is lodged for consideration by the Cabinet or the committee.
And
this is set out in the Cabinet Practice Manual, I should say. It's all a matter of public record.
Yeah.
Hence I'm asking.
Yeah, well done.
Ms. Boyd, I'm prepared to confess my knowledge of the Cabinet Minister Manual is probably inferior to yours.
It's exciting that you know it exists. That's good.
I'm an aficionado of different Westminster government's Cabinet manuals. They're quite interesting. But that final submission, what is the ordinary how long does that process usually take?
It varies.
For an ordinary proposal, what was the ordinary median time you'd expect?
It can take, it really does vary. The average is 14 to 7 days.
Sorry, 7 to 14 days?
Yes.
From the perspective of draft lodgement to final? Okay, that's the average.
I would say so, yes.
And then the Cabinet, the Premier's office as the chair of Cabinet decides what goes on the agenda for which particular meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And in what circumstances can a matter be expedited?
At the request of the Premier or with the authorisation of the Premier.
Okay, and so a minister has the opportunity to speak to the Premier about having a matter fast-tracked, for want of a better term?
Yep, that happens, yeah.
Okay. And then if the Premier gives concurrence to such a request, the matter is then listed. Is that fair?
Yep.
And then it can be... And what are the ordinary circumstances that give rise to urgency?
They vary also. I think if the submission isn't likely to have whole of government impacts, it's more likely to be able to be expedited. So if it is non-contentious from the perspective of other agencies and doesn't throw up a lot of issues in consultation, then it may be appropriate to be considered more quickly.
Okay. And what happens upon the resignation of a Premier to submissions that have been lodged but not considered?
It's up to the incoming Premier.
Okay. And what status does Cabinet decisions made by a previous Premier have on their successor?
If it's a member of the same government, they generally stand until overturned, but I should say they're not legally binding. They are policy decisions and Cabinet operates by convention, so there is some flexibility there, I suppose, to change positions and take different approaches if there is a change in ministry.
Okay. Secretary, do forgive me, I don't wish to be rude to you, but the next set of questions perhaps relate to matters which took place prior to your appointment of DPC Secretary. Right. So they may or may not involve Ms Boyd, Ms Cruikshank and others as well. I don't know who it would involve, so I'm just going to rely on someone can give me an explanation as to why and how, unless you tell me otherwise.
We'll do our best.
Thank you, Mr Secretary. Can I ask, in respect to the actual Cabinet submission that was lodged by Mr Barilaro on the 16th of September, for which he has confirmed that he has lodged that submission to convert the senior trade and investment commissioners into ministerial appointments. Was DPC given any reasons for urgency by Minister Barilaro?
Well, I will defer to my colleagues. I have no knowledge of that.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Cruikshank, were you in the same role you are now back then?
No, I wasn't.
You were a deputy.
This is September or so, isn't it?
It was
Last
September
year,
16.
No, I was responsible for a group called the Transformation Group, which was in large part actually the group that my colleague Kate Marr now looks after, and then there was a small policy group attached to that as well called Strategic Coordination.
Okay, so in that capacity you may have been given indications as to whether there was a reasons for urgency?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, you weren't given
I don't believe it actually came anywhere near my group.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Marin or Ms. Dobbins, do you have any matters to shed on this light? Just to know. Okay, thank you. Did the then Premier's office seek any advice from DPC as to whether or not urgency needed to be attached to this particular submission?
Not on the question of urgency, no.
On any respect?
It's routine for the Premier to be advised by DPC on all Cabinet submissions before the meeting.
Okay, and I can presume it's also routine for you not to tell me what that advice was, I presume, Ms. Boyd?
Correct.
Okay, and you see no reason to break your convention right now, do you?
I do not.
Okay, fair enough. I can't blame a person for trying. In effect, Ms. Berejiklian never sought DPC's views on urgency?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So to the extent to which urgency was granted or not granted, really that's a matter from the now two departed premiers and deputy premier. It's the best.
And I would say their office, the general
Neither
practice is not for the premier individually to make that decision. It's a question of scheduling and, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. In that particular process, did DPC alert the then Premier or the Cabinet to the fact that that would lead to the termination of Miss West's candidacy?
I think that was self-evident from the submission.
Okay, so it was so explicit that a reasonable reader would have reached that conclusion by themselves?
I think that is the finding in Mr Head's
report,
yeah.
Okay, and was any advice sought from you, Ms Boyd, about whether that was legal?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't... The practice is not usually for the Premier's office to seek specific advice. It's really just to seek DPC's views on a submission in general.
Can I just ask, Investment New South Wales was a part of the DPC cluster, correct?
Yes, it was an executive agency within the cluster.
Is the agency capable, that's within your cluster, capable of providing a submission to Cabinet without the concurrence of the Secretary at the time?
No, the practice is that the Secretary approves.
The Secretary would approve all Cabinet submissions from the cluster.
And what happens if a Secretary withholds approval, despite a Minister's view?
Ooh, I don't know if we've ever encountered that situation.
So we can infer, therefore, that your predecessor gave concurrence?
Well...
Yes?
It's likely, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I should say it's for ministers to bring proposals to Cabinet, not public servants, but we do make sure that all secretaries are aware of submissions being brought by their cluster. So it's really the purpose of it is to notify the cluster secretary of what is being proposed. Okay,
did Mr Reardon ever raise any questions with you, Ms Boyd, or anyone else that you're aware of in respect to that particular submission brought by Mr Barilaro?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, at the time, was Mr Reardon still he was the outgoing secretary, correct? At this point, in September last year, he'd announced his retirement earlier.
Yeah, I think so.
Betts was, I think, named
outgoing in both senses of the word. I think, yeah.
Okay.
At that point, he was.
Mr Betts was raising concerns about ministerial intervention and involvement in the process as early as June last year. Had any such concerns ever surfaced with DPC from any person who was in this panel, given this was a DPC appointment?
No, although it wouldn't have been a DPC appointment. The staff of Investment New South Wales were not the staff of DPC, they were the staff of Investment New South Wales.
Well, that's an interesting question, Mr Secretary, but Mr. Reardon wasn't the person signing the appointment contracts for Mr. Cartwright or the Sticks America position at the time, but he was getting briefed on it pretty regularly.
I'm sure the former is true. I take your word on that.
But I'm fairly positive, actually, that in respect to the first two positions, his explicit approval was sought prior to the...
On the panel.
He was on the panel.
He was on one of them, that's for sure. Yeah. But there was a separate process of DPC concurrence as him as secretary. But look, not much turns on this as a distinction. But to be clear here, Mr. Reardon never raised any concerns with the effect of the Cabinet's emission on the termination of Miss West's candidacy.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Secretary, Miss West did seek to contact you.
She did.
Do you wish to provide any information or response to that particular request as to, firstly, did you register that you had received the request?
No, sure. So I think I started work on a Sunday. I think Ms. West emailed me on the Monday. I think it was the 11th of October. I don't know when I paid attention to that email. I received a lot. In response to it, spoke to Ms. Brown and asked for her advice about whether I should meet with Ms. West and the advice.
Secretary, I got distracted. Do you mind repeating that last bit you sought?
I sought Ms. Brown's advice on whether I should meet with Ms. West. Ms. West was an employee of Investment New South Wales, not of DPC. There was obviously history to it. Ms. Brown's advice to me was on legal advice, not to meet with Ms. West, and I asked Ms. Brown if she would communicate that to Ms. West. I deeply regret the fact I didn't respond directly to Ms. West. I now know the situation she was in, and it would have been kinder and more thoughtful of me to respond directly to her. And I wish I had, but I wouldn't have met with her based on where things were up to at that point. She, I think, had engaged legal representation, and she was in a formal and legal process with Investment New South Wales.
Secretary, I don't intend to push you any further on this, except for there's reports today that you have issued a note to Ms. West. Is that?
I sent a personal letter of apology following the publication of Mr. Head's report. I didn't think it was appropriate for me to make contact with Ms. West before that, and it was simply to personally apologise for not showing her the kindness of personally responding to her email.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that. Can I just ask, in respect, I think I've only got one more question in respect to this particular matter. In terms of the termination of actually there's two issues. In respect to some of the correspondence that was received by Investment New South Wales, which at the time was a DPC agency, Ms. West has made a public interest disclosure to PID, and I'm wondering if there's any information that you have about how that was treated. Because
well, it would be handled within Investment New South Wales. So I don't have information about how that was treated.
The best information we can establish is, despite the PID being made, it was never actually investigated.
Right.
And I'm wondering, did Investment New South Wales ever notify DPC at the time that a PID had been made in respect to this matter?
No, that wouldn't be consistent with the proper handling of a PID.
No, that's right.
Okay. So, but it raises the question as to why didn't anything happen, right? Which I'm sure you're going to tell me I need to go ask Investment New South Wales, which no longer legally exists and therefore doesn't have the same obligation, right? Like, so what I'm interested in, right, is given that the matters that have since surfaced, especially in terms of the claim that Ms. West has made about it being described, the job being described as present to someone, is that being investigated by anybody to your knowledge, other than the upper house?
Sorry, the claim that the job was a...
Present to someone.
So
now, I understand
that's Ms. West's evidence. Ms. Brown...
denied it to us.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Ms. Brown said she wouldn't use words like that. We have referred it to the Integrity Agency, but I'm just wondering whether or not anyone else has, short of a corruption investigation, felt that such a disclosure warrants any form of investigation. And I really don't know who to ask, because a lot of these departments are now in some form of disarray, to be fair. It's my opinion, not yours. So I'm asking, given that they were told it was part of your cluster, DPC, accept your point, can't have been told under the bid requirements. Has there been any investigation into that? Because that seems to have fallen through the cracks of the head review. It's outside the terms of reference. Clearly, the McClintock inquiry can't look into it.
So this is the question of the response to Ms West's PID. No, this isn't request.
Ms West has
the
alleged
language about the job being a present for someone.
Yeah, for which she made a contemporaneous note within 20 minutes, notified her lawyers, made a PID disclosure, which apparently has never been investigated. It seems to have fallen through the cracks, is what I'm asking. I'm wondering whether or not.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that aspect of it has fallen through the cracks. I mean, it's the subject of your own inquiry. It's.
Okay, I'm happy to help.
The information's available to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. So.
Okay, I might go to break.
Thanks. We'll move on to slightly different things. The Goward Review.
Yeah.
Have all of the 13 recommendations been fully implemented?
So I will invite either my colleagues Samara Dobbins or Kate Boyd to respond to that one, just so I don't completely dominate the talking.
Want to go, Samara?
Sure. Not quite, Ms Sharp. There is a requirement to do an annual survey, which we haven't conducted yet. We didn't want to do it at the same time that the Broderick Review was undertaking their survey, but we will be undertaking that very soon.
Wait, what's the time frame for that occurring?
I don't have it with me, I'm sorry, but I would say before the end of the year.
And it's, just to be clear, the survey is an anonymous survey and it goes to all ministers and their staff, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, in relation to your answer that you gave to Ms Hughes before, where you talked that there had been one, I think you called, was it an informal complaint? Anyway, I'm not asking for the details of it clearly, but I'm just, is that under these new arrangements? Is that the way that it's being dealt with? Or is there now two separate processes? Is there a Goward process and then a more general process? How does that work?
So for ministers and their staff, there's one policy, the Respectful Workplaces policy, and 3 channels under that policy. And there's been one complaint.
Take me through the 3 channels again.
So the 3 channels are: you can make an informal complaint, where it's very much modelled on public service processes. Informal complaints, you try and deal with at the source, between the 2 parties. A formal complaints pathway and an anonymous complaints pathway, and that's all based on Ms Goward's report recommendations.
No, I'm across that. And my understanding is that there was a requirement for training sessions for ministers. Have all of the ministers completed their training session?
I believe so, yes.
And how long did the training sessions go for?
I think I've got this information here. Can I just find it and get back to you before the end?
No, that's fine.
Ministers and chiefs have 2.5 hours, and chiefs participate in a further 1.5 hours on managing grievances.
And they've all completed those?
Yeah, I think it's ongoing, so as new staff come on, they'll be required to undertake the training, so it's never really completed.
So I believe all ministers have completed, but we're mopping up some staff who've not yet completed because they were on leave or other things, or they're new.
Right. And how many staff is there? How many ministerial staff are there altogether? Not counting DLOs.
Again, I've got that in front of me.
Yeah, that's okay.
The number of staff.
I think we'll have to. I think that's not current. I think we'll have to take it on notice.
What's the last available information?
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's a bit ever-changing. Like, I accept that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact number as of
the information you have to the date that you have it.
Oh, look, sorry, no, I was incorrect. I thought I had it here, but I don't. But again, I can take it on notice.
What I want to know, obviously, is how many of them have completed the training.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yep.
And is there, in relation to the other recommendations, are there any others outstanding?
Just looking through them, no, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, let's talk about something exciting like caretaker conventions. Formally, they'll apply from the point.
Subject.
Formally, they'll apply from the point of the writs, correct?
That's right.
Informally, what happens?
So there's a pre-election period which begins on the day after the House last sits.
What can't take place in the pre-election procedures?
There's no legal requirements, but there are conventions that really go to protecting the neutrality of the public service.
What are they?
It would be things like, publishing new things on agency websites that could be perceived to be political in nature, or the perception that agency resources are being used for electioneering purposes. So activities, you would just look at your normal activities and apply a keener eye, I would say, to whether or not there could be a perception that any use of public resources are being used to influence the outcome of an election.
Okay, and what guidance are you intending to give departments about the application of those pre-election conventions, and equally the guidance around behaviour and conduct that is permissible during the caretaker?
That's a matter for the Premier, but I would imagine that a memorandum in the same form as the one issued for prior to the 2019 election will be issued shortly.
Shortly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's useful. And thank you. Just in respect to the caretaker conventions as they apply to the entering into of major contracts.
Major contracts, commitments to major new policies or significant appointments.
Will apply from the point of the writs being issued?
Yes, although again there's a matter of judgment about those decisions.
Who gets to exercise judgment?
Well, ultimately, I mean, if they are administrative decisions available to the public sector, it's the public sector, but most of them would be decisions available to ministers.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, can you give us an update as to where we're up to in terms of applying the findings of Mr. Arkastrack's review in respect to government grants?
The Arkastrack-Boyd-Carland review.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, again, you're being singled out here.
So the guide... So the legislation's passed. There's been an amendment to the Government Sector Finance Act. The guide is available on our website.
When's the website going to be?
It's going to go live on the 19th of September. And so it will be binding from that point. And as you will recall, Mr. Mookie, we sought a period of a couple of months so that the changes could be explained and understood across the public sector, and we could ready our systems and processes to ensure people are compliant with the new requirements.
And how will they apply to the West Invest Fund?
Well, they will apply very strictly in the West Invest Fund. So the design of the West Invest competitive community component has been designed to ensure that it is compliant with the Grants Administration Guide.
Okay. In respect, let's just break that into two components. So about West Invest.
Yep.
The $2 billion that's a part of the community and LGAs.
Yep.
You're on the committee, aren't you?
I am. I'm
You're the co-chair?
No, the chair is my colleague, Dr. Paul Grimes, the Secretary of the Treasury, and I'm a member, as is Simon Draper, the head of Infrastructure in New South Wales. Okay,
and I understand that decisions, well, where are we up to in terms of the decision-making processes and the applications in that respect?
The applications have been received.
They were extended, weren't they, in their period?
Yes, yeah. They were extended at the request. Good quality process, good consultation with potential applicants, and we heard loud and clear that people wanted a bit more time. That was particularly true of councils that were flood affected. So the application process was extended but is now closed. Yeah, Sarah, go for it.
I'll give the Secretary a break.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Was the question, where are things up to?
Where are we
when
up
do
to?
they close?
Yep.
Okay, so I can
In
give you...
respect to the $2 billion component.
Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
Yep.
So, as you are probably aware, Mr Murky, the $2 billion has two components to it. One is a $400 million allocation, which has been allocated directly to the councils in the LGAs that are eligible for the fund. The other $1.6 billion is subject to a community competitive rounds process. In terms of the community projects, so the competitive rounds, around 680 projects have been submitted for assessment for the competitive round, and they are worth around $7.8 billion. So,
and is it you who is doing the assessment?
No, it is not me doing the assessment. The team that is overseeing the assessment process sits within my group.
But it's DPC?
Yes, the West Invest Program Office sits within DPC. There are multiple levels of assessment panels, and the representatives on those panels come from across the sector, depending upon the subject matter. So, public spaces, there's clearly representatives from the Department of Planning and Environment and Transport and Infrastructure and Active. I use that as an example. And then clearly on the schools one, we've got representatives from Department of Education as well. And then there's a series of other representatives on each panel that are drawn based on their experience with grants and community engagement, etc.
From the public service?
From the public service, yes.
Yes.
We also have probity advisors on every panel, every assessment panel. And we have, well, maybe I'll let you ask more questions rather than me keep going.
No, you're
Oh, you're happy for me to keep going? Okay, all right. So I'm happy to take you through the assessment process if you like.
No, it's
Before
okay.
you do that, sorry, Mr Kustrada, we got notice that you were expected to leave.
Oh, no, that's very kind of you. No, I'm right to stay till 4 o'clock, but thank you so much for, yeah.
Ms Cruikshank, in respect to the actual decisions, is it your decision, or is it these panels' decisions, or is it the panels that provide advice to the ministers who make the final decision?
The panels will provide advice to the steering committee, which the Secretary has just alluded to, and the steering committee will provide their recommendations to the Treasurer.
And the Treasurer is the decision maker.
And the Treasurer, okay, I'm glad that we got that clarified.
Yes, very important.
Okay, and on what basis does the Treasurer have the power to disagree with the steering committees?
Well, he does, but...
General power?
Yes, in line, he is the decision maker.
How many have been presented to the Treasurer so far for decision?
None.
When will they be presented?
From this, progressively from October onwards, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And is it the Treasurer who decides when to announce them?
Well, probably in consultation with the Premier and other ministers, but yes.
Okay, so a lot of the applicants would like to know when they're getting a decision.
So the
is there a
guideline...
fixed time, or is it a case that they all have to wake up every morning and see what's been announced?
No, there's...
I think it's a matter of public record that there won't be decisions until the very end of the year. Most of the applicants, if not all of them, are well aware that there are literally hundreds of other applications that are being assessed, and obviously a big part of the assessment process is to make sure that everything is assessed on a, what would you say, an equal footing, so it's not possible to assess.
Are they all going to come out at once, or are they all going to come out in series, or we don't know?
I couldn't answer how they're going to be announced.
Yeah.
Well, it's just we're being flooded with people making inquiries to know when are they going to get a decision and when are they going to be told whether they're successful or not successful. So they all have to wait for the Premier to make a decision.
For the Treasurer. And as you'll see from the published guidelines, there's the work of the assessment panels, which produce a set of recommendations to the steering committee. And then there is one sort of stand back and look at the whole lot just to see whether there is the net result of all of the individual decisions have somehow skewed things in a way that requires some moderation. So if a particular local government area was underrepresented in the final recommendations, I go down this rabbit hole only to explain that the whole lot has to come together as a whole lot before going to the Treasurer.
That happened?
Sorry?
Has that happened?
No, it won't happen until October or thereabouts.
So,
there's probably one extra thing I can add, Mr. Mookie. Mookie, sorry, I beg your pardon. Just in case it's relevant to some of the inquiries that you say that you're getting, I didn't have an opportunity to talk about the local government allocation other than the...
We've covered that in Treasury.
Oh, you have? Okay, because I was going to say, because those proponents are expected to hear by the end of September.
Indeed.
So those ones will be early. My apologies.
So, do you have any better information about when precisely the Treasurer will be in a position to make announcements?
So the key dates are set out in the published guidelines, and successful applicants will be advised from December 2022.
So over Christmas?
Well, does
the Treasurer's power to make these decisions cease when the caretaker conventions kick in? Or does he have the power to continue to make announcements at the point of the caretaker conventions?
Well, usually if something is underway before caretaker, it's been initiated before caretaker, ordinary activities of government continue in caretaker.
So literally the Treasurer will be dispensing the money?
No, there's an assumption in that I don't.
There is some assumption, yes, true.
Well, but I've got nothing to hand to suggest that that's correct.
Well, but the issue is, right, the caretaker conventions will apply from early February, correct?
That's not correct.
When do they play?
The 3rd of March.
3rd of March.
3rd of March.
Assembly's dissolved.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, there is a massive amount of work in this process of assessment. Like, it is huge.
I'll take your word for it,
We've been,
Mr. Secretary,
press ganging people from around government to participate in these assessment panels.
I just caution you, you're apparently not allowed to express opinions.
Fair point.
Secretary, let's talk about the $3 billion.
What's the order you're in, question?
Let's talk about the $3 billion component of this, which is open to government agencies. Who do they put the bids into?
That's led by the Treasury.
So they go to you, Ms. Cruikshank, or not?
No, it's led, as the Secretary says, it's led by the Treasury, but the West Invest Program Office will provide advice if Treasury asks for it, but it's being run.
Well, when does the deadline end for agencies to put bids in?
I think that might be September or October, but I might have to take that on notice.
We'll take that one on notice.
Okay, because I don't think there is any public information available as to the larger component of this fund.
No, that's true.
I do know that agencies need to put forward, the equivalent of a business case. So I think that's the process that's ongoing at the moment for Treasury.
So I'm happy to take that one on notice and give you information.
Do you have any line of sight as that as part of the steering committee, or is this beyond your scope of your authority?
No, I think those. The net result of that process will come through the steering committee on its way to the Treasurer.
Well, what criteria has to be applied in respect to the distribution of the $3 billion?
I'll take that one on notice.
Is there criteria that's fixed?
Yeah, there are internal criteria. In terms of the led by Treasury, let me take that on notice.
There's a $3 billion. There's a $3 billion component. I presume that the Administration of Grants manual that you just referred to has no application over it because it's not a grant.
I think that would be right. No, not I think that would be right. That would be right.
Okay. So in respect to the $3 billion, other than falling within the subject area of the West Invest Fund, agencies can request anything so long as it's within the purposes and in the geography that's been specified.
Well, and the focus areas of the fund, the examples of the types of information that you would need to include in a business case to demonstrate it's transformational, it adds to livability, etc., etc.
And they lodge it with the Treasury, and the Treasury undertake an assessment, and is it a matter of discretion as to whether they seek your advice, Ms. Cruikshank?
That's an interesting question. Yes, I think it is.
Okay. Have so far they've sought any advice from you?
I would have to take that on notice and check that with my Executive Director.
And then presumably, does the Treasurer have a final decision, or does the Treasurer decide, or does it go to ERC, or does it go to Cabinet, or what happens for that?
I understand that the Treasurer will provide final project approvals following endorsement by the Expenditure Review Committee.
So it's no different to any government spending, really, in that respect.
In that respect, it's different in the sense that it is focused only on those 15 local government areas against the 6 focus areas.
But there's nothing to stop the Treasurer, or for that matter, the ERC, but ultimately if it's the Treasurer who's the final decision maker, is he bound by the ERC decision or can he set it aside?
Look, let me take that one on notice.
So there's not an act, right? There's not an appropriation.
No.
So what legal authority is giving the Treasurer the final decision-making authority here?
Well, he's responsible for the account that holds the fund.
Well, is there an account that holds the fund? That's the other issue, because I'm told it's in the consolidated fund.
I thought there was an account that holds the fund.
I don't think there is anything that resembles a special...
Can I take that one on notice and respond?
Well, please do, Mr Secretary. But if it's a special deposit account that's been established under that Finance Act, that would require some aspect of disclosure. And there certainly doesn't seem to be a special deposit account that's been formed. So I guess what I'm trying to get to, is there any information that you can give us that would perhaps rebut the presumption? Well, no, I say the presumption. That's unfair. Is there any information you can give us that would rebut a perception that when it comes to this $3 billion, it's just another slush fund?
I don't think that's an appropriate question to a public servant.
Well, is there any probity guidance you can give us whatsoever in terms of the $3 billion?
I'm happy to respond on notice about the process and the governance of the process led by the Treasury.
Is there any requirement for the agency's applications for funding to be published?
No, I don't think so.
So it really is just the same as any other form of government spending, other than it's got 15 LGAs in these particular focus areas.
Well, that's your description. I'll respond to you on notice.
Fair enough. I will move beyond. Secretary, is DPC intending to coordinate departments as they participate in the Parliamentary Budget Office processes under that Act?
Yes, we are.
Can you take us through this? Because apparently this is a novel invention that's taken place after the RAST report, which is a good thing, to be clear, and I'm supportive of it. But I'm just wondering, can you describe?
We can take it on notice and provide you with an update on where we are at in terms of managing election-related activities, including the Parliamentary Budget Officer engagement.
Okay, well, I mean, look, the PBO is required to submit his operational plan.
Yeah.
And look, again, it was one of the things that came through from his report it turns out it was the same PBO as before, that there was a need for this coordination function. So again, it's very welcome that it is being undertaken by DPC. What I'm interested in is, have you had input into that operational plan, or are you likely to have input in that operational plan?
I believe that we have, but I'll need to take that on notice and check with the director in charge of that process.
I might just take 10 seconds to consult my colleague. 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm prepared to graciously grant 3 minutes of...
Very generous.
To the officials.
Thank you, everybody, for your listening. Government
3 minutes early.
3 minutes early.
Well, actually,
may contain elements of anticlimax.
Unless you have any further...
I just want to acquit a question on notice so I don't have to respond to it in writing.
Did you stop and find that information she was looking for as well?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't have it with me.
Yeah.
The $10,000 threshold in the Treasurer's direction is a temporary threshold. Treasury are having discussions with the sector about the extent of gifting of government property across government in order to pick a more appropriate and potentially lower threshold for disclosure. And DPC's about to speak to Treasury about that from DPC's perspective.
Actually, Secretary, Chair, I lied. It turns out I did have one other question.
Sorry, curtains come down.
We're still on air, apparently. Ms Dobbin, I think it's to you. Just in respect to the ministerial drivers matter, I understand that the DPC is no longer pursuing the reforms that were being embarked upon earlier. That's correct?
That's correct.
And how much money did we spend on that process of reforming the ministerial driver arrangements?
I'll need to take it on notice, Mr. Mookie.
And
apologies.
and pray tell, why did we decide not to pursue those reforms?
It's the Premier's decision who runs that function, and a decision was made, and the department.
Does the department accept that that process led to quite a significant impact and disruption to those people's working lives?
I've personally acknowledged that to the drivers and their industrial representative.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just for the record, I'm told by one of my colleagues that Ms Brown was appointed as the Secretary on the 31st of January, not the 27th of January.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other final answers? Nope.
Okay.
So thank you all for your attendance today. There were a number of questions taken on notice. The Secretary will be in touch and answers are due within 21 days. Thank you. We are now finished this portion of the hearing and we'll be back at 4:15.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to our final panel of the day with our independent agencies. We'll need each of you to swear in before we can begin the proceedings, and I'll start at this end. If I can have each of you please state your full name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation, which will be in front of you.
Katharina Lowe, New South Wales Public Service Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Matthew Phillips, Executive Director Corporate at the New South Wales Electoral Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
John Schmidt, the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ian Goodwin, Deputy Auditor General. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Margaret Crawford, Auditor General. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
John Hatziscos, Chief Commissioner, Independent Commissioner Against Corruption. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Roy Walden, Solicitor to the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And Mr Reid.
Philip Reid, CEO of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we will begin our questions with the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming along today. My first questions are to you, Mr Schmidt. Are you confident that the budget allocation that you've got to administer the 23 state general election is adequate?
Thank you for the question. Yes.
Chief Commissioner, do you mind using the microphone?
Sorry, everyone's got to put them very close.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You've got to speak straight into them. Thank you.
Yes, during the budget round for the current financial year, I had put in an additional bid, which I was successful with. So at this stage, I believe I have adequate funding. There are two issues I will put on the table just for the sake of completeness. And I've written to the government about this and we'll continue discussions. COVID is an unknown at the moment. We very clearly called out in the bid for the election that we couldn't quantify if and what we might need for COVID, so we will come back to the government in due course, but just put them on notice that that is an issue if COVID does emerge and we have to take appropriate measures, that we will require funding for that. And for the benefit of the members, and I did touch upon this at a recent Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters hearing, the bill that's currently before the Parliament's gone through the ELA and it's now with the Legislative Council, which has a provision in it to shorten the pre-poll period. That will have financial impacts. I currently estimate, and again I've written to the government about this, that would give rise to an additional expenditure of approximately $3.6 million. And for the benefit of members, just as to why that is, the shortened period means that we have to hire more venues, larger venues, employ more staff. We also have to engage staff, the temporary election staff. We have a temporary election workforce of approximately 20,000 people. The Australian Electoral Commission had trouble recruiting people for the federal election, partly COVID and who knows what other issues, but we will have to recruit more people for a shorter period of time. It might not be as attractive. We have to hire additional equipment because we'll have more venues in dealing with more people in a shorter period of time. So there are real costs that arise from that. We'll have to engage in a communications program, obviously, too. perhaps not so much for metropolitan areas where people may not turn their mind to the voting period as strongly as people in the remote and regional areas, but a significant number of people vote early in those areas, and we will have to let them know that instead of the 2 weeks, and the 2 weeks that they had at the local government elections in December, and the 2 weeks that they had in the recent federal election will now be shortened to 1 week. So there are issues when changes of this are made in the lead up to the election.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, we'll see if this bill goes through, but assuming that it does, just to be clear, the $3.6 million extra as a result of shortened pre-poll, you haven't got that funding yet, is that
No,
correct?
I've only been able to quantify it since the bill was introduced, and I have written to the government about that, and we will try and look for, we have contingencies within the budget for the election as it is. We will endeavour to meet it within those resources, but of course if we can't, I would expect that money will be provided.
And are there any other risks? So COVID, you've talked a little bit about workforce. Are there any other risks that you think you've got with the current allocation?
No, I believe that based on our planning and projections at the moment that funding should enable us to deliver the elections as planned.
And can I just clarify how much additional funding you've received from the government?
Yes, on top of what was in the budget for the previous year, looking forward to the...
That's 2021.
Yes, we had asked for an additional $50 million, which brings us to a total for the election at the moment of... $140.8 million.
Right, thank you. Now, the budget paper suggests that we're expecting a participation rate to be up by 1.5%, which is good news. And so, again, you think that your budget allocation will cater for the additional 80,000 votes that are going to go into the system?
I do so. I suppose there was a risk that you did ask me what risks I see. It's more operational, not in addition to the challenges of the shortened period. The people at this committee and other committees in the Parliament will not be strangers to me talking about my ageing electoral systems. We do have electronic mark-off for early voting, not for election day itself. The systems are so old now that we have to start testing them a year out from the event. So we've already tested them based on the 2-week early voting period. All of those load testings for the system have to be put aside, and we'll have to do fresh testing. It is possible, we'll see what happens when the testing is done later this year, that the compressed load of early voting in a shorter period of time might mean that my early mark-off system doesn't work, and there were complaints raised about the failure of early voting mark-off in the last state general election because of technical problems. So anyway, that will become clearer with time, and if, of course, there is an issue with electronic mark-off, we will have adequate numbers of paper rolls to fall back on. The issue that throws up, not that we have an issue with multiple voting in New South Wales, but of course we don't have that real-time mark-off information coming in the lead up to election day, which people do take some comfort in. But I'm just stating the facts as they fall.
So you haven't got a separate budget, so you still haven't been successful in getting the budget bid to fix the IT?
You can't fix it in the time available. So what I have got is approximately $3 million to kick off a process to develop a business case and begin modernisation. So I have set up a separate unit within the Commission with the intention of preparing a comprehensive way forward for a business case to go to government as part of the next budget cycle, looking at the experience of agencies in this space. In other parts of Australia, you're looking at a 5+ year program, but we really must kick it off now. It's too late for 2027. That's how long it takes to implement these things, but the sooner we get going, the better. So I have got some money for that preliminary work, and we will be putting every effort to bring forward a comprehensive business case in due course.
Thank you. I've got one last question for you, which is, can you just confirm that that you don't have an intention for a statewide postal vote like you did for the by-elections?
I simply don't have the power to do that. The power which was given to me for the by-elections earlier in the year expired, I think, on the 30th of June, and I'm not aware of any measures being brought forward in the Parliament to reinstitute that. So no, it'll be under the normal rules, and of course I vote won't be offered as part of this election either.
Yes, I think Ms Boyd's going to ask some questions about that. I've now got some questions for the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and I want to congratulate Mr Hatzistakos on his new position. It's good to see you. I'm not quite sure who to ask this to, or whether it's to Mr Reid, but I'll go and we'll go from there. I was wondering whether you'd be able to comment on the work the ICAC has been doing regarding government grants administration.
Sorry, can you use the
Can I just get you to move the microphone?
What have you done and where is it up to?
We're talking about pork barrelling?
Yes.
We've published a report on that.
Yes, is that it? Is that all you're doing?
We're waiting for a response on it, but the report's been published.
Yep.
There is, as you know, another investigation on that subject matter which the Commission has yet to report on. That's Operation Keppel.
Yes, yes. Just to be clear, I wasn't asking about, that's not what I'm asking about. Yeah.
Well, that's still in progress, and the Assistant Commissioner has an extended commission until, I think, the middle of October in relation to that matter.
And so in relation to the pork barrelling report, that is, as far as that sort of, you've done that work, are you waiting for...
We're waiting for a
response?
We're waiting for a response. There's been a...
Yeah, where's that up to?
The previous commission did commissioners did a workshop which involved a number of participants. That's been reported on in the pork barrelling report, which is public, and there will be a government response to the recommendations in accordance with the legislation. The government has done other work in the area apart from what we responding to us. The Productivity Commission has done a report. Department Premier and Cabinet's done a report. Grattan Institute only last week published a report in relation to the matter, so there's been a fair bit of work done in that area.
But, sorry, just to be clear, there will be a formal response from the government to your report, and when do you anticipate that will be received, or is it sort of required to be received?
I can't recall the details. It's in the Act, I think. It's in the legislation, the ICAC Act.
Yep.
The response has to be forwarded.
But, sorry, we just don't know what the time frame for that is?
I don't have the legislation.
No, that's okay. All right, that's fine.
I might be able to get you that information.
And so has there been discussions between the ICAC and the Premier of the Premier's office about new fundings for ICAC? We've had an ongoing discussion over the last few estimates committees about the funding for the ICAC and the funding model for it. Where is that up to?
Well, that matter was debated in the Legislative Council, and the government responded to it by making an announcement, which you should be familiar with.
Well, that's great, but I'd ask you to tell me about it again, please.
If not, I can provide it to you.
Thank you, I would appreciate that.
Firstly, in relation to the quantum of the funding, the Commission has no issue with the amount that's been allocated for the current financial year. In relation to the response to the funding model, you'd be aware that you would be aware that the Commission published 2 reports to the Parliament, which were the Section 75 reports. There was a response ultimately by the Premier, communicated to the Parliamentary Committee, as I understand, in March of this year.
Yes, that's right. I mean, this is what I'm trying to...
And then there was a response by that, by my predecessor.
Yes.
And then following that, there was a response by the Attorney General, And the model
Would you like me to jump
is that document, and two documents actually, which sort of comprise the new and the existing ones. And I can go through all of them.
No. I mean, where I'm trying to go with this is that your predecessor has given evidence to this committee previously that the funding under the funding arrangements are not only not satisfactory or appropriate, I'm quoting him, but also not in accordance with the law. And I'm wanting to understand whether this is still the view of the ICAC.
It's a very broad response to a fairly complicated issue. The issue that my predecessor had raised was that the commission needed to be funded independently of government. That was contained in the Section 75 reports. The government's response does not adopt the funding model which the commission had proposed, which was to have an assessor carry out that work and advise the Parliament as to what the amount should be and enable the Parliament to make its own decision in relation to that matter. The model, however, does have a separate unit in the Treasury who will be responsible for assessing the funding requirements of the independent agencies, of which the ICAC is one. There'll be a Charter of Independence under a Treasurer's direction. There'll be the efficiency dividends will no longer apply moving forward. And as I understand, each of the agencies will be able to communicate to the Expenditure Review Committee in relation to whatever advice Treasury gives the Expenditure Review Committee.
So there's significant progress on where you were, but I suppose I'm really coming back to you. Do you believe that it's sufficiently, do you believe it's in accordance with the law?
You're asking me for a legal opinion?
Yes. Well, I'm asking. Well, your predecessor was very clear with his committee that he did not believe it was.
An advice given by Mr. Walker, which was appended to the Section 75 report.
Yep. But given the changes that have been made now...
Changes which have been made go some way to meeting the demands of the ICAC.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But they don't embrace all of the aspects that the ICAC asked for. Just before we move on. But in terms of our funding going forward, the Commission has no issue. The government has also agreed to do a baseline review.
Yeah.
At this stage, we don't have the Treasurer's memorandum in relation to the Charter of Independence, so we can't comment on that.
When's that due? When's that due?
I'm not sure. We have received a letter that it's going to be coming.
Okay.
But we haven't got it.
Can I just ask of the other independent agencies who had maintained the same view, that they had required an independent funding model, and to be fair to me, Ms Lowe, I don't think you were present for these discussions previously in other committees. Can I ask the Auditor-General, has there been substantial progress in providing your office with the level of resources you feel are necessary to undertake your job? And equally, have you had any progress in terms of what you've previously told us about dialogue with the government about establishing an independent funding model for the Auditor-General?
Thank you for the question. So, yes, we were successful with a budget bid in the last budget, and we're appreciative of that. However, I think it's fair to say that it's never really been about the money. It's more about the principle and the process. And we have continued to put on record the fact that we don't believe that the new arrangements address the key issues that were raised in my audit. In essence, the key tenet of that was that there needed to be an enhanced role for the Parliament and to make the matter more independent of the executive government. And so that hasn't been taken up, with the exception of reporting to our various committees. So we continue to express the view that the new arrangements don't go far enough to protect the threats to independence.
Have you had any further dialogue with the Premier or the Treasurer about that matter?
We've had correspondence from the Treasurer. I think probably all of us have had the same correspondence that sets out the process and talks about the arrangements and the steps. I have written to the Premier again on the 27th of May, and I haven't received a direct response to that letter.
You might not notice, if possible, or now, but you may wish to take this on notice just to provide a copy of that correspondence. Or if you would like to table it now, that would be helpful.
Happy to.
Mr. Schmidt, I feel like I should ask you the same question, understanding our time limitations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wiki. I'll try to be very quick. I'll be very quick. Yes, we were successful in our budget bids for the current financial year. Each of us are different with our funding requirements. My focus going forward with Treasury with this new unit, which is being set up, I'm approaching this in a good faith method. The rebaselining is absolutely essential for the Commission. We are funded to be inefficient at the moment because of the ad hoc way that the funding is done over the years, and the IT problems are an indicator of that. So we're not looking at a quick fix. This is something which won't be fixed for the budget coming. It is something which will take longer than that. And I'm looking forward to working with Treasury for a comprehensive rebaselining of my organisation. And I know when Ms Boyd asked me some questions about internet voting and particular groups within the community, I'll be able to say some more about the implications of funding for some of those discussions. So at this stage, I'm optimistic, but the proof will be in the pudding.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Mr Hatzis-Goss, I just wanted to get back to accept that you believe the funding is adequate. There's been previous comments in relation to the number of referrals and the increased workload of the ICAC. Does that continue to increase? Are you able to provide the committee with an update on the number of referrals?
Yes.
While you're finding
I've got the
information,
latest ones with me.
Okay, well,
Would you like me
do you have them? I've got 2021.
just before you do, can we perhaps get the number of referrals? Previously, I think the ICAC has provided us with information about the number of preliminary investigations.
Yeah, investigations initiated and number of investigations that proceed to public inquiry.
I've got that information. Sorry. I can give you...
If I just fill in on the complaints, as we call them, that have been received. So last financial year we had a record number since 1996 of 3,570. So far this financial year we've received 557. So again we're receiving a greater number of complaints generally compared to previous trends. Of those, in last financial year, there were 10 matters that were referred to preliminary investigation. So far to date, this financial year, 22-23, there's been 5 matters referred as to preliminary investigation.
How many preliminary investigations are currently underway?
So at the moment, let's go to the next page, we've currently got 4 full investigations and 4 preliminary investigations that are within the mainstream, and then our SIRA unit has 3 preliminary investigations underway.
Sorry, what unit?
Strategic Intelligence and Research Unit.
Yep. So was that 8?
Plus there's...
So 4 full investigations and 7 preliminary, but they're split between the mainstream preliminary and the strategic intelligence.
Got it. Thank you.
We also have a number of outstanding investigation reports.
Yeah, and can I just ask, with the new budget, I just know there's one question, but just to finish it.
Sorry, you're turning your head and I didn't...
Sorry, Mr Chief, just if you're okay, just before we finish, one question.
Make it quick, yep.
Just what is your capacity under your new budget? Previously, your predecessor had told us that you could only sustain a certain amount of full investigations and a matter of preliminary investigations. I'm trying to appreciate, if you're at 11, does that mean you're at maximum capacity, or...?
At the moment, and I've made this point to the Premier as well, at the moment the Commission does not have spare capacity. If the Parliament was to pass a resolution asking the ICAC to take on an investigation, the only way we could do that is by taking people away from current projects. Now, in the financial year moving forward, we have been funded for some additional positions, 17 full-time equivalent. But as you would appreciate, with an organisation such as us, the recruitment and the vetting of the people who come in takes time. So when the Commission staff was cut in 2006, I think it was, 2016 rather, by I think about 12%, about 10% of our workforce at that point. That meant that a number of things could not be done in the speed that we would have liked them to have been done. Now we need to build up, but it's easier. Letting people go is relatively easy. Putting people on takes time, and that's why we're not in a position to immediately just take on 17 people. We are in a recruitment phase.
Ms Boyd. Thank you. I don't know if you were watching earlier this afternoon, but I asked the Secretary about this Treasurer's direction. Are you aware of this? So basically this is a Treasurer's direction effective as of the 5th of September in relation to the gifts of government property. So my understanding is that previously you had to disclose gifts of government property regardless of the value. And under this new direction, effective on the 5th of September, the limit is now $10,000 before you have to disclose, and it's also referring to fair value. Were any of you aware of this?
I can say that I wasn't. I've just recently done the annual attestation that we all have to do as agency heads, and as part of that attestation we do have to disclose whether there has been any gifts. In our case there was none, but I'm definitely not aware of this change until I heard it earlier.
Yeah, so I understand that there was I've watched it back, but I do understand the Secretary, it wasn't the Secretary, it was perhaps Ms Ma, was saying that, or Ms Boyd was saying that they're informed that this is temporary while the Treasurer has some sort of discussions with agencies about a different amount, possibly lower, which is concerning to me because that means that right now a person could give $9,000 of government property to someone without having to disclose it. Is that, I guess I'll go to you first, Ms Lowe, if I could. I know that you've issued directions in relation to gifts being received. Have you got any guidance in relation to gifts of government property, and is this something that would cause you concern?
No, what I reissued recently in a Commissioner's direction, the main change there was to apply that guidance as mandatory minimum standards to the government sector more broadly. So previously, the direction that was issued listed out government agencies, which meant that every time there were machinery of government changes, it became out of date.
Perhaps I could ask the ICAC officials, because in the report on investigation into pork barrelling in New South Wales, which some of us have read very carefully, on page 44 there is a reference to, potential sort of ways, I guess, that we could perhaps boost the Government Sector Finance Act. And there's a reference there in the paragraph just above where it says recommendation 2, where it's talking about a Commonwealth provision, but saying that kind of provision in New South Wales would be useful if attempts were made to provide funding in a way that avoided the proposed grants framework. It strikes me that being able to give a gift of $9,000 to somebody in the 6 months prior to an election could have the potential to fall foul of something along those lines. Can I have your view on...
Oh, look, I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have the detailed information. I don't have the memorandum. I don't know if you've seen it, Philip.
Yes, well, I was only made aware of it by listening to the hearing earlier today. And I think, like the Auditor General has said, we would have signed off saying that there had been no gifts. So on that basis, that's all that I'm aware of at this time.
Ms Crawford, how common is it for a government agency to be gifting property of something like a $9,000 item?
I would have to take that on notice. I certainly wouldn't really know without looking back through our audit work.
I've been trying to imagine a circumstance where this might apply, and I guess one of the situations might be, for example, Tahi, we know and love, have recently, they're moving premises, and you might imagine that in the course of moving premises, they have a bunch of furniture or old computers or whatever that they might not want to have to sort of, you know, account for every single one of them. Is that what has normally happened in those sorts of circumstances where you've had office moves and things? Do you normally see disclosure of those items on the register?
I would have to take that on notice. I really don't know the answer.
Sorry, did you want to add, Mr Goodwin?
No, I don't think I've got anything to add. I mean, this determination's only 5 days old, so we're all...
Two days from effective.
We've all just learnt about it from earlier on today, and it wasn't discussed with us. I'm in regular conversations with people from Treasury, so I wasn't aware of it, and it wasn't communicated via the normal agency information emails that go out to the sector, as far as I'm aware. When I asked
The Secretary and Ms Boyd about this and Ms Maher, there was, I guess, the counter-argument coming back is, well, yes, but there are other guidelines for how we use government property. But presumably disclosure is how we work out whether or not they've complied with that in the first place. Does it concern you that we have this new direction without anyone knowing about it previously?
I'm not sure that concern is the right word. We don't know what the genesis of that is, so I don't think it's fair to comment. As I said, though, we are all agency heads provide an annual attestation that does cover this particular issue. So there is an existing process. Again, I can't comment on this particularly because we're just not aware of it.
Fair enough. At least you find it as curious as I do. If I could move on then to the Electoral Commissioner, that's probably the next place to go. Just in relation to iVote then. So I understand that we found out, let's just recap, we found out that a new version was going to come out and replace that existing version of iVote in early 2020. Why was no voting option made available to ensure that blind and low vision voters would be able to equitably vote in the upcoming elections, given that we've had sort of that 2.5 years? Is it resourcing?
Sorry, Ms Boyd, I think this came up last time we had this discussion. It was 2022, it was this year, earlier this year after the local government election that I became aware of the new version coming out. So it hasn't been 2.5 years. Okay. And I don't know how that slipped into the transcript or whatever, but it is, I can confirm it was earlier this year.
Okay, well, that's useful. Have you had any consultation then with blind and vision impaired people such as peak organisations like Blind Citizens Australia and Vision Australia on what we could do to to help this situation now?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, I think there has been some media. It's in the public domain to a degree. I'm currently before the Australian Human Rights Commission in a conciliation where Blind Citizens Australia have raised that issue. Obviously, it's with the rules of conciliation, they're in confidence, so I can't talk about the outcome of that, but I'm hopeful of coming to at least a mutually agreeable statement as to a way forward. And shortly after I made the determination, I did meet with representatives of a number of groups to further explain the rationale and background to this. And in fact, I'll be meeting with others shortly. The proposal, or not a proposal, the mechanism we're putting in place for blind and low vision voters is telephone voting, which is something which we used in the by-elections earlier this year, and the federal government used it also in the recent federal election. I think the Victorians are doing the same, and of course there's a question about the extension of that potentially to COVID-affected people. But back to blind and low vision, I've just kicked off, in fact, a review which will take place in the next 12 months of technology-assisted voting in New South Wales. So it will look at the whole range of issues that you would expect to have examined, options for who should use it, what technology is available out there, the legislative framework, the policy considerations, and I do have to remind people that there's two elements to this. There was an absolute inability of me to offer it this time because of the change of the version of iVote and the physical impossibility of testing and modifying and customising for New South Wales specific legislative requirements. You just don't pick something off the shelf and plug it in. And then getting that to work with my existing systems. There just isn't the runway to do any of that. So, it's physically impossible. But also, we've got to remember the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision after the local government election, with the problems encountered with internet voting there, has changed the landscape significantly lowered the bar to what constitutes material irregularity in an election. And we're talking about some of those councils whose elections I've just rerun. You're talking 40, 50 votes. So if you have a close state election, or particularly when you get to some of the last people elected in the Legislative Council with the distribution of preferences, it's quite possible you can have that numbers involved. And the court has basically said you can't, we did in our assessment, we did 1,000 modellings of the votes which had been cast in our iVote and different permutations and combinations. Then we did modelling with all the other channels and the different permutations and combinations, and that's how I identified those three councils to take to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court took a much stricter test, which was basically you have to assume that all of the votes would have gone a particular way. And so the risks to the entire election is just so huge that we may have to... There are things you can do legislatively to think about that, about putting in safeguards about what constitutes material irregularity. The federal government did that for telephone voting in the recent federal election, where they had a provision which basically, essentially said, if telephone voting fails, that of itself is not a grounds for calling into question the regularity of the election. But there's a whole range of policy issues which will have to be considered. And so there's going to be extensive consultation with the interest groups, other commissions. It'll be public, and I'm determined to produce a paper which I don't set the policy. I will raise the questions, I will put this out there, identify the issues, and it'll be a matter for the government of the day and the parliament to determine what it should look like.
So we're not at the point right now where we can guarantee that blind and vision impaired voters will be able to cast a vote in 2023?
Well, telephone voting works. There are three.
But we're definitely going to use telephone voting.
Telephone voting for blind and low vision people was used earlier in the year at the local and state by-elections. It will be made available again for blind and low vision for the state general election in March.
Okay, and is there additional funding given to you, or any kind of additional funding given to you to meet those accessibility requirements, or is there any... I'm trying to get at whether more funding would help make this a more accessible system. Do you need more funding?
To address March, no, we have to work with what we've got and the solution. But the point I'd like to take this opportunity to to make a point, again, this goes to the rebaselining of the Commission's budget. We do not adequately engage with interest groups and special needs groups within the community because we're not funded to do so. We are funded around election time. I have one person who is funded on an ongoing basis for all of this work with Aboriginal, culturally and linguistically diverse, people with a disability, etc., etc. My Victorian colleague, the Commissioner there, has 11 full-time staff, in addition 75 part-time democracy ambassadors in the community. There is no parity. So I feel this sense of frustration in that it's complete stop and start, and that does not pay proper respect to people in the community. And so that will be one of the things that I'm looking forward to addressing. I would just slip in a comment about the new funding model, which was touched upon before, which was the efficiency dividends. And it's in keeping with what the government said in the correspondence, but it's a subtle distinction but important to all of us. When we talk about efficiency dividends, the government has said that these agencies will not be subject to future efficiency dividends, but it didn't address the built-in efficiency dividends, which are already in our forward estimates for the next 6 or so years. So, in theory, I would have to give up 9 additional staff during the course of this year, and next year I'll have to do it again and again. So rebaselining will have to address that, and there's a fundamental policy issue about why do those efficiency dividends stay when it's recognised we haven't had adequate funding to start with. But that's a matter I'm sure we'll come to some resolution on.
Thank you very much. If I could ask Ms Crawford, the audit of the state finances, is that going to be delayed again this year, do we think, or are we having an easier time of it this year?
Perhaps I'll start there. Certainly we're having a really positive, cooperative and collaborative approach with Treasury this year. And I really appreciate the open communication that we have with Secretary Grimes. So on that front, it's much better. Just in terms of the timing, I mean, there are always issues with the total state accounts, issues of major accounting decisions, time delays, and so there is the potential for some delay. We set a target date as to when we would like to complete total state accounts, and this year that was towards the end of October. That is at risk, but we would hope that we can complete the accounts within the statutory reporting time, which is the end of November.
Are we on track with the Tahi part of that process? Are there any lingering concerns about Tahi's accounting?
I might ask my deputy to speak to this as well, but just to say that we haven't completed the audit of Tahi at this point. Tahi was an agency that was provided with an extension of time for presenting their financial statements to audit, but we are working on that right now. But Ian, is there anything further?
Thanks. I think the delay in starting the Tahi audit has a knock-on effect, or a concertina effect, if you like, where the start point of the work is delayed. But we were consulted on that, and so it goes to the constructive engagement that's been had between our office and Treasury under Secretary Grimes, which I'd also recognise has been very good. On Tahi, I mean, the Auditor General has sort of said that the target date is at risk. Tahi is probably not the biggest issue right now in terms of other matters that we're working through, but every year we have matters that we need to work through, and I think probably the takeaway is that there's a good dialogue on how we're working through those matters. In terms of Tahi, there are still some complexities. So one of the reasons for Tahi's getting the extension was to allow it to work through the valuation work that underpins it, and there was some conversations earlier on this year around the valuation on Tahi, and we do have some matters that we are just working through, which are probably less so about Tahi, but more about how the arrangements between Tahi and the whole government accounts work, and I think that they've been touched on in terms of the payment of dividends and the like. So they're matters that we'll just continue to work through, but the audit is very much alive and ongoing. So there are some limits on where we are in terms of what could be concluded.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you. How much time do I have left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. In those 2 minutes, I will just ask, back to you, Ms. Lowe. I wanted to ask you, we have a Premier's priority for 5.6% of all government sector roles to be held by people with disability. As you are no doubt aware, that number has not improved in the last 8 years, and we're still at 2.5%. Do you know why that is, and what the government is doing or is failing to do, and what could they do better?
Yeah, look, I completely agree with you that it's disappointing not to see an upward trend against that priority. That's particularly given the level of commitment which I know exists amongst secretaries and agency heads, and the fact that all clusters have action plans to achieve the Premier's priority diversity targets. It was interesting to note that at the Jobs Summit last week, the Disability Discrimination Commissioner noted that workforce participation for people with disability is 53%. Compared to 83% for people who don't have disability. So this is a broader societal issue that we're tackling, and I have to say that we are redoubling our efforts. Recently, the Premier's Implementation Unit in the Department of Premier and Cabinet, in consultation with the Public Service Commission, engaged external firm to look at what more we could do as a sector. That deep dive or that review did recognise that we do have some good practices in place, but that there is more that we could focus on, including expediting some work that we're already doing. So there are 8 recommendations which will be sponsored by different secretaries. It was discussed by the Secretaries Board at our most recent meeting. So I'm hoping that we will see some traction from that. So there'll be a report back to Secretaries Board in a few months' time, and then another report back next year. So those recommendations we're working on range from making sure we've got a consistent definition of disability and consider moving to a social model of disability, to introducing workplace adjustment passports across agencies. Some agencies already have that, but the PSC is going to work with the Department of Customer Service to develop a passport that can be applied across the sector, and there are others which I'm happy to go through if need be.
Thank you. Sorry, just before I pass back, just on that though, do we have data on the type of disability that people within the public sector have, and how we're sort of going with different types of disability, physical, intellectual, sensory disability? Do we get that sort of data?
I don't know if it goes to that level of detail. I'm happy to take that on notice. You might be aware that our People Matter employee survey is currently open, so we're hoping to get some more data from that. And you might also be aware that we have had an upward trajectory in people disclosing disability as part of the employee survey, which is anonymous, compared to our workforce profile data, which is taken from HR systems. So people are more comfortable disclosing in an anonymous forum than they are in an identified forum. We've done some work around that at the PSC, which we've shared with the sector, so people have reasons why they're not disclosing in an identified way, but we have done work around how do we encourage people to disclose, and that's largely about inclusive and safe cultures.
Thank you.
The opposition.
Auditor General, just in respect to, you made the point that Tahi isn't the main issue, which is giving rise to a risk that the audit will be delayed beyond the statutory timetables. What is?
Well, as I said, there are some very complex accounting matters that are currently being worked through, and there are some just time delays due to extensions and the like.
The complex accounting matters that you made reference to, are they TAHI related or not TAHI related?
Not specifically, but if you wouldn't mind, I'll defer to
the Deputy Auditor General. If they're not TAHI related, what are they related to?
If you could just indulge me for one moment, there's a degree of specificity I can't go to while we're working it through with Treasury, but they are some are matters that we've previously reported on as things that we've asked Treasury to confirm on, and others are new matters that have come up in the course of the audit. Okay. But I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just that there's an audit in progress. It's normal for us to have issues and then work those issues through. And the reason for just sort of trying to keep it that way is because the issues may end up being a non-issue. Okay.
You have previously flagged that you were going to be applying extra attention to Sydney trains and New South Wales trains to see whether or not they satisfy the control test. How's that going?
So at the moment, it is very much an area of audit focus, and
is that one of the highly complicated accounting matters?
No,
that's helpful.
No.
Okay. Can I just ask, in respect to the TAHI matter, were you aware, or have you become aware, that there's been a substantial revision in the forward access fees and licence fees from years 25-26 onwards compared to what you published in last year's audit?
Yes, we were made aware. So the additional amount that was foreshadowed for in the heads of agreement in December last year, I believe, was around 5.2 billion. The amount that was signed in the final agreements on the 23rd of June was 4.7 billion.
Materially less than the first years covered by the 24-25 from what was signed. But I'm talking about what's taking place between 25-26 onwards, in which from the decade, using the numbers that you reported in last year's effort, from the decade in year commencing 21-22 to 30-31, the projected access and licence fees works out to be about 17.2 billion-ish. According to the figures that we were given yesterday, that's now dropped to 16.6, about 600 million less in that period. Were you aware of that by any chance?
So we weren't aware until the agreement was signed, but we are now aware of those numbers and aware of how that cash flow projections out. And you are accurate, Mr. Mookie, in terms of the out years incur now more than previous. Not in totality, but there is a shift in terms of the years amount.
But equally, the annual equity contributions are also ceasing. What I'm trying to understand is, given that you set a requirement, my time is limited, that's why I'm being a bit sharp, but given that you made clear that there's a requirement to recover the valuation loss by 2052, which is itself a pretty generous time period to cover a $20 billion write-down, $28 billion write-down. I'm struggling to understand how receiving less income supports higher asset valuations.
Yeah, so one of the matters that we're just working through is the actual asset valuation at the moment. And the asset valuation will be impacted by a range of factors, including the fact that interest rates have moved, which will drive the asset value down. But the issue in terms of the forward cash flows relates to whether the rate of return is going to meet that test that shareholders set at 2.5%.
Indeed.
And that's very much what we're looking at.
And clearly the decision not to contribute equity is designed to lower the denominator in that calculation. And, well, it would have that effect, wouldn't it?
I think the best way I can answer, these are just matters that we would be considering while we're finalising the audit.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing the audit being finalised, but equally there's a huge upwards revision in the dividends compared to what was flagged in the report between your report and the budget. In 25-26, the dividend goes from 284 to roughly 465, thereabouts. Is that a matter you're looking into?
So can you just...
The dividends in the forward estimate period in each of the years is substantially higher than what was flagged in last year's audit, and especially in the last year of the forward estimates, which is 25-26.
Yeah.
They've all doubled.
So the question of dividends is an important question because it goes to when we're talking with Treasury about the rate of return.
Yeah.
The rate of return is going to be measured through dividends or what they call holding gains, which are variation upwards, increments upwards. Now, the question on dividends, though, is whether it's, in terms of the GFS manual, it's a dividend or a super dividend.
That's the interesting issue.
That's the distinction between a return on equity versus a return of equity.
And it's a return of capital.
Yeah, and so they're the matters that we will continue to work through.
I look forward to reading the outcomes of the report. Can I just ask you for a very specific accounting advice while you're here? Because, I shouldn't let the opportunity pass. Should the Tahi's assets return to the general government sector, they would be, the depreciation would be set using the DORC method, correct? The discounted cost of replacement?
Yeah, depreciated, the DORC method, the depreciated
and that calculation, the base of that calculation would be the value upon which the assets are disposed of at the time of transfer, correct?
Perhaps if you, so it's a bit hard to give advice.
So the valuation at the time they're returned to the general government sector would be the basis upon which you apply the DORC calculation, correct? So if they enter the general government sector valued at $21 billion, that's the starting basis of the calculations of applying the DORC, correct? Because it's the last known value.
Yeah, so there would be a valuation done at the time. So the valuation at the time of transfer, and I would probably stress, and I'm sure you appreciate, we're talking hypothetical at the moment because I'm not aware of anything.
Well, I'm seeking your advice to the Parliament, really. Like, it's not hypothetical. I'm asking you a specific question, but yes.
Yeah, so you would do a fair value at the point of transfer.
Yeah, and that would be the starting point, correct? For the DORC calculations that would then apply.
Yeah, and then there'd be evaluations done every other year that would reset.
Thank you, that's actually quite helpful. Can I ask you, Auditor General, when is your performance audit of Tahi due to be published?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. We're hoping that will be complete by the end of this year. That would be our intention.
Okay. When is the next? I did see your work program for the year that's coming. What other performance audits are we expecting this year from last year's program?
There's quite a long list, Mr.
Can we on notice just get them?
Yeah,
updated?
I've probably got it somewhere, but I can't just do it off the top of my head.
Okay. And can I ask, just in respect to your point about you think that the total state accounts, you're aiming for late October, did I hear you correctly?
The target that we set at the outset was towards the end of October. So that's still the target, but we expect or would hope to complete before the statutory reporting date, which is the end of November.
We just changed your statutory reporting date, did we?
It doesn't apply to us. It's the statutory reporting date for the agency.
Oh, okay. Don't you have discretion now about when you...
We believe we always did,
but we've clarified it.
But it has been
favour.
clarified, and it now we do it as soon as practicable, I think is the words.
Okay, and that means November is when you consider it to be.
Well, that's when that's the deadline for annual reporting by the agency, and they have to, of course, include audited accounts.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. And so therefore, thereafter, from that point onwards, you have a reasonable, fully practicable discretion.
No, we would. The agency has to report, and their report would have to include audited financial statements.
Okay, has the Treasury provided you with draft accounts?
We work through. We work through all. I don't know. Ian, I should ask you. Is it draft report? Is that what we call it?
We've previously called it that, Auditor General.
Yeah. So exactly. So that would be the process that we would be working through.
Okay. Can I just, before we conclude,
a minute and a half.
I have a minute and a half, which is exciting. Can I just ask, in respect to the specific issues to do with the classification. Did you have any weigh in with the ABS in respect to the classification that they apply for the Government Statistics Finance Medal?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. So it's worth clarifying that the reason for going back to the ABS to confirm the classification is because that hadn't been done for a period of time, and the initial classification and the model had evolved. Treasury did work with our office in terms of agreeing on the questions that were going to the ABS and the correspondence going to the ABS. So we had that good constructive dialogue between ourselves and Treasury to make sure that the right questions were being asked, and we're satisfied with that. The classification, though, is really the domain of the Australian Bureau of Statistics. It's not the domain of the auditor, and we respect that. And I think it's good practice that the classification is reconfirmed, which has now occurred.
I've got a specific question that is not related to any of the things we've spoken to far, but it relates to the accounting treatment of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service assets. Are you aware that the New South Wales government has determined that those assets belong to councils?
We are, Mr. Mookie. And is there another question? Because I know my deputy is so desperate to talk to you about this.
Oh, no. Well, then I'm not going to stop your deputy. Deputy Secretary, what do you would like to tell us?
Look, I think it's probably a good opportunity just to clarify some of the language that's been out there on what the issue is. There's a couple of things that I'd probably first say is that the Auditor General hasn't insisted or determined that the councils have to book it, but we have booked these what they call red fleet assets. But we obviously, Treasury has made an accounting determination, and I can explain the background to that these particular assets, and we're talking about a particular set of assets that are vested under the Rural Fires Act to councils, are not part of the state government, which leaves only one other party to have the accounting control of those assets. The issue here is sort of being conflated with a bit of noise around cost shifting and what is clearly an accounting question. So from the audited office perspective, we're simply dealing with the accounting question, which is the accounting question of who controls under Australian accounting standards, and then we're just making clear that to councils what would be the outcome to their accounts if they book it one way or the other. There's 68 councils at the moment that are of the view that they don't control the red fleet assets, but there's 41 councils that do book on their accounts and always have booked on their accounts these red fleet assets. This is not a new issue. So this issue goes way beyond the current Auditor General's term, because they have never been booked for a long time on the state's books because of the way the law vests these two councils. It just became obvious that there was an issue when the Auditor General took over the mandate to audit the local councils and identified that there was a large portion, in excess of $100 million, of pretty critical equipment that was not being accounted or booked in any government records. And so the question was asked, well, who does control it? The other thing is there's noise about cost shifting. And so to be clear, there's no cash impact to councils. These are assets that are given free of charge to councils. So the assets are purchased under the Rural Firefighting Fund, which councils and insurance companies and the state government contribute to. And then they are vested under law. So legal title passes by vesting to councils, but there's no cash transaction. So, but that generates an interesting accounting question, because often what councils who don't want to book this say that they incur a depreciation charge, and that's an expense. But because it's an asset given for free of charge, the accounting consequence is that you book at fair value as revenue upfront in year one. So if one of these trucks hypothetically has cost $200,000, the council, on putting it onto this balance sheet, would book $200,000 as revenue and then the depreciation over, say, 10 years is $20,000 per year. So in an accounting sense, it's a zero-sum game. Where it does make a point of, I guess, tension is that if you're in year 7, you forget about the revenue that you booked in year 1. But all it is, the depreciation is against the revenue that's already been booked into the accounts. So the accounting consequence is zero. It just has a timing drag. And I understand that there's been some conversations with Treasury and the Office of Local Government around how they might look at those performance measures, because it's simply just an accounting presentation issue. But there is no cash impact.
Well, Deputy Order, I respect
so we're at time.
thoroughness of your
Sorry,
we've been very generous
and
here.
your passion for that particular accounting matter. That was the best accounting answer I've
Sorry, just before I go to the government, Ms Boyd just wanted to clarify something from earlier.
Thank you. So earlier today, I made a comment in the heat of the moment along the lines that Transurban was giving the Liberal Party $30,000 to attend a dinner. Transurban has written to me this afternoon a little bit concerned about the accuracy of that statement, which I accept. To clarify, they have said that this is not a direct donation, this is a membership fee of a business network associated with the Federal Liberal Party. $33,000 was paid to the Federal Liberal Party in the last financial year, and they go on to say that this membership includes attendance at speaking engagements, roundtables and similar events, but presumably not dinners. So to the extent that I said it was in relation to a dinner, that certainly was not correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. Does the government want to ask any questions?
Yes, we have a few questions. Thank you, Chair. Mr Schmidt, what is the process of forfeiting a political donation? Is there a formal process for forfeiting a political donation, and what happens to such money?
Oh, the money goes to the Crown. We don't retain any of that, and we would approach the party or donor, and it'd be correspondence. Basically, it's saying that the judgment has been formed about the donation, and the money should be forfeited. But if you want me to give you a more step-by-step process, I can always take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. On the 30th of September 2019, Labor leader Chris Minns was reported as committing to forfeit donations attached to the corrupt schemes of Ernest Wong to gain illegal donations totalling $10,600. Did Mr Minns or the New South Wales Labor Party ever seek your advice on how to forfeit that money?
As I've said many times before this committee, I cannot comment on the circumstances of any particular matter which may or may not be before the Commission. And in fact, it's the Commissioner, as in the Chair of the Commission, who would be addressing those matters. And even he couldn't address them. That is why there is a bill before the Parliament at the moment, which will give more capacity for both myself as Commissioner, for the Electoral Commissioner, and also the Commission to make statements in the public interest.
Thank you. Well, as was just noted, it has been raised before. So in response to an earlier supplementary question from the last round of estimates, I'll turn to ICAC, because the ICAC said in their response to that supplementary question, and I quote, "The Commission is aware of evidence which came to light in the Operation Aero public inquiry to the effect that in 2015 Ernest Wong may have been involved in procuring from various persons cheques purporting to be political donations from them to Chris Minns, but on the basis that those persons would be fully reimbursed by Mr Wong for the amount of their cheque," end quote. In recent history, ICAC has uncovered additional matters of concern in the course of an existing inquiry and then later expanded their investigation. They've even held further hearings in such regard. Why did ICAC not investigate this matter further during the conduct of Operation Aero?
I'll take a point of order.
Yep.
Chair, we have previously sought to ask questions about specific ICAC decisions around investigations in this budget estimates hearings, and we've been told repeatedly that the place to do so, even if it's possible, would be in the Joint Standing Committee, not in a budget estimates hearing. And so I would just seek to clarify, given that has been the past routing on chairs, we've refrained from asking specific individual matters to do with specific individual investigations to do with figures associated with the Liberal Party, because we've respected that principle. So I don't think it's within order and within convention to force the ICAC to have to answer specific questions about specific investigations. And it's been my understanding that that has been the position that's been adopted by the ICAC in these proceedings themselves.
it has the... even if I was to say that the question was in order, I don't believe the ICAC Commissioner can answer it in the detail that's required.
Position to answer it. I think Section 111 of the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act.
So it's out of order.
You're breaking the law if you've tried to answer that question.
I'm not familiar with the...
But, you know, feel free to use parliamentary privilege to try and smear people again.
And we can't force the Chief Commissioner to have to break the ICAC Act.
Any other questions?
Well, how can the people of New South Wales have confidence in the integrity of the campaign that's about to come up after the evidence was given? This has been well ventilated.
Point of order. Point of order. This is completely out of order. You just ruled, and the member is ignoring your ruling. This is actually not legal, this line of questioning, let alone being outside the standing orders.
Correct. So unless there's a different line of questions, no, it's out of order. I've heard enough. I'm happy to rule on it, which I just have. If there is a different line of questioning, you're welcome to pursue it, but that line is out of order.
Plenty more to say on that.
Well, not on that line of questioning because you're not allowed to ask.
Well, if he wants to ask the question, he can ask the question, and then we take the point on.
I just have.
Well, do you wish to complete answering asking the question?
I just did answer.
Well, then what's got going on?
Look, can I just short-circuit this, and this might resolve your issue?
Yes,
if someone's dissatisfied with actions that have been taken by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, there's an avenue of redress that's available to you, and that's to go to the inspector.
Are there any other questions?
That'll do.
No, in which case, thank you all for your attendance.
One matter that I just wanted to follow up on, Ms Sharp asked me a question in relation to the response to the pork barrelling report. Section 111E of the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act requires a response within 3 months or such further time as the Commission allows. Or a plan of action.
Thank you.
The report was released in August, so it's 3 months from August.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can I also respond to something Ms Boyd asked earlier about disability data? And the answer is data is not collected through the PMES or the workforce profile data on the type of disability.
Thank you. Any other answers? In which case,
Oh, I was just saying we'd love to talk more about RFS if you'd like.
Oh, look, it was the best accounting answer I've ever heard.
Accounting clarification.
I'm starting to appreciate your craft.
Okay, so thank you very much for your attendance today and for all of the work that you do. There were some questions taken on notice. The Secretary will be in touch and the answers will be due back to us within 21 days. But thank you again for your time today.
Thank you.
We're done. Yeah, there's one document. Just.